clear.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with clear.
Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier.
For cooling power, supercharge with clear.
Paano ko kaya sila masusuportahan ngayon ng mas maayos?
Kailangan ko ba magpalit ng strategies?
Nagagampanan ko kaya ng maayos ang role ko?
Will I be able to meet their expectations?
We have to prove them all wrong.
It's time to win. Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff?
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp?
Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear.
Enemy alert! Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Stop and pull over! Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier.
For cooling power. Supercharged with Clear.
Paano ko kaya sila masusuportahan ngayon ng mas maayos?
Kailangan ko ba magpalit ng strategist?
Nagagampanan ko kaya ng maayos ang role ko.
Will I be able to meet their expectations?
We have to prove them all wrong.
Time to win. ka ba? Handa sa laban, sanda ka sa aking kamay. Watch with my click, wavy fire in the eyes. Yeah, I walk with my head held high. Ano ba yung takot kong tore ang aking gabay? Tiyag niya, may fam niya. I hold down the blade. Ako ang kabuuan. When you bring our name to the game. Eyes on the prize, do not, 'cause it's our time. Palag na to! Me again, you already know. Automatic ka lang na Filipino. Break us when we steal the show. Automatic ka lang na Filipino. Lakas ng Pinas. Palag na to! Kami na ang batas. Filipino. Lakas ng Pinas. Palag na to! Automatic ka lang na Filipino. Taka, wait. Remind you kung anong na-obtain. Palaging first place, lakayo sa PH. I know Superman. I'm here 'cause I got God. My team is super fan. Eyes on the prize, Pinas, 'cause it's our time. Palag na to! Me again, you already know. Automatic ka lang na Filipino. Break us when we steal the show. Automatic ka lang na Filipino. Lakas ng Pinas. Palag na to! Kami na ang batas. Filipino. Lakas ng Pinas. Palag na to! Automatic ka lang na Filipino.
The 17th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the official gaming phone partner, the power behind every madlang gamer. Smart, the simply reliable connectivity partner of the MPL. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. And our strategic partners, TT Racing, Theory, and SIP. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Catch the MPL PH Season 17 playoffs live at the San Juan Arena. Grab your tickets now via the official MPL PH website, Palag Na To. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Face ng ating best of 5 ngayong araw na ito para sa ating upper bracket finals. Wala pa namang malalaglag ngayong hapon ito, pero makikita na natin kung sino ang aangat patungo sa grand finals.
Ng ONIC at mukhang hindi nakakakayanin pa. Team Liquid Philippines will take game 1.
Ang ating regular season standoff between these two teams. Lahat nakapabor sa TLPH. Medyo mahirap ang tatahakin ng ONIC Philippines.
Team Liquid Philippines is now on match point.
At isa na lang ang kailangan ng Team Liquid Philippines. Isang laro na ipapanalo para mag-book ang ticket all the way to Esports World Cup in Paris.
Bubuhos na talaga sila sa base. Pistikas na naman. Literal na bitaw. Kung bitaw, walang pagtitipid na magmumula sa Team Falcons. At pilit na depensa ang dalawang miyembro. Ngunit may mga minions na kasama. At maaari nga nilang madaliin itong Game 1. Ito ng bahagya pero si Nelly ang tumatrabaho. At siya daw pala ang naatasan na kumitil sa buhay ni Supermark. Nagiging enough. Team Falcons tuloy sa pagbitaw. Lahat na pwedeng ibigay ay kanilang ibinibigay. May mga minions pa naman silang kasama. Pilit dumedepensa ang barangay pero mukhang hindi magiging sapat. Pagkatapos hanapin ang kanilang mga sarili, sila pa rin pala ang mananaig.
Loyang lipad ng Team Falcons, punching their ticket to a rematch against ONIC Philippines. At patutunghayan natin yan bukas, ang huling ticket patungo sa Planes.
What's up, MPL?
Mga sinubukan, bigat lang sa inisip, dala ko. Kahit silaw sa araw, mas liwanag pa. Tuwing kumikinang sa iyong mga mata, sa aking alaala. O masakit na malimutan ka, hirap ako tumatakbo. O at dala pa rin kita, o kahit saan man magpunta, hilo ako tumatakbo. Mga sinubukan, paulit-ulit lang tumatakbo sa isip ko, walang nagbago. Kahit ikaw ay mahahanap pa rin kita, sa bituin kumikina sa iyong mga mata, sa aking alaala. O masakit na malimutan ka, hirap ako tumatakbo. O at dala pa rin kita, o kahit saan man magpunta, hilo ako tumatakbo. Kay sarap sa pakiramdam na kasama ka. O kay sarap sa pakiramdam na kasama ka. Kay sarap sa pakiramdam na kasama ka. O kay sarap sa pakiramdam na O masakit na malimutan ka, hirap ako tumatakbo. At dala pa rin kita, o kahit saan man magpunta, hilo ako tumatakbo. Thank you. What's up, MPL? Make some noise, everybody. Coming up palang off to Neverland, I just want to introduce the band real quick. Ako nga pala si Tim. This is Vince. To my left, bass, Mikey. Drums, Ian. Again, we are Off to Neverland. Follow nyo po Facebook page namin, Off to Neverland or Off to Neverland Music. Nasa Spotify na rin po kami. Thank you so much for inviting us. Super excited kami para sa MPL, guys. Sana excited din kayo. Excited ba kayo lahat? Yeah! This next song is our latest release. It's called Boombox. Hope you love it. Let's go! If you wanna dance, come over here. Now don't be scared, I'll lead the way. And if you wanna take me back by tomorrow noon, I'll be waiting here, 'cause waiting ain't a lot to do. I'll be waiting with my heart in my hand, with the boombox on my shoulders. Let's dance. Come on down. You can talk to me, you can open up your heart, we can see where we can be. Come on down, got the door for me, so you can see what's in my heart. Just tell me when and then I start. Yeah. If you can't hear me, I'm feeling lonely, I'm feeling down, down, down. But I don't worry, 'cause when you're with me, I feel like I'm 2 feet off the ground. Me back by tomorrow noon, I'll be waiting here, 'cause waiting ain't a lot to do. I'll be waiting with my heart in my hand, with the boombox on my shoulders. Let's dance. Come on down, you can talk to me, you can open up your heart, we can see where we can be. Come on down, got the door for me, so you can see what's in my heart. Just tell me when and then I'll stop. Come on down, you can talk to me, or you can open up your heart, we can see where we can be. Come on down, got the door for me, so you can see what's in my heart. Just tell me when and then I'll stop. Woo!
I got so hyped. I love the music that they played today. Hello! Hello, welcome to the Champions Arena. Please introduce yourselves again.
Hi, we're off to Neverland. We're a band from Marikina. I'm Vince, this is Tim, Ian, and si Mike.
Okay, they're from Marikina. It's nice having you here. We enjoyed your music so much, but I want to know, kamusta naman? How does it feel to be here in San Juan Arena for the playoffs?
Saya kasi hindi namin naakalain na makakapag-play kami sa isang esports event. Bago siya sa amin.
Wow. And ako bilang ML player din, it's nice to be here. Dati nanonood lang ako ng live stream, so finally I can watch the live event.
And speaking of guys, how does it feel that you're one of the few artists who gets to experience na kayo ang nag-join ng world of esports and music here in one stage?
We feel so honored. Ang pinaka-nagustuhan ko rin sa gaming community is how games bring people together like all of us here tonight. Sa OPM din, ganun. So it's a nice feeling na napagsama rin yung OPM pati yung gaming industry.
It's nice to have you here, guys. Alam niyo, nakakatuwa lang din, katulad ng sinabi niyo. And si Ian na naglalaro ng ML, ano ba yung main hero mo?
Angela?
Angela!
Joy!
Drummer na Angela, man. So, where can we find your music? Saan ba namin pwedeng pakinggan ang pinlay niyong music and yung mga nirelease niyo pa?
Yeah, so pwede niyo kami i-follow sa internet, Off to Neverland Music, Off to Neverland Music PH. Marami na kami na-release, especially yung latest single namin, Boombox, sa lahat ng music streaming platforms. And stay tuned lang kayo sa page namin for any gigs and updates.
I love it. I love their music. Boombox, new music. Ladies and gentlemen, Off to Neverland! Show them some love, MPL Superfans. Maraming salamat muli. If you guys enjoyed their performance, I'm sure you're gonna enjoy what's in store for the playoffs day 4. At kung hindi pa kayo nanonood live here at the San Juan Arena, then this is your sign. And today, we will also find out which legacy will endure in the lower bracket finals sa pagitan ng ONIC Philippines at Team Falcons. Who will be the last grand finalist? Mamaya lahat ng yan, ako po si Denise. This is your host, Thea. And this is your very own Odin. Samahan niyo kami dito lamang sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas. Ito ang MPL Philippines Season 17, the playoffs. Up to Neverland. When I say lakas ng Pinas, you say Palag Na To. Lakas ng Pinas, Palag Na To!
Magandang hapon sa inyo lahat. Welcome. It's the lower bracket finals here. We're ready to kick it off. Thank you so much. We had an amazing night last night. Over here on the English stream, it's going to be me, Naisu, Brigida, and Midnight. And over on the Tagalog desk later, we'll have...
Uwami pa rin kasama si Hans and Joshi and Naisu. Magandang hapon din sa iyo.
Thank you. Salamat. Okay, also, before we talk about the matchup, MPL Philippines, of course, is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. Thank you so much for that. Now, also, if you guys want to join us, as you heard, we've got a special discount for you guys going on right now. If you've been waiting to sign up for the MPL playoffs live, we've got massive discounts. You can secure your day 3 tickets, Brigida.
Yep, for an absolute steal at only 150 pesos down from 300 pesos initially. And for the Epic Day 4 lower bracket finals, tickets are down to 350 from 500 pesos.
Yep, big matchups, biggest savings. Score those seats right now by heading over to ph-mpl.com/tickets. Kita gets dito.
Hey, you know what? I'm never going to live it down. I hear your voice from yesterday. We were sharing the desk yesterday.
Yep.
I know you guys felt the same over there. What a day yesterday was. I mean... It almost felt like a final day already yesterday.
Man, it was an emotional roller coaster yesterday. Ang dami nating nakitang bukod sa malulupit na action, ang dami na nating nakitang nawala. Nagsisiiyakan ng mga tao kagabi, ang dami din naghihiyawan. But man, looking at the players right now, half of the people are gone dito sa ating graphic dito.
Yeah, when you think about it, this is crazy. There's a 4-time hopeful, of course, one of the leaders, yung Team Liquid Philippines nakarating na dun sa Grand Finals. And I'm just wondering kung sino pa dun sa 2-time, 1-time, and 3-time hopeful sa mawawala after today.
And for this series, Falcons versus ONIC Philippines. Isang tanong ang nangingibabaw eh. Sino ang pipigil sa rumaragasang Carl TZ na 6-time hopeful para dito sa MPL Philippines? Because this time, may isang tutungo ng Paris at may isang malalaglag.
Yep, and we have a best of 7 to finally decide that this time around. So medyo pwedeng mahaba-haba yung gabi natin, or I think that's what we are all hoping to see at least for tonight.
Yeah, ito yung magandang ito yung araw na magandang i-channel ang Inner Brigida curse. True. Na kung saan makakita tayo ng 7 games. Kasi ito lang yung series natin today bago tayo magtungo sa Grand Finals bukas na kung saan naghihintay ang final boss.
Yeah, the final boss, Team Liquid Philippines. I think for a lot of people too, there was two kind of clips going around after last night, man. You know, of course, we had the great interviews after the match. We also had history, I felt like, made with seeing the 5-man Dark Wave, the Sansan duo making things happen. Carl TZ going from somehow a 0 and 4-0 and 5 Lancelot into getting a Maniac. I mean, there were so many good things to catch yesterday. That's what's waiting for one of these two teams, either Team Falcons or ONIC. Can they surpass the legacy? Both of them have already been champions of the world at one point. They've accomplished so much. But now, they've got to make something new happen. They've got to surpass that legacy.
Oh yeah, definitely. And para sa mga manlalaro na makikita natin sa laban na ito, at tila ba'y naglalaro sila sa anino ng mga nauna sa kanila. And I think most mababanggit natin dito would be Savero dahil hindi naman natin mapagkakaila na yung pinalitan niya sa loob ng ONIC Philippines ay isa sa mga pinakabatikan na gold laner sa buong mundo.
I would say these two players na posible nating makita with Team Falcons having few in their recent roster ay mga foundations, hindi lang ng kani-kanilang koponan, but also for the entirety of MPL Philippines. Champions in their own right, performance-wise, stats, nandun talaga sila sa taas.
Yeah, maganda yung binanggit ni Hans. Aside from the removal of the TZ mantle, na kung saan gustong buuin ni Kyle at ni Flap yung kanilang storya, marami din talagang naging past history ang Team Falcons na kailangan nilang i-override ngayon, even on the side of ONIC Philippines. Pero ito, yung isang kailangan nilang override, man, yung pag-endure ng greatness.
Yeah, I think it's great that we mentioned the word endure or override rather, because I feel like there's a bit more redemption in terms of the story that you see when it comes to Team Falcons. Because ONIC, definitely they have something to prove, but Falcons, it took them quite some time to get back to where they currently are. So I think this really matters to them. If they have this moment, they definitely want to prove themselves right here and now.
I'm saying we got to go back to the word great for M8 maybe. You know, better than great and then greater than ever is what we had. And both these players right here have been trying to show us that throughout the season. Of course, the main talking point, I feel like, with ONIC Philippines coming into Season 17 was this import, right? Savero, what he's capable of doing on this kind of lineup, stepping into the shoes. And I think he's done it well. We look at the head-to-head stats here.
And kung babalikan din natin yung naging performance ng dalawang gold laners na to, Super Marco and Savero, somehow they share the same game style. Kumbaga, magpa-farm muna, nandun yung mga pagiging carries nila, Moskov, Claude, and ang pinaka-unique para dito kay Savero would be the YSS na hanggang ngayon ay 100% win rate pa din. This is the penultimate version ng Golden Royale.
Yeah. And I feel like one step closer sila doon sa mission na yun. It's again, overriding greatness. Kasi kung makikita natin doon sa final boss, sa grand final, si Carl TZ, yan yung lagi niyang ginagawa every season, overriding his prime. So I feel like for these two players, Savero and Super Marco, they have to go past the bulletproof. They have to go past being the gold standard.
Yeah, and going back doon sa huling beses na nagkita ang mga to, actually yung mga iilang beses na nagkita sila dito para sa Season 17 ay nakalamang ang Falcons sa regular season. Pero pagdating naman dito sa playoffs, parang bang nagbago, nagkaroon talaga ng 180 twist dahil hindi lamang sila natalo sa upper bracket semifinals. Tandaan natin, it wasn't just a loss, it was a sweep.
Yeah, it was devastating. Again, I was very vocal about this on the English stream yesterday that I was viewing that game. I was a viewer that day, and I was surprised just with a lot of people on the watch party too that, hey, they got swept, and then you see them come back in a better form yesterday to fight to this point to get to the lower bracket final now. So, you know, I'm wondering again, what has Team Falcons prepared for this? Because even yesterday's games alone, there's been a meta shift in terms of some of the priority for heroes being picked up. and the choices of even how the maps affect this.
Yeah, but I think we're all really looking forward to this because I believe the last time we saw Falcons actually really make it this far in the playoffs and even go up against ONIC in the playoffs was way back season 14. And that was when they were still Fnatic ONIC, and they also made it to the upper bracket final. So they're in a completely different situation right now. The opposite, if you may say, because it's an elimination match that they're going to partake in.
You know what I feel like? For both Team Falcons and ONIC Philippines, they thrive when pressure is there. ONIC Philippines, during the play-ins, nakasalala yung buhay nila pero nanalo sila. Team Falcons, when they were in the lower brackets, when they were going up against Smart Omega, they were able to do it and take the victory. So I wonder what's going to happen.
Well, I hope we have a full series ahead of us here for the lower bracket final. We're going to throw it over to the on-ground panel to break it down further.
Thank you so much, casters. Welcome to the on-ground panel. Redmore and Wolf back here for this marquee matchup, the lower bracket finals, to fight for the last slot for the grand finals, and of course, MSC at EWC 26. I think we should just go ahead and straight to it. Sure. The tactics that they need to do, the Infinix cool tactics, our keys to victory.
For sure. Kailangan nila tingnan yung Pakitoy and Atlas, and I feel like both teams will actually employ. We saw Ogwed as well as Brusco prioritize these heroes just recently, and the Pakito, I believe it will be contested for sure, either denied or picked. Now, let's focus on Falcons first. We know na kailangan nila protektahan yung kanilang jungle up against ONIC Philippines dahil mahusay at talagang nakakatakot ang ONIC Philippines kapag nakontrol yung first few minute jungling dahil dun sa orange gambit na nakita natin, pati na rin yung Kikong's gambit. At ito, feeling ko favorite mo to, Renmar. Winning the Golden Royale means a lot para sa Falcons because this time they can prove that Super Marco pwede rin siyang bumuhat dito. And of course, for ONIC, careful around narrow bushes. Nakita naman natin ito kahapon. Ingatan yung mga eskenita kung saan nag-excel ang Falcons dahil related dun sa kanilang magandang box type strategy. If we deny that away from Falcons, ONIC Philippines will have a much better time.
All right, so maybe to help sum it up a little bit, number one, take care of yourself in the river, most likely. Number two, for the picks, Pakito and Atlas, they do really well with messing up boxes for the two teams. You have to watch out for that. And I think, most importantly, for Falcons, you think they have to take better care of their long lanes, their far lanes away from the objectives?
100%. Because I think observable na may map macro na priority yung ONIC recently. Parang yun nakita ko sa kanila, yun yung evolution ng napanood nating games from the regular season now na nag-aaral sila sa playoffs.
If there's one thing that you have to look out for in terms of a specific pick, is it really Pakito or Atlas? Or do you think that there's one we have to watch out for?
Wow. Apart from the Pakito and Atlas, dahil 100% maabangan natin yan, tingin ko yung palitan ng Leomord at Suyo.
Ah, yes, in the jungle, of course. Let's see what's gonna happen. You see here, behind us, the fans are coming in. So, I think it's time for us to feel the energy in San Juan Arena. Super Fam Magingay! All right, Falcons Nest, make some noise! One last ticket to Paris at for MSC at EWC. One last ticket to meet Team Liquid Philippines in the grand finals. Let's welcome our teams.
They were brought down to earth, but now they have awoken. Tonight, they seek retribution against the ones who dropped them. At the center of this redemption arc is an all-star Team 1 awardee, the Bulletproof. Flex so hard, everybody wanna fight me. It's Super Marco and Team Falcons!
ONIC time, ONIC time, ONIC time, ONIC time, ONIC.
One final obstacle stands between them and the ultimate rematch for the crown. Tonight, they look to ground this Falcon flight once again.
Bila ONIC pagkakandali, jangan semua harap dapat kas.
Under the spotlight, he shines twice as bright. The pressure
pressure is gonna prove that once more tonight. Press so hard, everybody want a piece of me. It's Severo and ONIC Philippines! To ensure the integrity of the game, please welcome our marshals Nico, Chico, Joshua G, and Luis. Our head referee is the Chess Master, Set. Our head coaches are Coach Moody for Team Falcons and Coach Hayes for ONIC Philippines. Who will be the last grand finalist? Will this be Titans in Paris or rivals in Paris? Champions Arena, make some noise! Magsisimula na ang laban patungo sa ating Grand Finals. I-welcome na natin ang Team Falcons Philippines na mainit mula sa pagkapanalo kahapon. Again, you've already mentioned it. Nagmula sila sa lower bracket semifinals. So if there's any hint of momentum na nakita natin mula sa kanila, it's a 3-1 victory against Smart Omega. A question is of the essence. Meron pa ba silang gasolina?
At para naman sa ONIC Philippines, mula sa pagkatalo ng kahapon ay naghahanap sila ng rematch. Let's welcome the Super Family!
Nagawa na nila to. Nung day 2 pa lang, pinabagsak na nila ang Team Falcons. It's now to repeat what they've done para ilaglag na ng tuluyan ang mga Falcon.
And this is gonna be a big challenge para sa Team Falcons considering na hindi sila nakaisa the last time na nagkita ang dalawang ito sa upper bracket semifinals. And no more chances para sa gabing ito. Kung sino mang matatalo ay kailangan ng matigil ang kanilang journey patungo sa ating Grand Finals at naghihintay ang Team Liquid Philippines para sa mananalo ngayong gabi. Bago tayo dumako sa ating do or die match ngayong gabi ay balikan muna natin ang mga moments before this matchup sa Smart 5G Ping Test.
Team Gasoline para mahal na tayo. Jungle ako. Wala, talo na to. Ikaw ano mas gusto mag-jungle o mid? Mas importante yata jungle, pare.
Sige, ako na lang magja-jungle.
Pa! Patay mo yung blue! Patay mo yung blue! Yeah! Ay, kabi ko yung blues!
Sa lahat ng fans namin, salamat sa pag-suporta. Sana patuloy nyo kami pag-supportan sa sa next season, sa playoffs ngayon. Thank you.
Ano the preparation natin sa ONIC, Mark? Preparation namin? Wala, ganun pa rin. Ako hindi kami natulog ng 5 a.m. Talagang nagandaan namin yung ONIC. Hindi 5 a.m., lagi 6 a.m. 6 a.m. Ganyan 6 a.m. kami guys. Nagpuwet talaga kami, parang study namin laro nila.
Locked in na talaga ang ating mga manlalaro. Yan po ang ating Smart 5G Ping Test, ensuring the tournament integrity of this do-or-die matchup sa ating lower bracket finals. Magtatapat po muli ang Team Falcons and ONIC Philippines. And huling beses nakita ang dalawang ito ay nanalo ang ONIC Philippines 3-0 sa upper bracket. At ngayon naman naghahanap ng chance ang Team Falcons now choosing blue side and expanding rivers para sa ating game number 1.
Alam mo, pakiramdam ko yung mga trentahe na makakaintindi sa akin dito, pare. Para tong Pacquiao Marquez 3. The first time, it's Team Falcons sweeping them in the regular season. Pagdating naman ng playoffs, biglang nagkaroon ng turnaround. So none of that matters now. What happens or what's most important ay yung magiging laro nila para sa araw na to.
And also, I would like to double down on what the on-ground panel told us a while ago about the Paquito and the Atlas being contended dito sa game na to. And ang laking bagay na makuha mo yung blue side kasi nasa iyo yung chance na ipaprioritize mo ba yung Paquito dahil yun ang isa sa mga naging key factor dito sa playoffs. Ang laki nung binibigay na pressure ng Paquito. And when we talk about pressure, looking at Severo, siya yung magiging fall guy if ever makuha man ni Flap. Remember, that is Flap's signature hero way back nung naging M-World Champions ang Falcons.
And we talked about legacies kanina lamang sa ating panel. And if there's one person na may talagang malupit na legacy dito, that would be Paquito's Flap. Na ngayon naman ay pasok na pasok sa loob ng ating meta. For the last few days ng ating playoffs ay nakakita tayo ng maraming mga XP laners na nagpipick up ngayon ng Paquito. Bagamat si Flap ay nagkaroon ng Benedetta the other day, masasabi natin na imposible naman na hindi ito nagpakito sa mga scrims nila. And hopefully, makakita tayo sa ating Game 1 draft pa lamang. I'd like to believe na itong dalawang teams na to ay medyo nailabas na nila lahat ng mga estratehiya. But at this point, parang hindi ka na kasi pwede magtago eh.
Oo, kasi hindi lang basta-basta ang pinaglalabanan nila dito. Yung isa magpaparis, yung isa magpapares. Diba? Yan ang ayaw mo talagang mangyari. Especially if you are ONIC Philippines, you've had a significant advantage by staying at the upper brackets. Kahit na natalo ka sa Team Liquid Philippines, I'm sure that you were able to learn so much over time. And there was, I think, more than 24 hours bago nila kaharapin itong Team Falcon. So I wonder kung ano ang kanilang mga naging paghahanda para sa labang ito.
Well, malalaman na natin yan dahil papasok na po tayo sa Game 1 drafting phase of this Best of 7 series dito sa lower bracket. At sa ilog ng expanding rivers natin makikita kung sino nga ba ang unang makakakuha ng panalo sa ating BO7. Once again, this is going to be Team Falcons sa blue side at tatanggalin agad nila ang Fanny and Phobius. Meanwhile, for Coach Hayes ng ONIC Philippines ay agad niyang tatanggalin ng Marcel and Freya.
I would like to also notice that dahil ang common denominator ng dalawang teams na to ay yung tanky na new hero which is etong si Marcel. Napakataas ang hybrid defense and both of these roamers, we've seen them perform this. Ogwen during the regular season, Brusco, pinakita niya to I think thrice during the playoffs or 2 beses nanalo yun kung di ako nagkakamali. And yun, yun yung pwedeng maging pinaka-factor talaga. Magiging agawan o di kaya permaban ang Marcel sa draft na to.
At mukhang tatanggalin na rin yung Pakito. No? Pinag-usapan natin kanina kung gaano kalaki ang pwesto ni Pakito sa loob ng XP lane meta. Pero agad-agad nakukuha ng Kalea ang Team Falcons, setting up what could be a gourd pick. Pero para naman sa ONIC, may chance silang agawin ito. At ano pa bang mga choices ng ONIC dito?
Pwede yung Valentina.
Yung pag-agaw na parang na-mention mo kanina, yung Guinevere kasi parang ang tagal na ban kontra sa Smart Omega kahapon. Pero ngayon, mas bukas. So I think Team Falcons is testing yung hero pool nitong ONIC PH. Are they the type of team na gagamit ng ganong klaseng hero given na talagang diktika na yung best of 7?
Well, nandun naman yung kayang gawin ni... Lalo na wala yung Baksa. Yung kayang gawin ni King Kong, lalo na wala yung Baksa. They might get the Valentina plus the Guinevere right away sa kanilang Red 1, Red 2, or the Leomord plus the Valentina, or Claude and the Leomord.
Well, let's see kung anong kukunin nila. Mukhang Claude and the Zushin ang kanilang magiging choice. Locking in one of the biggest probabilities out there na lalabas nga itong Zushin sa kamay ni Super Friends. Now, for Team Falcons, makikita na ba natin yung gourd na ini-spam nila? Or maybe even a Harley na bukas pa rin pala.
Harley Gourd, Harley Eve. Kasi yun yung mga common na pinaka-counter ng mga teams over that Jushin. Pero mas nagme-make sense nga yung gourd pick para dito kay Hadji dahil nga doon sa makabagong combo na nakikita natin that Kalea Gourd. Ano na yun eh, parang pseudo ban na yun sa mga utilities na pwede pang gamitin ni King Kong kasi nandyan pa yung Fred rin na pwedeng lumabas on their Red 3.
Medyo delikado nga lang no, kung sakali dahil with that Claude na may backline access, pwede pa kumuha ng dive hero. So instead, they're gonna go for a Valentina patay ng Suyu on the hands of Kyle and Hadji. Last pick here para sa ONIC Philippines. Red 3, ano kayang magandang kunin dito?
Well, if you're looking at it, might as well secure a hero para sana dito kay King Kong. The Harley is still available. It's the leading in terms of percentage. Tsaka, I was building up on the Suyu na mahirap din namang ibigay dito sa ONIC PH because Suyu, pati na rin yung Claude, napakahirap pagsamahin yan, lalo na pagkalaban mo because you get a lot of damage, you get a lot of ways out, lalo na pagdating sa team fight.
Tapos ang taas pa ng coverage, early game, mid game, late game, parang totally covered kapag Suyu, Claude yung hawak mo. But then, the Harley would be at best chance na kunin dito ng ONIC Philippines considering na,
wow.
Well, in fact, kumuha pa sila ng Gatot Gatsa just to aid up for that frontline na pwede nilang puhunanan knowing na naka-Jushin din sila. So yung Harley would be, I think, a ban from Team Falcons because if hindi, makukuha yon ng ONIC.
Well, malalaman na natin kung paano nga ba magpapatuloy ang draft na ito. Pero para hukayin pa mas nalo, kunin na natin ang tulong ng ating on-ground panelists.
Thank you so much, Caster. So we're now here in the second phase of drafting. For Team Falcons, gotta say, I love that they, #1, took away the Kalea for Brusco, one of their best picks, and of course, Ogwen, pretty efficient with it as well. Then they paired it up with a Valentina, but they already showed their row mid trio, while ONIC still has a bit of room to adjust.
Yun nga lang na-reveal din ng ONIC yung kanilang gatot na sa Jushin. So medyo alam mo na yung parang MO dito, which is dive ulit para dito sa ONIC Philippines. Meanwhile, for Falcons, hindi pa natin totally sure. Kadalasan hindi pinag-combo ang Kalea plus the Valentina kasi naghahanap ka ng burst. Pero Falcons mahilig talaga sa combo na to. So with the combination of this Suyo, meron na agad silang kill potential with this Kalea.
Let's see if the playoffs allergy of Falcons towards the Moskov is cured, and they'll probably consider picking it up, unless ONIC decides to ban it, of course. But I wouldn't take it away from Falcons to maybe lean towards a little bit more of a late-game marksman, like a carry over the Moskov. But at this point, considering that playing the map looks like will work out well for them, as an option, they want to consider it, I think.
Yeah. With Leo Moore being banned, mauubusan na mga options dito, itong si King Kong. Pero baka nagising siya ngayong araw, tapos nakita niya si Ryzen, tsaka si Carl TZ kahapon, at sabihin na, teka, ako nga rin, magla-Lancelot ako.
Yeah.
And I feel like Lancelot might fit in this last pick kung sakali. That means, though, that they will have to look for a good EXP laner na hindi magbibigay ng magandang ultimate sa isang Valentina. Although the Terizla would be really good para sa ONIC, parang ang hirap ibigay ng penalty zone. So baka mag-settle na lang sila dito with either Alice o kaya naman ng isang clue for ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, but the last time we saw Haji go up against a team with an Alice while he was using a Valentina, he ended up getting a highlight, and people realized then that he was the best Valentina in MPL PH Season 17. But no, I agree, because the pool of EXP lane heroes that don't have big ticket ultimates but still slots in well for the lineup of ONIC is close to non-existent. You really have to end up giving a good ultimate to Falcons. So, well, maybe the glue might be an option, but you mentioned the Lancelot for the jungle as ONIC rightfully so takes away the carry. I think there's still a world where instead of the Lancelot, ONIC might end up falling back on an old favorite and the Joy. It's just that with the presence of the Kalea and sure target lockdown, it's going to be a tough game for that Joy if ever.
Yeah, and I don't want to pair it up with a Claude. Usually, you want to pair it with a independent gold laner so that you will not have too greedy. There's the Alice that we talk about. Now for Falcons, they'll be looking for their Shred. Moskov is still open and it seems like the best option here. At the same time, I wouldn't mind them going for a Bruno or a Clint even, because he comboed that up with a Kalea and you have that synergy.
Speaking of an old combo with the Kalea, I'm wondering, with all of the dashes, they might need more dashes. I was thinking maybe they take a page off of Severo's book and end up getting a Beatrix. But it covers the damage aspect, but because of the Alice being there, Moskov, as we suggested earlier, should just be the best pick. In terms of the EXP, though, kind of tough with the Uranus gone. Oh, wow.
They might go to Hilda, and Harriet also has that synergy with... they go Arlet. Even when there's no additional stun apart from the Kalea.
Yeah.
So if you're ONIC, I think you're incentivized to actually go for the Lancelot here. Or maybe a Nolan so that it will be much faster. I believe that amongst all the choices that we've said, Nolan might be the best option for them.
We did see it earlier this season also. The Harley is
The Harley is open.
Yep. They might end up settling for that if they just want to be able to match the damage that, of course, Falcons would want to go for. But I think it's unanimous. All the junglers we mentioned just have burst damage at one point. Yeah.
But the best thing about Harley is that it is really good at starting the fights and the good poke as well. And you're very strong in the early stage when it comes to your farming. That can also be said for the Nolan, for example, or Lancelot. But the Harley is just easy to execute. And imagine Dasping the Harley in this. This stage in the MPL Season 17.
I bet they're wondering, how did we get away with that? I bet they were running down a list of junglers as well and thinking, wait, the Harley's open, and they get it. But for ONIC, I have to say, I think they ended up with a lineup that is a little bit more easier to pull off. If you missed it just now, you can go back just a little bit. We do have QR codes that you can scan for a chance to win 1,000 MLBB diamonds. 74% is the super fast prediction for this matchup. Personally, Wolf, I prefer the ONIC lineup. It looks more simple to execute.
I totally agree with you. This Jushin Gatot catch-up with the Harley, it has worked so many times before, and I'm sure that it can work up against the composition of Falcons.
This is a best-of-7 lower bracket finals MPL Arena. I wanna hear you scream! Casters, let's go!
Ramdam ng buong San Juan kung gaano kabigat ang laban na ito between Team Falcons at pati na rin ng ONIC Philippines. Isa lamang ang makakaangat matapos ng seryeng ito. Pero ang good news naman ay Game 1 pa lamang ng ating Best of 7 series. There is a chance
na maghaba ang gabing ito at sana totoo ang ating haka-haka na Game 7 ito.
Well, isa lang naman kasi ang laban ngayong araw, di ba? Might as well. Pero base sa nasabi ng ating on-ground panel, nagmistulang maganda talaga yung mid-lane trio ng ONIC Philippines. So let's see if they're gonna be able to use that to the fullest extent o makaka-counter ba yung Team Falcons entering this series.
Medyo surprising na nga na hanggang sa kaduluduluan ng draft ay open pa rin yung Harley na gamit ni King Kong. It would really provide a lot of speed sa kanilang farming capabilities and also yung threat na pwedeng bigyan kahit sinong nasa harap. Pero
ito na naman si Brusco, kahit na mag-revitalize siya, actually nababaliktad pa yung sitwasyon and it's gonna be the rest of everything. Si Kyle pa ang unang tinamaan. Isasama pa sana si Haji pero nakapag-flicker away. It's ONIC Philippines with first blood.
Tapos rekta invade pa ang call dito ng ONIC Philippines. First blood plus an invade inside the jungle of Team Falcons. Hindi pa nagsawa sa isang green camp. Sinubukan pa yung isa.
tapos hindi pa level 4 si King Kong doon ha. It's just the poker tricks na ginamit nila and even yung damage output ng isang Joshin plus yung damage ng isang Gatot Kacha. Kasi hindi na naman biro yung damage ng Gatot Kacha kapag binababaran mo yung kanyang first kill and even yung kaltok mula doon sa passive. Yun din yung habol niya, yun din yung laban niya against the Search of Life na meron itong si Ogwen. Pokes coming in from Falcons.
That idea is to be able to burst down itong ONIC Philippines. Pero dahil sa mid lane trio na meron ng Team Falcons, they have a bunch of CC. Pero wala yung damage in the early portions of this game.
At maganda naman doon ay na-burn yung Purify dito ni Super Fritz before this first turtle started. Pero ONIC pa rin ang may hawak ng kalamangan. ONIC has their ultimates already up. Si Kyle ay level 3 pa lamang. Half HP on this turtle. Kirk ng zone.
Andun na talaga siya. Kontra sa tatlo. Si Kyle magpapalipad na naman ng araw. Pero wow! Si Flap, Brusco, and King Kong na magsa-zone out lang para doon sa pagong. And it is going to be ONIC Philippines. Sa makakasecure na naman yan. Yung final slash ni execute pero si Flap ay makakancel ng konti. Siya ay mamamatay sa kamay ng ONIC PH at isama mo pa si Ogwen. Si Kyle naman ang hinahabol. Vertical palayo. Si Super Fritz ay atake na rin at si Brusco ay tutulong pa. They're gonna be here at the purple buff all day. It's ONIC Philippines with 1.3k at meron pa yata nangyayari. It's gonna be the others going at it again pero doon na matitigil with Haji copying the Crimson Beacon.
Kinailangan talaga ng Team Falcons na protektahan ang kanilang purple buff dahil sobra na silang nalulugi ng early game pa lamang. Already 1.5k deficit compared dito sa ONIC Philippines na para bang gumana lahat ng kanilang mga skirmishes.
What a crucial space escape mula kay King Kong, dodging that final slash that could have led to a death para doon sa jungler ng ONIC Philippines. And after that, everything else followed for ONIC Philippines. May kakayahan silang mag-run down, may kakayahan silang mag-chase. And for Team Falcons, they have to expend a lot of resources. Kailangan gamitin ni Kyle yung double vertical niya para lang makatakas doon. And even itong si Haji, nahihirapan siya kasi once mawala yung double dash, maglalakad na lang yung Valentina niya.
Purify is available para dito kay Savero kaya naman hindi ata itutuloy ng Falcons ang balak nilang masama sa gold laner ng ONIC Philippines. Reset na lang muna ang kanilang call at hindi naman gumagalaw ang lamang ng ONIC Philippines pero napaka-proactive ni King Kong sa pag-i-invade sa loob ng jungle ng Falcons.
Yun naman yung kaya dapat asahan sa isang Harley, yung bilis ng pag-ikot sa jungle camp and yung speed ng pag-clear ng jungle camp. Kasi even dalawang poker tricks lang is enough para bumawas o pumatay ng isang green camp. So, minamaximize lang ng ONIC Philippines yung kalamangan nila. This is somewhat going to the mid game and pwede mag-translate papuntang late game kung hindi mapipigilan ng mga Falcon.
At Hunter Strike nga tayong inaabangan dito kay Kyle. No? Hindi na magmamadali patungo doon sa Sky Piercer. As we wait for the second turtle of this game, 5 segundo bago ito lumabas. ONIC Philippines pa rin ang may hawak ng somewhat big na gold lead. 4 minutes in. Pakiramdam nyo ba kailangan mag-contest dito ng Falcon? So, ibibigay na lang ba muna?
Men, gusto talaga nilang sumugod eh. Si Ogwen, si Haji nakapwesto nung una. Pero biglang na-realize nila na kumukuha pa ng purple itong si Kyle at malinis tratrabauin ng ONIC Philippines ang ikalawang pagong. Tila may pagkataka na naman nagagawin dahil si Ogwen na malatatagan ng Deadly Magic. He's still gonna be safe from that pero malinis ang kuha ng ONIC.
You know what? Even if they want to, even if Falcons wants to contest for that objective, hindi nila kaya. They just can't. Dahil doon sa kalamangan na hawak ng ONIC Philippines, pwede silang tumayo ng ganyan.
Parang nakabalibot na naman kay Ogwen. So inatatak niya na lang. Pressure na naman na nawala ng buhay sa pagkakataon na yun.
Wow!
Magmo-moonwalk palabas kami ng AOG. It's ONIC with a pick-off. 4-0 in terms of kills.
Malinis na naman ang pag-atake ng ONIC Philippines. May nakuha sa loob ng gubat. Nakakuha pa ng isang kill. Immediately transitioning it to mid lane pressure as well. Para bang yung early game talaga ng ONIC ay nakukuha nila lahat ng kanilang gusto.
Kung gustong makasurvive ng Team Falcons right now, they have to pick their fights. Kailangan alamin nila kung saan sila lalaban and they have to be a full 5v5 fight. hindi nila kakayanin ng 4v5 lang or even 4v4 dahil doon sa power spike na meron ang ONIC Philippines. Remember, we're used to seeing Suyus na meron na agad Sky Piercer ng 4 minutes, pero teka lang, si Ogwen!
Yung Ogwen hindi nakalipad kaya maglalakad na lang palayo. Pero mahahabol siya ng 3. Doon mawawala ang roamer ng Team Falcons. Angat sa halos 3,000 ang kalamangan ng ONIC PH ngayon. Super Marco, mukhang isusurrender niya na lang ang tore sa bandang ibaba. It's ONIC raining on Falcons Parade.
And this is what happens kapag paulit-ulit na hinuhuli ng ONIC Philippines yung roamer. They're gonna go for Brusco. Masyado pang mahunat, masyado pang lamang. Kalmado muna, may makukuha sa baba doon si Sabero. ONIC Philippines, dahil walang roamer ang Team Falcons sa paulit-ulit nilang pinipitas, ay makikita natin kinokontrol nila ang mapa ngayon.
Pero for Team Falcons, that's 300 gold away para makasecure itong si Ogwen ng Radiant Armor niya, and that would give a lot of change entering the mid-game dahil masussustain niya kahit papano yung damage ng isang Harley, pero yung bawi naman ng Harley ni King Kong is yung Genius Wand na hawak niya. Nababawasan yung magic defense na meron. Kahit pa sabihin mo magka-Radiant Armor itong si Ogwen, kapag nagsabay yung damage ng Zosidad ng Harley, mahihirapan pa rin siyang i-sustain yun.
That's true. At sisimulan na nga ng ONIC dito ang panghuling pagong. Agad na bibigyan si Ogwen.
May vision man ang Team Falcons pero di napapalag pa rin. Doon naman yung Throne of Ruin together with the final slash as well. Palili pa rin itong si Flap, mag-flicker pa rin at si Kirk pa rin ay buhay. Sama 5v5 ang magiging sitwasyon and the third time is gonna be reset pero susugod na naman susunod itong si Marco. Ogwen at Haji rin pero walang makakapigil sa ONIC para kunin ang pagong. Ito na naman ang laban na hinihintay na yata ng Team Falcons pero still lumalaban pa rin at talagang kinukuha nila pa isa-isa with Falcons finally getting their first kill courtesy of Haji being the only one unscathed as ONIC still able to get all 3 turtles.
Perfect objectives para dito sa ONIC Philippines at bukod pa dyan ay nakakuha pa sila ng tuloy-tuloy na pag-kill. And totoo doon yung ginawa ni Super Friendsman. Instant purify, parang hindi na final slash.
And even on that clash, na dahil napanalo nga nila yung turtle plus that clash and even the turret down mid lane, lumobo yung alamangan ng ONIC Philippines to 4.8k na galing kanina sa patukay-tukay lang. That's one item. Kung tutuusin, kung susuma mo doon sa ginawa ng ONIC Philippines, para kang nakalamang ng isang buong item. That's a lightning transon na meron na agad etong si King Kong. Maximum ang kanyang cooldown reduction. Makaka-expect tayo ng a lot of faster rotations and even faster bursts dahil hindi pa rin siya kayang iwasan ngayon ng Team Falcons. Ang tanging magagawa ng Falcons, wag munang lumaban.
And that's a whole 2,000 gold lead compared sa jungle ng Team Falcons na paulit-ulit din naman kasi ini-invade ng ONIC. And that's another turret na mapupunta sa kamay ng Super Family as we enter the 8-minute mark kung saan kontrolado na ng ONIC Philippines ang 80% ng mapa. Pero mukhang ang trade dito ng Team Falcons would be the bottom lane turret, a 2-for-1 trade in terms of turrets. And medyo luki ata ang Falcons doon.
Tol, parang nanigurado na si Ogwen eh. Sabi niya, sige nga, pwestuhan ko na to para kahit papano ay makakuha tayo ng isang objective na maidadagdag natin sa ating listahan. Si Ogwen ay makakauwi. Pero parang nakapapalibutan na naman ang ONIC Philippines itong Team Falcons at si Super Marco ay magsasaman force para makalayo. Pero ito na naman si Sabero para makapag-dish out ng damage at hindi na makakawala pa itong si Bulletproof. Nakakuha sila ng isang tore pero kapalit noon ay ang buhay ni Marco.
At dahil walang gold laner, ang side ng Team Falcons ay lalagyan na agad ng ONIC Philippines sa barikada ang Lord Na To. This is the first Lord of the game at hindi ata makakapag-contest ang Team Falcons.
Took them too long to secure the turret down bottom lane. Kaya naman nakapwesto pa ang team ng ONIC Philippines para maipit sila. And mind you guys, when it comes to chase down, ang daming kits ng ONIC Philippines para habulin ang Team Falcons. May AOG, may Space Escape si King Kong, may BMI si Savero. Kahit anong hero pwede nilang habulin. Kahit anong hero from ONIC kayang umabot sa gusto nilang puntahan.
At makikita natin sa ating Infinix in-game equipment, 9 minutes in ay bumili si Super Friends ng isang Sky Piercer, making sure na kahit pa sabihin natin potentially ay mapitas si Savero ay meron pa rin silang kill pressure coming in from the mid laner. At wala na atang matitira pa dito, makukuha pa rin ng Team Falcons sa atang kanilang purple. Hindi, mapupunta pa rin yon sa kamay ng ONIC Philippines as the Lord marches up top. Medyo hirap na talaga ang Team Falcons dito mga kapatid.
When you think about it, This is already 6.7k. Tila napipilitan na
Ayun na! Pwesto at yung AOD! Ang tatapos sa Santa Makmak na mga manlalaro ng Falcons. Si Kyle na lang ang kanilang itinira. Pero 5 ang buhay pa sa kupunan ng ONIC Philippines. Tutulak yung Torre. Si Kyle ay magdadash away. Pero ramdam mo na ang momentum ng Super Family.
10 segundo naman, mabilis lang at babalik na ang Team Falcons. Pero malaki ang tsansa na makakuha ang ONIC Philippines sa mga inhibitor turrets dito. Pagkamat may mga holy shields pa, pwede pang ipilit yung top lane with the Lord marching up top. Pakiramdam ko, sure ball na yung inhibitor turret na to.
Tol, minamadali talaga nila hanggat wala pa yung 4 kahit pa paano makakuha tayo ng isa, pero si Brusco ay napatalo ng konti ng final flash na rin at mukhang siya ang magiging sakripisyo kapalit ng inhibitor. ONIC will take it dahil nakakuha na sila ng 9,000 kalamangan.
Maliit na bariyang binayaran ng ONIC Philippines sa laki ng nakuha nila. Throne of Ruins sa harap, AOG sa likod. Wala nang no choice yung Team Falcons. Kung saan sila pupunta, wala nang kaliwa, kanan, harap, likod. Lahat ay covered ng ONIC Philippines and now they're up by 9k. That's 3 items in total and they have full control of the map.
And I love how you mentioned full control dahil kung tinignan natin yung gold timeline ng larong ito ay hindi talaga nahawakan ng Team Falcons ang gold lead kahit isang beses. Simula minute number 2 all the way to 11 minutes as of now ay hawak ng ONIC Philippines ang gold lead at palaki lamang ito ng palaki with 9,000 deficit. Kontra dito sa Team Falcons ay makikita natin na magse-set up na ang ONIC Philippines sa pag-invade. In 40 seconds from now, lalabas na naman yung Lord. Kaya bang lumaban ng Team Falcons sa upcoming Lord?
To be honest, hindi. Not if mahuli nila etong si King Kong. That's the only way that they can win that Lord fight if and only if ma-pick off ni Ogwen si King Kong at ma-burst na mabilis ng team ng Falcons. And right now, kailangan nilang pumosisyon ng sobrang aga kasi kung hindi nila gagawin yun, mauuna na sa pwesto. Just like what's happening. Nandyan na agad etong si Brusco and Super Prince.
At sila pa yata yung mapipick offan si Ogwen. Medyo pinapatagal pa yung laban. He's still able to stay alive.
Princess!
But then Prince says no. Crimson Beacon. Wow! Naman yung Throne of Ruin mula kay Kirk. It's going haywire para dito sa kupunan ng ONIC Philippines. Yung Saman first na naman para makapag-dish out and damage. Si Super Marco. Pero si Savero ang mukhang tatapos ng lahat. ONIC just doesn't want to show that they have what it takes. Gusto nilang dominahin ang Team Falcons. And in 12 minutes, tinapos ang game number 1.
Mainit na simula para sa ONIC Philippines. Dominant, aggressive, invasive. Lahat na pwedeng isan-isan pa. Napakasakit ng ginawa ng ONIC.
Pinag-uusapan pa lang natin, the only way that Team Falcons will win that Lord fight is if and only if mahuhuli si King Kong. And yung instrumento ng Team Falcons would be open. But anong ginawa ng ONIC Philippines? Hinuli nila yung dapat manghuhuli. That is why they got this game 1.
Napakagandang observation, Joshi. Hindi nakagawa ng plays dito ang side ng Team Falcons dahil nalaman nga talaga ng ONIC Philippines na umaasa sila na makapag-pick up si Ogwen at paulit-ulit nilang hinanap ang roamer ng Team Falcons dito. Kaya naman nahirapan talaga tumepensa at umupensa na rin ang side ng Team Falcons. And looking at our highlights, this was mostly ONIC Philippines dahil hindi nga nahawakan ng Team Falcons ang lamang dito sa ating game number 1.
Tol, this is just a really amazing performance mula kay Super Prince. Yung mid lane pick-off nila kay Kyle yung naglagay sa kanila sa napakagandang pwesto. And the captain is the MVP of that game, the suspect of that kill.
Napakalaking bagay ng ginagawa ni Super Prince. Kung kailangan ng Team Falcons ng oras para mag-initiate, siya yung nagiging gap, siya yung nagiging showstopper from ONIC Philippines. Hindi niya hinahayaan na makalampas kay Brusco, which is yung initial contact, yung first contact na meron ang ONIC Philippines. Walang nakakalampas doon due to this man because of Super Prince. Kahit pa sabihin natin late na yung kanyang Skypiercer pickup, that's his 2.5 item dahil meron siya ditong elegant gem. Okay lang yun eh kasi hanggat may mana siya, hanggat nakakapag-dish out siya ng constant damage over time, yun na yung key factor eh. Hindi makakagalaw at hindi makakalaban ng Team Falcons.
At nakita natin gumana din yung Sky Piercer na yon. In fact, doon sa pinakahuling pick-up nila doon kay Ogwen sa baba ay mabubuhay na sana ng kakarampot ang buhay si Ogwen. Pero nadaplisan ng lantern nito ni Super Friends. Kaya naman natuluyan na sadly para sa Team Falcons. At dahil dyan, ONIC Philippines, pinagpatuloy lamang nilang pagkuha ng mga objektibo. But let's talk about the team fighting. Naging napakaganda ng mga pasok nila Kirk, mga pasok nila Brusco. Paano ba nila nasiset up yun?
Very perfect example. Dahil nga din sa ginagawa ni Super Friends na hindi makakalapit ang mga members dito ng Team Falcons, nagkakaroon na ng narrow line kung saan dadaan at saan pupunta. And yun yung nakikita nila Kirk and even ito ni Brusco. Yung moment na paback pa lang ang mga members ng Team Falcons, that is the perfect time for re-engagement na ginagawa naman nila Kirk, that blood gleam, that AOG, and even yung layer ng Blazing Duet na pasok ni Savero, perfecto para sa ONIC Philippines.
You know, I'd also like to add yung naging draft decision dito ng Team Falcons na kung saan pumili sila ng Kalea at ng Valentina. It doesn't have a lot of burst at yung makakatulong sana sa kanila na suyo nitong si Kyle ay siya pang nabigyan noong simula.
Yep.
So, the more eliminations that ONIC Philippines got dun sa early portions ng ating laro, the lesser yung mga targets na kakailangan nila para makasecure ng panalo in this game number 1. Dahil kung sisilipin natin, si Ogwen ang dapat na mag-make ng play pero si Ogwen din yung kailangan humarap at ONIC does have enough damage to take him down.
Ngayon ko lang din na-realize to, parang ang dami palang responsibilidad ni Ogwen na sa larong ito. Tipong, as you said, haharap ka, ikaw pa hanap, ikaw pa vision. And to be fair, hindi rin kasi natin pwede ma-expect yun galing kay Flap considering that this is an Arlot. Hindi naman siya yung pangharap na hero. Gusto mo may kulang factor ka pa rin when you're using this Arlot.
Tapos gusto mo rin na dumive ng backline. And we've seen that a couple of times na yun yung ginagawa ng Team Falcons. Yung picture ng kanilang clash is si Ogwen sa harap, tapos magpapano sila ng overextension, si Flap sa likod, susubukang huliin yung Harley because he alone, kaya naman niyang lumaban doon sa isang Harley, may damage ang isang Arlot. But unfortunately, nagalawan ng ONIC Philippines right from that first turtle, yung hindi tumamang final slash and yung continuous snowball na nakuha ng ONIC Philippines. Remember, this is a Harley we're talking about. We're not talking about a Fredrin na madaling pabagsakin yung power. And this is a Harley na kapag nakakuha ng dalawang items, it's almost impossible na mahanap mo o madali mo. Remember, yung Genius 1 and yung Lightning Transfer nagbibigay ng cooldown reduction. So that is why mas naging okay for King Kong na, sige, gagalawan ko ng gagalawan. Kayo nang bahala dyan. Papasok ako kung kailangan. And that's what happened from ONIC Philippines.
And you're right, nakuha niya ang kanyang second item na Lightning Truncheon by minute 7.
Yes.
Kung saan hirap na rin. Hirap na nga at Team Falcons sa hanapin itong jungler na to. And by minute number 7, near elusive na talaga itong Harley na ito considering na wala ng cooldown technically yung space escape niya as you said. This was a fairly short game as well. One of the shortest if I'm being honest. Ang shortest natin record so far para sa playoff season 17 would be 10 minutes 30. This time, 2 minuto lamang ang nilamang sa record na yon. And to think this is our lower bracket finals, how big of a deal is this na makakakuha ka ng dominant victory game number 1? Kung tutuusin mga pare, wala pang panalo ang Falcons kontra ONIC.
Oo nga, during the postseason.
Yes.
Right? Because this is where it really matters. Yung mga regular season affairs, it placed you in a really good spot. That's where it stops. Pero pagdating ng playoffs, it needs to be something different. At yun yung ginawa ng ONIC Philippines. Mentally resetting, actually preparing, and then getting this game 1 win.
Well, MPL fans, may mga bagong beasts sa Land of Dawn. With the Infinix GT Watch 5 Pro on your wrist, GT Buds 5 in your ears, and GT50 Pro in your hands, you can now unleash the liquid cooling beast. Powered by HydroFlow Liquid Cooling and 144 FPS MLBB certified performance, no lag, no heat, pure cool, pure speed every game.
And of course, as a gift for our MPL superfans, Infinix is launching an exclusive payday sale from May 27 to 31 with up to 30% off discount. Scan the QR code now and grab these sulit deals.
And for those MPL fans here at San Juan Arena, enjoy the exclusive GT50 Pro pre-order with 11,999 worth of freebies and discounts, including an Infinix MPL jacket. The first 10 pre-orders daily at the Infinix booth will get free Grand Finals tickets. Kaya naman wag na kayong magpahuli. go get your Infinix today.
Imaginein mo, no, nag-pre-order ka na nga ng napakalupit na phone ay magkakaroon ka pa ng Grand Finals tickets na by the way ay di ko nga alam, sold out na ata yun bukas eh. By the way, to dominate the land of Dawn, you need a connection that never lets you down. From scouting rotations to tracking the pros, stay online and in the zone.
Power up with the Smart Power All 99. Get 10 gigabits of data for MLBB and your favorite apps, plus unlimited FB, calls, and texts. Share every GG moment with Smart, the simply reliable partner of the MPL.
At napaka-reliable talaga ng ating mga partners dito at hindi lang yon dahil it's history, it's in the making. Super fans, the very first MCGG crew clash has officially kicked off and the competition is heating up.
That's right, because your favorite KOLs are locking in their crews right now and are clashing head-on for ultimate bragging rights.
And you too can get in on the action. Scan the QR code now to support your favorite KOLs and get a chance to score massive rewards. Let's go!
O yun na, may mga Pilipino tayo dyan. Nandyan sila Flap, nandyan din si Albert. Ay, joke lang, Indonesian pala si Albert.
May pusong Pinoy siguro.
May pusong Pinoy, may pusong Pinoy.
Hindi yun. Honorary.
Shoutout sa'yo, Albert. Naalala ka namin. Ayan. And by the way, di lamang yan ang ating mga katuwaan dito dahil you can now bring your gay face on for your smart power pose. Gayahin lamang ang pose si Super Prince dyan. May konting ngiti, may dalawang daliri. I-fast forward lamang ng konti. Ayan o, ang daming mga Super Prince ha. O, chinitong Super Prince. Ayan o. Morenong Super Prince.
Morenong Super Prince.
Moreno. Chinitong Super Prince.
Ibabalik pa natin?
Morenong Super Prince.
Ayan na.
Ayun na.
Alam mo ba't siya nakuha?
Bakit?
Nakatagilid yung kanya eh.
Nakatagilid kasi
Yung isa kasi pa-vertical eh. Bawal mali.
Alam mo din kung bakit?
Bakit?
Moreno din kasi Super Prince.
Moreno din. Ayan. Tubong tanza yan. Tubong tanza. Ayan. At syempre, nakikita natin na masaya na ang ating mga MPL Superfans. Pasayahin pa natin. Mas lalo. Dahil alam natin na hindi lang naman ang marami tayong pinapamigay dito. Superfans, alam nyo ba na ang mga lalaki ay 5 times more prone to dandruff? Don't let flakes ruin your focus.
Power up with Clear Men. Its triple cooling power gives you 100% dandruff-free hair for that ultimate fresh feeling. Supercharged with Clear.
Grabe, no? Required talagang humawi ng buhok. Wow! One last bago bumalik. One last.
Hawi mo.
Ay, wala.
Hindi na kailangan kasi parang ayos na daw eh.
Ano na eh? Two months na eh.
Complete na Kimpi na eh. Okay na yun eh.
Kimpi ba na tawag doon?
Oo, Kimpi yata yun.
Ano yung tinatawag nilang middle part? Yung gano'n ba?
Baka yun.
Sikat daw kasi ngayon yung middle part.
Middle part? Alam ko lang best part eh.
Ay.
Shoutout sa mga nagpunta sa concert.
Shoutout sa mga nagpunta sa concert, by the way. Shoutout sa mga ka-best part natin dyan. Ano kayang pakiramdam na maging best part ng isang tao?
Oo nga.
Hindi ko alam eh.
Isa sa anim sa atin dito, alam yan. Pero hindi ko alam kung sino. Kayo nang bahala.
Parang, kung nanood lang kayo ng mga interview kahapon, medyo naintindihan mo na siguro.
Naintindihan mo na.
Pero speaking of interviews, mamaya-maya lamang ay may kakausapin tayo mga malupit. Pero sa ngayon ay syempre, lulutuin na natin yan. Nakapwesto na daw sa stage, mga idol. Puntahan na natin ang ating mga host dahil meron tayong malupit na bisita.
Ibang-ibang energy dito sa Champions Arena. Pero bago tayo bumalik sa kaba ng games na yon, we're here with a guest, Denise.
At kilala siya as Jensen Guino. He is from EMI Records Philippines. Jensen, welcome to the Champions Arena. Kanina sabi mo mahihain ka. Kamusta? Napakaraming tao dito ngayon.
Hello po sa mga nanonood ngayon. Ayan.
Kamusta naman? Kasi balita ko, ikaw ay isang ML player at MPL fan.
Sakto lang naman.
Sakto lang.
Opo.
Pero meron siyang binabanggit kanina na sinusuportahan. Sino ba yung sinusuportahan mo dun?
Ayan, actually, yung mga friends ko na tumugtog kanina, yung Off to Neverland. And of course, naka-green ako ngayon, so ayan, Falcons.
Ooh, Falcons. At sino naman sa Falcons, specific player, ang favorite mo?
Si Super Marco. Kasi rin ako marksman user.
Marksman, and specifically, anong hero yung lagi mong ginagamit?
Clint.
Clint.
Favorite ko yung Clint.
And I heard, Jensen, that this is your first time watching here live.
Opo. Madalas kasi sa online lang, sa YouTube lang po na.
So ano naman, kamusta ang experience na nararamdaman mo yung kaba?
Ayan, masaya. Tsaka maingay. Di ba?
Totoo, di ba? Super fans, maingay kayo. Di ba? Maingay nga talaga sila. Pero ito, since sinusuportahan mo ay Falcon, and they are, ONIC is up by 1. Anong message mo sa Green Falcons?
Ayun na, game 1 pa lang naman, so marami pang mangyayari. Diba? Yan, good luck sa both players.
And you know, Jensen, since you're a singer-songwriter, susulitin na naman yung pagbisita mo here sa Champions Arena. Baka naman pwede kaming makahingi ng sample na song?
Ay, sige. So, anin ko na lang, kantahin ko na lang yung unreleased song ko. Pero soon, marirelease din siya. Title nun, Sweetheart. So, ito yung chorus niya. Sweetheart, lagi kang uwian, lagi kang tatabihan sa tuwing sasapit ang gabing kay lamig.
Palakpakan naman natin, Jensen Guino, ladies and gentlemen.
Ang lamig ng boses.
No, but it's true. Hindi ka na. Magaling talaga, magaling. Just like your friends kanina, no? All from UMG, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Denise, and magandang stream soon yung Sweetheart na music na yon. Siyempre, kapag may kaduo ka sa ML, it's the perfect Sweetheart moment. But maya-maya lang ay babalik na tayo sa aksyon sa game natin na best of 7 and we'll see if makakabawi ba ang Falcons or magpapatuloy ba ang Team ONIC. But meanwhile, ibabalik na natin to sa ating casters.
Abisado ko na. Parang parang naramdaman mo na hindi ko mangyayari
Nagulat ako doon. Ang lamig ha. May shoutout sa'yo, Coach Moody. Pero ito talaga, nako. Nagtataka kami doon sa panel bakit hindi napili ang Moscow. I like what the term that you used earlier, that Moscow allergy. And I think that most of the fans of Falcons are quite expecting this hero to be picked up in the last minute. Parang lahat ng signals nandun eh. And yung best Moscow player natin dito sa Pilipinas for a long time, hindi nakahawakan yung Moscow.
Well, I mean, you could see though what Falcons were thinking about with the R-Lot, with the Harith. Pero yung ngayon sinasabi namin, mas mahirap siya i-pull off. It's so much more demanding to make work. So let's see some clips that would maybe help supplement that, or at the same time get a good feel as to how ONIC Philippines took care of that really quickly.
So tinignan natin dito yung bandang 9-minute sensing. Although lamang naman yung ONIC Philippines at this point. Pero papakitaan nila tayo ng symphony of skills as Coach Kenji would say. Ayun no, napakagandang initiation coming out from Kirk, but the backup was even better. Kaso nga lang yung mga ganito play, hindi ito yung parang pwede natin sabihin na talagang matindi. Kasi parang ginalingan lang ng ONIC Philippines, but this one, somebody is stepping up once again. We talked about how the Golden Real needs to be won by Falcons, but this time, yung mga initiation na naman at syempre, yung blazing duet that eventually will come from Savero, yung timing talaga ditong ating import mula sa Indonesia, really impeccable at all times. There's really not much to explain on that, pero yung fact na stagger nila yung kanilang mga team fighting tools that allowed them to actually win against Team Falcon.
Yeah, and say what you will about drafts, at the end of the day, if the opposing team just look like they're performing better than you, they're executing better, and especially with how ONIC Philippines played that game number 1, there's only so much that you can say about going back and calling back to, oh, I wish they picked this, I wish they banned this instead. We have to acknowledge ONIC Philippines just look really great today.
Yeah. At Renmar, you mentioned to me earlier, off-cam mo naman ito nasabi, na yung lineup dito ng Team Falcons in the game number 1 was time composition, or they want to go for the burst, I guess the time composition. At ang ginawa ng Team ONIC Philippines, they staggered yung kanilang mga team fights. So parang imagine mo siya na parang imbes na bayaran nila ng buo yung kalaban nila, yung kanilang utang, installment nila. That allowed them actually to have even more tools as the team fight progressed. So yun yung naging advantage din ng ONIC Philippines.
I think for Falcons now in this, as we head into the draft. Oh wait, before we talk about Falcons, let's talk about these stats on screen right now. For King Kong, 1,067 GPM. The highest GPM in a game in MPL PH playoffs history was in the Season 14 upper bracket finals. Of course, also against then Falcons AP Brent. Game number 4. It was the Suyo. It was during the time right before Suyo got, before the little bit of changes to balance him out. This is when he still had the magic defense with his immortal form.
Oo, yung talagang masasabi nating OP na Suyo. Pag nahawakan ni King Kong, talagang nakakatakot. But at the same time, hindi pa ito yung updated na mapa. But of course, parang pwede nating expect na itatanggalin to ng Team Falcons away from them. That's probably why the priority on the Suyo was there for Team Falcons, despite them being a primarily Guinevere type of team.
Yeah. have seen, though, earlier in the season as well, some great performances from Kyle on this Suyo. So it just makes a lot of sense. The Harley got through, though, in the end. And, well, Super Friends, of course, the MVP from game number 1, just had a terrific game. Welcome back to the draft. This time we're, as we mentioned, going to Broken Walls, game number 2. I wouldn't be surprised if ONIC Philippines do end up in the blue side here. Yep, there they are.
Okay, so blue side. Ang mga priorities is going to be the Marcel still. Don't want to give it to team of Falcons. I wonder if Falcons are concerned about the Pakito once again, if they will plan it out.
Yeah.
Baka mag-sugal sila in a way na ibigay muna nila, i-open nila yung Pakito kasi meron ding naman chance na hindi ito priority ng Team ONIC.
Yeah. We did see some draft patterns from yesterday, though. I think it was from the second series, more of between Omega and Falcons. Wherein, and this is what we were talking about before the start of the day, with the Phobius banned out by blue side, Falcons banning out the Fray, of course, rightfully so. There's a chance of the Paquito showing up as the first pick on the blue. So that's still the possibility. ONIC, that might be where they're headed towards because they themselves banned out the Jushin as the first pick. Yeah,
that's right. So, ang ina-expect din natin dito is the Harley, but it wasn't. It was even last pick to the previous game. So baka pwede nating makita dito sa dating game na ulit deprioritized yung hero na yon. I can't seem to remember. There was the Paquito. It should be the Paquito. The last one, but we'll see if Falcons will open it up. So far, it's the Fanny. If I've seen that correctly, yes, it is the Fanny. Yeah. Okay, so last ban, expecting natin is Paquito, but many things can happen. It's the playoffs. It's a best of 7 nga pala. So may chance na mag-open pa yung mga teams natin.
Yeah, that's true. With the longer series, you have a chance to usually open things that you don't usually open. So yeah, they'd rather ban on the box show. Rightfully so. I think it's a well-warranted respect ban towards King Kong and ONIC Philippines as a whole team to take it out. And as expected,
that's
we were talking about it. There's the Paquito. Falcons though, let's see if they'll go for a faster roam. They'll get the Claude most likely.
Yep, and maybe the Kalea as well. Yep, Claude Kalea. So still no Moscow for Falcons, pero tingin ko yung mga first pick na Claude, understandable. I think I can, you can pass. All right. So Falcons, ONIC, without the back shot, they can move back dun sa kanilang mga priorities earlier, pero wala kasing Jushin ngayon na available, so they might just go for a Gord or a Valentina. And what if i-prioritize din nila yung Atlas na ngayon ay pinangsasagot sa Kalea? So what if this is like Gord Atlas or Eve Atlas as the secondary picks wala sa ONIC?
I'm a little bit more towards the Gord here. And yes, the first time we saw Atlas this season was it was used by TNC. I think if I'm not mistaken, that was their match against Aurora in week 4, week 5. That was their response towards the Kalea. The Kalea has a hard time. But ONIC, they're giving themselves some time. Roman mid later. They want to see what Haji will end up with first. Now they pick up the Harith and the Lemon. Oh wait, no, yeah, I get why it's tough for them to pick up the
Harith.
The Atlas already is because the Valentina is still open.
Tama. Which is now going to be picked up by Falcons.
There we go, yeah.
So it's still the combo, Kalea and the Valentina, but this time it's going to be the Claude. Pero mukhang mababan na sa kanila yung Suyo. I highly doubt that ONIC Philippines will let that through. And that's Atlas na sila ang magbabaan. That's by Team Falcons, I mean. Yeah.
That's kind of interesting to me. I thought that because now that they have the Valentina, they don't have to worry much about the Atlas. So.
Okay. Siguro kasi nire-respeto nila yung idea na Brusco pa rin to.
Yeah. And it is difficult to get mid-control and mid-priority if you're a Valentina going up against an Atlas. I understand.
Right. And I guess sa mga ganitong moments, ang ibaban is the Guinevere, probably from ONIC. Maybe the Suyo eventually.
Yeah.
Atlas and probably Hylos para sa Falcons na ban?
Yeah. That opens up most likely, I think they're going to end up with the Khalid. Usually teams who want to pick up the Khalid in the second phase, they want to take out the Guinevere. So that could be also one of their options. If they just want to play fast, go for speed, it won't pack or revitalize. But with them most likely taking away either the Hylos or Gacha, one of those. Yeah, there.
That's the Gacha. Sa ngayon, ng ONIC, will they consider the Suyo ban or just the Fredrin this time? Understanding na parang may option kasi ang Falcons na kumuha ng utility kapag damage type yung XP ng kalaban. So that could be a consideration for ONIC.
Yeah, plus you get the passive from the Fred a bit more. Such a good ban by ONIC.
Alright. So what do you pick now? You still have the Suyo if you're Falcons.
Yeah.
At the same time, parang yun ba yung gusto mo talaga priority ngayon? They can go for the Flap Hero. So that is, it's still the Suyo. Medyo na no choice sila doon. Okay, now it gets interesting. What is your mid duo? Kaja is available, pinasasagot sa isang kali. I think yung Gord still is warranted here. I think yun na yung pick nila.
Yeah, I think it also depends really on the mid. Like, if they end up getting an Eve, then they pair it up with a high loss. If it's not an Eve, then it's a Gord, then not the high loss.
Then not the high loss, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be something else.
So, tingin ko, this is Gord Cho.
Gord Cho. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is chowable.
Yep. Since wala na, nagbigay ka rin naman ng isang ultimate. The Leomord is already open, the Fantasy is already picked up. Parang understood mo na makakuha ng good ulti itong si Valentina. Why that go Gorge or glue and Gord? Okay.
Oh. Ooh, Hylos Valier.
Hylos Valier. Very well.
Crazy. Yeah. Tough pokes might be somewhat tough for the Valentina and the Kalea.
Yeah.
Well, it depends a lot on Haji and how he handles the exchange against the Valier.
Now, we're left with the options dito para kay Flap. There is the Benedetta, Esmeralda, least of my friends. But it is good versus the Paquito, tas may shields din yung Harit. So siguro yun. However, I don't like the odds for Esmeralda up against the Valier and traditionally itong Hylos. So, alam ko hindi mo pa itatanong sa akin dito, pero mukhang pipiliin ko na yung ONIC Philippines, Renmar. I really like the idea of this Hylos plus the Valier as their last pick.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning a little bit more towards the ONIC Philippines for this one as well, but I want to see how this Esmeralda with a sprint is gonna do. It's a toss coin. A coin toss for me up in the air.
For sure. So ang benefit ng isang Valier is of course HP-based damage, panggulo dun sa Kalea, and of course yung supplementary damage mula sa malayo para tulungan ng isang Paquito.
Alright, casters, you ready? Let's go!
Rinig na rinig sa San Juan Arena ang energy mula sa parehas na koponan. At matapos manalo ng ONIC Philippines kanina in a dominant game number 1 ay naghahanap ng bawi ang Team Falcons. Tignan natin kung saan mapupunta ang game number 2 sa pagpasok natin sa Land of Dawn.
You know, curiously, I'm wondering what is the idea behind the Kalea and the Valentina again. Medyo tinakil na to ng ating on-ground panel kanina, but you just don't have the burst enough para makapag-dish ng damage in the early portions of this game. Kaya kung mapapansin mo, compared to the first minute of game number 1, medyo nagti-TH or tower hug na lang yung mid lane duo ng Team Falcons.
Medyo talagang lugi din talaga sila dun sa poke na kayang gawin ng ONIC Philippines, considering this is a Valier na high loss. Super Friends though, medyo low on HP. But to answer your question, I think yung maximum value nung Kalea and the Valentina would not be because of the combo.
Here we go again. It's gonna be Ogwen na malalatagan na naman ng damage, pero si Super Prince naman ay makakat to 33% of his HP. Still safe for both teams.
Hindi masyado nagre-risk ang parehas sa koponan ngayon in game number 2 para nag-aantayan sila ng kanilang mga power spike. And in terms of sustained combat, Joshi, sino pa ang makakalamang dito? Parang parehas kasing pangmatagalan yung lineup eh.
Para sustain, pero nandun tayo sa thought ng level 4 dependencies. For ONIC Philippines, ang level 4 nila, may Zaman Force, may Glorious Pathway, may Insta Purica mula dun sa Valier, and yung Phantom Steed mula dun sa Leomord. But for the side of Falcons, ang level 4 dependency nila would be yung kopya ng ultimate, could be the Glorious Pathway na kokopya ni Haji, and also yung buhat mula kay Ogwen, plus yung damage ng Falling Star Moon mula dun sa Esmeralda. We get the idea. The Esmeralda is para doon sa Paquito, doon sa lane dominance, and even doon sa Harit if ever man na magkaroon na ng 5v5 team fight. Pero ang magiging problema ni Flap dito would be that Valier and that Hylos. Once mabuo yung mga counter items, mahihirapan siyang promonta.
At ito ang unang pagong ng ating laro kung saan Team Falcons ang mauunang pumwesto bagamat nandiyan si King Kong at Brusco para mag-contest.
Wala pa nakokopya ng ultimate. Itong si Haji, si King Kong ay lalabas sa tulong ng kanyang Phantom Steed at matutulak niya si Ogwen, pero makakatakas pa naman ng bahagya. It's gonna be King Kong na maghahabol pa rin para sa roamer na ito. Hindi niya papauwin, and that's gonna be the first blood para sa ONIC Philippines. Si Brusco naman ang hinahabol ngayon ng Team Falcons. Phantom Steed pabalik. At si Haji naman, si Flap pala ang makakuha ng kill sa tulong ng Falling Star Moon. Nabaliktad ang sitwasyon. Team Falcons naman ngayon para sa unang pagong.
At nakuha man yung first blood si Super Friends!
Piso!
Isang piso na lang, hindi pa nabigay. Team Falcons pa rin ang nakakalamang nakuha nila ang unang pagong.
That's what we've been talking about this Esmeralda pick. Damage is there. Kunat nandyan. Pero merong certain time, darating sa punto na hindi na siya makunat sa side ng ONIC Philippines. Pero ngayon, na makunat pa siya at masakit yung damage niya, kailangan ma-maximize yun ng Team Falcons. Because again, walang pure synergy ang meron ng Valentina at ang Kalea. Ang value mo dito would be their individuality. Ogwen with the Kalea, pwede siyang bumuhat at mag-isolate ng isang member from ONIC Philippines, and mainly that's gonna be King Kong. And para naman sa Valentina, yung kopya ng Glorious Pathway para mabalanse yung mismong itsura ng composition na meron sila. Because right now, nasa pick-off-centric type of lineup sila. Pero pag kinopya niya yung Glorious Pathway, nagiging team-fight-centric yung status ng Team Falcons.
Wow. And ibig sabihin lang no, pwedeng palang mag-switch ang Team Falcons dito kung anong kailangan nila para sa tamang panahon. At matagal-tagal pa naman bago ang susunod na pagong. Nagsusuntukan lamang si Super Marco at Savero dito. Pero nakakalamang si Savero on this Harith against a late game Claude. So far, hindi pa naman ganun kalaki ang kalamangan ng Team Falcons kontra ONIC Philippines. This is still anybody's ball game. Pero ano ba yung power spike na inaabangan ng ONIC Philippines dito?
For ONIC Philippines, kailangan nila ng Warrock's Endless Battle mula kay King Kong. Probably at around 7 minutes. Yun yung time na mas sila yung magpo-force sa mga team fight against Team Falcons. And also, yung Dominance Ice na pwedeng kunin or yung Glowing One na pwedeng kunin ni Super Friends and ni Brusco. Yun yung pinakailangan nila up against Flap dahil sa early game talagang mangingibabaw yung kakunatan and again, damage output ng Esmeralda considering napapunta si Flap sa isang Enchanted Talisman.
And looking at the Infinix in-game equipment, teka lang Savero, mabibigyan ng bagya. Nasilip natin na patungo pa lamang ng DHS dito si Super Marco. Meanwhile, si Savero ay medyo madami-dami na talagang hawak na cooldown reduction. Pero may expect natin sa laban na ito ay may onting kalamangan dapat ng ONIC Philippines. Pero hindi pa ata sila lalaban ngayon pa lang.
Talagang pinapaspasan na ng Team Falcons para makatake sila ngayon. Si Brusco na naman nakalilang mamataan habang nakuha ni Kyle yung pagungat. Andun na naman yung Tsunami Slam para makapag-dish out sana ng damage. Pero si King Kong na naman na naghahabol sa tulong ng kabayo. Pero andun na naman yung Blazing Duet para sana kay Super Marco. Si Kirk ay nawala. Si Super Face ang susunod. Si Flap naghahabol. Si Brusco ay lilikod. Para sana makaharap pa si Savero at si King Kong. Hindi naman damage dealer sa mga natira. Pero liban na naman ang Team Falcons para mag-dish down sa kanila. Si King Kong na lang ang natira. At hindi man lang nag-ibang sitwasyon. Team Falcons naman ang lamang sa ngayon.
Their biggest win in this game number 2. A clean 5-0 wipeout at may pagong pa.
Yun ang pinaka magandang nangyari for Team Falcons. The moment Flap goes in, remember, nakasprint tong Esmeralda na to. So chase is not a problem for Team Falcons Philippines. And also sustainability-wise, lahat sila may means to survive. And wala pang damage output ng ONIC Philippines considering nga na yung mid duo nila ay nakavalir. This is a damage over time. And kung usapang sustainability, lalamang pa rin ng Falcons. Surge of life, there is heals coming in mula dito kay Ogwen.
At sa totoo lang, Josh, tinanong kita kanina kung ano ba ang iniintay ng ONIC Philippines dito. Ano ba yung kailangan nila para makalaban dito sa Team Falcons? And pinagkumpara pa natin si Super Marco and Savero looking at the items pa DHS pa lamang siya noon. Pero nagawa pa rin ng Team Falcons manalo sa isang malaking team fight. Now going back to that question, makakapalag pa ba ang ONIC sa susunod na pagong?
For the next turtle, maaari. Pero kailangan makapwesto ng matindi itong si Super Friends. Siya pa lang ang meron ditong anti-regen. Buo na yung kanyang Genius One, yung Glowing One rather. So siya ang magiging key factor. If and only if matalonan siya ng Team Falcons, mawawala lahat ng yun!
Speaking of talon, nandun yung Falling Star Moon pero wala nang mangyayari pagkatapos nun dahil magbaback away si Brusco and the rest of ONIC Philippines. 3.9k ang kanilang hinahawakan papunta sa susunod na pagong.
And this is the final turtle of the game kung saan ang huling dalawang pagong ay napunta sa kamay ng Team Falcons at sisimulan na rin nila ito ngayon. Pakiramdam ko ang ONIC Philippines ay nag-call na hindi sila papalag. Kaya naman pwede nang ilista all 3 turtles para sa Team Falcons dito sa game number 2.
Deja vu but the complete opposite. All 3 para sa Team Falcon. Sila ngayon na may hawak ng 4.4k gold lead. So the idea for ONIC is to just probably trade. Pero hanggang kailan nila gagawin to?
Kailangan pa nila makabuo ng items. Kailangan pa ng oras para kay Savero. Hindi to tulad ng Claude na kapag minadali mo agad yung pag-scale at inikutan mo ay makukuha mo agad yung value dahil mas malaki nga naman talaga ang AOE ng isang Claude compared to Aharit. Pero ang ONIC Philippines, kailangan pa nilang i-survive itong mid game. Hindi muna dapat sila lumaban. They're not the one to force a team fight. They must just counter-engage dahil yun yung nature ng lineup nila.
Oo, at sa ngayon magpupush na ang ONIC Philippines dito sa may bandang ibaba. Kahit pa natatalo sila kanina sa mga team fights ay may nakukuha pa rin naman sila ang mga objectives. That's their first third na makukuha sa loob ng larong ito. At mukhang mabibigyan pa si Flap.
Flap yung kaminanata nila para sigurado na. That's -1 in favor of ONIC Philippines. Glorious pathway sana para sa overkill. Pero tingnan mo naman yung ginagawa ng ONIC. Si Savero ay gumagawa ng plano para sa kanyang kupunan. Making the most out of the kill and creating space for ONIC PH.
And that just cuts the gold lead mula sa 5,000 patungo na lamang sa 4,000. Mukhang may ginagawang tama ang ONIC Philippines.
Kailangan na mag-ingat ng Team Falcons sa mga ganong klaseng engagements kasi walang sino man from them ang kayang sumustain ng 4-man gank na pwedeng gawin ng ONIC Philippines. And remember, wala pa doon si Savero. That's just Super Prince. And ito si King Kong na nagpo-provide ng damage. And even Kirk, yung initiation niya with that knockout strike, it's enough para bigyan ng 1-2 segundo na makapwesto ang ONIC Philippines and try to take down Flap. And kinailangan lang nila ng at least 6 seconds to burst down on Esmeralda. That's worrisome. Kasi kung Claude yun, hindi lang 6 seconds yun, baka 3 seconds lang namatay yung Claude doon.
And you're right, ito na tayong pinaka-chansa ng ONIC Philippines. Kahit ba lamang ang Team Falcons ng 4,000 ay papunta pa lamang sa Swift Trinity. Dito si Super Marco, wala pang hawak na Corrosion Strike. Corrosive Axe at for Savero naman ay papunta na siya sa kanyang Power Spike. At sisimulan na nga ito ng Team Falcons ang unang Lord ng larong ito at pinapakura na ni Haji ang objective.
Tinutulak na naman si Haji. Kopya niya ngayon yung Phantom Steed. Si Ogwen ay magpapakita pa rin Glorious Pathway ay hindi na kailangan dahil aabutin ng Team Falcons yung HP bar para mapunta sa kanilang major objective. Punteriya naman nila ay yung bandang gitna. Tsunami Slam na naman ang ibabato. Si Flap ay nasa likuran. Si Kyle namimili ng target. Pero si Ogwen mag-flicker away. It's gonna be the Summon Force na hindi masyadong magagamit. At si Kirk nag-aabang sa likod. Alam niya rin Kyle. Alam din ni Haji. Magda-knockout. She puro step na lang para makalayo siya sa pagkakataon na yon, but Falcons have secured the major objective.
And the Lord is marching up top. Team Falcons ay hindi nawalan ng buhay habang kinukuha ang Lord na yon. And looking at the objective so far, lahat ay nakuha ng Team Falcons. Kaya naman nandito na sila sa punto kung saan kapag tumitingin tayo sa ating Infinix in-game equipment, ay isang buong item na ata ang mga nilalamang ng kanilang primary carries.
Let me just repeat this. Even if ONIC wants to contest for that, they just can't. Binanggit natin to kanina ng game number 1 pero Falcons yung nalulugi. But now, it's ONIC receiving the other side of the story na sila naman yung nalulugi. With the Lord marching down the top lane of Team Falcons, they could possibly get those outer turrets down. Maximum revenue na yung makapagpaputok ng energy shields considering na 1 minuto at kalahati na lang yung natitira para dun sa cooldown nun. And now ONIC wants to defend, but Falcon wants to go for the push!
At atake na naman ang kanilang gagawin Glorious Pathway na ilatag na para sana medyo mahirapan itong kupunan ng ONIC PH na makadepensa pero nakalahati lang ang base in terms of the inhibitors. It's A-okay for ONIC. Wala pang basag doon sa tatlo.
At malinis na pagdepensa ang pinakita ng ONIC Philippines. With the help of the Holy Shields ay hindi rin sila nawalan ng buhay pero mukhang mawawalan sila ng mga resources sa loob ng sa kanilang gubat dahil Team Falcons ay mag-i-invade pa rin at binabakuran na rin itong purple buff na ito. Mukhang 70% ng resources sa loob ng mapa ay nakukuha ng Team Falcons at pipilitin yung top lane na.
Bigla ang nag-Glorious Pathway itong si Brusco dahil ina-anticipate niya yung galaw na gagawin itong si Super Marco, but there is no follow-up damage just yet. Yung kaninang 4,000 kalamangan ay umangat na ng halos 6.
Nahawakan na ulit ng Team Falcons yung control sa mapa. And not just that, yung threat pa lang na hindi basta-basta pwede lumaban yung ONIC Philippines dahil nga hindi pa rin nila kaya. Unlike for Team Falcons, na kahit anong gawing initiation ng Team Falcons, okay lang. May it be mauna yung Falling Star Moon o mauna yung buhat ni Ogwen dito, okay lang for them because they've invested so much on their items. Looking at it, pa-Winter Crown na itong si Super Marco. And once ma-complete yun, wala nang pipigil sa kanya. Wala nang threat ng knockout strike na pwede ma-knock up siya or even mamatay siya bago pa man siya makapag-dish out ng damage. And ONIC Philippines, kailangan nilang mag-ingat kasi yung dive ng Team Team Falcons could be really problematic if you're ONIC Philippines.
Oo, and nakita na rin natin kanina yon na talagang kapag pumasok ang Team Falcons, medyo maiilang talaga si Savero considering that Flap is running this Esmeralda na isa sa mga masasabi nating common na pangontra sa isang Harith na nakita na natin during the regular season. Pero sisimulan na nga ng Team Falcons dito ang pangalawang Lord ng larong ito. Last Lord ay nakuha nila walang contest at mukhang wala ding contest na magaganap kaya sila mismo maghahanap ng dugo.
Tingnan mo gaano kabilis yun, men. Si Owen pero nakita niya ay walang iba yung kundi yung roamer na kanilang kupunan. Falling Star mo para hindi na makapag-deal ng damage. Itong ONIC PH pero buhay pa rin si Brusco sa tulong ng Expressway. Falcons, malinis na nakuha yun pero si Kirk hindi pa pala kasama doon. So they will be able to get an objective. Pero mukhang aabutan na siya. Tinitignan siya ni Kyle, ni Flap. Handa ba ang lahat? Kasama na rin si Owen at ibabalibag na siya ng paunti-unti pero hindi na pala kailangan dahil siya'y mawawala sa kamay ng apat na miyembro ng Falcons. 6,000 ang lamang.
Wow, parang sinadya ata ng ONIC Philippines na manatili na lang si Kirk doon para mabigyan din ng espasyo ang iba pang mga miyembro ng Super Family na ma-clear out ang potential threats on other waves. And now for Team Falcons na may katiting na buhay na natitira sa Lord. Anong game plan nila dito?
Kailangan nilang samahan yung Lord. Kailangan nilang mapakrush yung Lord doon sa inhibitor turret. Or if not, mapuwersa lang ang ONIC Philippines na lumaban. Kasi kung ikaw yung Team Falcons, lamang ka dito, kailangan ikaw yung papalag!
Uy, nasan? Yung Tsunami Slam, si Owen hindi na nakapagod ng tuloy-tuloy. Nag-cross paths na naman. Ang iba sa mga glorious pathway, si Kyle magdadish na lang ng arrow. But even though there was no lore, 2 inhibitors ang napabagsak ng Team Falcons angat sa 7,000.
At napaka-importante ng dalawang inhibitor turret na yon sa upcoming Lord natin 100 seconds from now dahil nasa long lane yung isang inhibitor turret na nakuha nila at alam natin that world-class teams, again we're talking about the M5 and the M6 champions here, alam na alam nila kung paano maglaro ng mga waves.
Pwedeng biglang mag-switch ang Team Falcons na teka, hindi natin kailangan pumuwersa dito ng mga bagay-bagay. Lamang tayo. And even yung long lane, wala tayong problema dyan. Diretso for this Lord, even if tumagal yung Lord Dance, lamang pa rin ang Team Falcons because of that. At some point, kailangan umuwi ng ONIC Philippines to address that long lane, to address that slow push, and yun yung magiging go signal for Team Falcons na i-blitz at bilisan na yung pag-takedown ng Lord. Maari nilang ituloy na kuhaan nila, dire-diretso nilang tapusin yung laban if makuha na nila yung Lord. Pero kung ikaw ang ONIC Philippines, kailangan na nilang lumaban. Because if not, they might cost them this game.
We are yet to see a winning team fight mula dito sa ONIC Philippines. Kahit pa sabihin natin that Savero right now is close to building his 6th item. Alam nating napakasakit na ng Harith by that point. Kaya na nga mang one-shot niyan kung sakaling magitnaan ka talaga ng Synchrovision. But for now, for ONIC Philippines, mukhang maingat talaga silang naglalaro. In 35 seconds ay lalabas na rin ang pangatlong Lord ng larong ito kung saan, as you said, Joshi, no, parang kailangan na nilang lumaban. Ang tanong, lalaban ba sa base o lalaban doon sa upcoming Lord?
I think wala silang way para makalabas dito. Dahil sa dalawang inhibitor turns na nawala sa ONIC Philippines, always showed off yung minions ng Team Falcons sa base nila. If lalabas sila, maaaring magkaroon pa ng way ang Team Falcons to get a split push or to even get a segue doon sa mga lanes na nakashow nga yung minions nila. Now 7 seconds in. Wala na silang oras para humabol pa dito dahil covered na ng Team Falcons lahat ng entry points ng ONIC Philippines.
Tingnan mo, kailangan pa talaga nilang mag-clear ng buo dahil alam nila na siguradong sa kanila na mapupunta ang Lord. So si Brusco medyo napalalim ng konti. Sabi Owen, sige, ito na ang ating magiging target pero hindi niya pa ginagamit yung Tsunami Slam. Ngayon pa lang yan. Si Kirk ay tutulong sana. Si King Kong na rin na panakap niya pero walang mangyayari sa pagkakataon na yun. So this is gonna be a -1. Lamang na naman ang Falcons heading into this Lord Siege.
Aabot naman nata si Brusco kapag dumating na yung Lord. Pero masakit dito ay nagamit na yung Revitalize para dito sa ONIC Philippines. At higit na magiging mas mahirap na buhayin dito si Savero sa upcoming Lord push. If you are ONIC Philippines, what is the game plan para sa depensang ito?
Kailangan lang nilang gamitin yung natitirang torre nila sa bottom lane dahil yun din naman yung magiging target ng Team Falcons. Fight for this turret, but now goes Flap!
Super Prince still able to escape sa tulong ng kanyang flicker pero meron pang susunod dahil ito na yung round 2 kasama yung Panginoon. It's gonna be Savero and the rest of the members trying to at least defend pero ito naman yung glorious pathway pero yung lock ay sigurado. Shook at swap na panalo para sa Team Falcons. 1-1 ang seryeng ito.
Equalized! Falcons take game number 2 at mukhang ensured na mahaba ang gabi. Sulit ang ticket para sa ating lower bracket finals.
Team Falcons just answering back with a dominating game after being dominated in game number 1. They let ONIC taste their own medicine. Yung linis ng early game translated to mid and late game without even a contest, without even a battle won by ONIC Philippines, and Team Falcons showing that they can reset.
At kailangan na kailangan talaga nila yung reset na yun. Dahil yung Game 1 ay kung maaalala lang natin, yung Game 1 was a 12-minute game kung saan napaka-dominating talaga ng Super Family. And usually, ang mga teams natin, or yung mga amateur teams or lower-seeded teams, ay hindi na nakaka-reset matapos ng ganong klaseng draw. But we're talking about veterans. Tinitignan natin ang mga the best titans ng MLBB. At reset, no problem yan para kay Flap, na mukhang ating game number 2 MVP on his Esmeralda performance. Kaya naman pala sumasayaw dito sa San Juan Arena.
Sinayawan ba naman yung isa sa mga picks na halos pinagdudahan na hindi natin madalas nakikita sa current meta ngayon? Ang moral of the story, hayaan mo lang pala sila magluto. Valentina Calea, sige sure. Tapos biglang may Esmeralda, sige, panalo naman eh. Depende na lang sa kung paano nila gagawin. And with this Esmeralda sprint hero, Flap made the most out of it.
Di natin masyado makita doon sa kanyang KDA. That's just a 3-1-4. Kung tutusin, parang ang baba naman, parang low impact. Pero when we look at what Flap did, even early doon sa first turtle pa lang, you would see how confident Team Falcons is going in onto this game number 2. With that Esmeralda pick, hindi ito mako-consider na parte ng meta o ng most efficient tactic available. It's an anti-meta na na-develop ng Team Falcons over that Pakito and that Harit na hawak nila. Very good counter against those heroes, and also yung binibigay niyang impact na threat. Kumbaga meron at merong tatalon eh. Hindi lang alam ng ONIC Philippines kung kailan at saan manggagaling. And because of that, Team Falcons Philippines, nakabawi nga sila. And not just that, it gave a lot of space for the members of Team Falcons knowing what to do and where to fight doon sa mga specific moments sa laban.
And all of this happened right before playoffs. Tatandaan natin, hindi pa meta si Pakito noong time na yon. Hindi nga lumanap pa si Esmeralda during the regular season. All of this had to be prepared over the 1 week na inaabangan natin itong playoffs na to. And again, sobrang crazy no. We are looking at the best MLBB teams in the world. And that was a 17-minute game. 17 seconds na lang yung inaabangan bago mangyari yon. ONIC Philippines suffers a defeat against Team Falcons. At katulad ng sinabi nyo kanina, this was a very creative and adaptive way, a solution sa harit na nilabas ni Savero.
Dude, this was just, you know, a let him cook moment para kay Coach Moody at sa buong Team Falcons. Maraming salamat dahil bukod doon sa thought process na ano tawag doon, ang orthodox na approach nitong Team Falcons. Kasi again, you have a bunch more heroes open. It's just that they had a plan in mind at hindi sila titigil hanggang sa ma-execute doon. Kasi kapag gumana, it's gonna be a problem in the banning stage sa mga susunod na laro.
Kasi kung babalikan natin yung draft na yon, open yung Guinevere, pero they still wanted to take that red 3 and red 3 pick na Valentina. Kahit pa sabihin mong, ang ganda sana ng combo, Calea Gwyn. We've seen that a lot from the past matches we've seen, pro or not. Pero hindi pinakailaman yun ng Team Falcons. We have our own way. And again, it's the individuality of those two heroes. Calea for that setup na, o sige, kung nalaban mo ng turtle, buhatin, retrika Kyle. And that Valentina provides a lot of switches. The gears. Si Haji yung pinaka nagiging decision maker ng side ng Team Falcons. Ano bang gagamitin natin? Pa-phantom steed ba tayo? Chase down ba tayo? Team fight ba tayo? Pick off lang tayo? All because of that Valentina pick coming in from Haji.
And I think it also forced out unorthodox picks mula dito sa ONIC Philippines. Bringing out the Valir, kung saan alam naman natin na si Super Fritz ay isa rin sa mga batikan na Valir users talaga ng ating liga. But right now, I feel like the slows and the other stunts na nakikita natin was mostly unreliable against Team Falcons dito, kung saan nagawa pa rin nila. Gusto nilang magawa sa game number 2. Kaya naman meron na tayong even ball game para sa serie na ito. And once again, this is a best of 7 series.
at tatagal na nga ata ang ating gabi mga papi.
Maganda simula. Yan lang ang masasabi ko. Napakaganda ng simula. Both teams have already showcased dominance in a specific game. ONIC Philippines in game number 1, it felt like they were always trading really good. Pagdating naman ng Team Falcons, dinaan nila dun sa macro. They passed it through the team fights and it's just a balance. Now we're down to a best of 5.
Ensureball na mahaba ang ating gabi mga kapatid. Ako, masaya ako dahil lower bracket finals to. Dito na natin malalaman ngayong gabi kung sino ang sunod na grand finalist and of course kung sino din yung susunod na mapupunta sa Esports World Cup live in Paris. And this is a big honor for everyone watching right now. Pero parang teka lang, may nag-ring eh. Hello? Anong meron dyan?
Yes, hello? Yes, Denise. Nasabi sa akin na may sorpresa daw sa screen. At kailangan din natin isama yung mga super fans kung ano nga bang makikita nating surprise. Okay. Let's take a look at our screen. Wow, it's the GT50 Pro. The beast is coming from Infinix. You know what, Denise? I'm so excited for this. And with that, we would like to call our representatives from Infinix, Mr. Sherwin Madarang and Miss Iya Pacheco, to join us here in the Champions Arena. Welcome.
Hello. Hello, Sherwin. Hello, Iya. It's nice having you here.
How's your experience in the Champions Arena?
We can really feel the heat. Parang kailangan ng something na pampalamig.
Ayun, parang dala nyo na nga yung pampalamig, eh, no? And I want to ask Miss Iya, we already know that Infinix has been a strong force in the gaming industry. And like what we have shown on the screen, what makes Infinix the true game changer? Not just for the pro scene, but for the casual gamers as well, specifically the GT50 Pro.
Yes. Ever since we introduced the GT series, we've seen incredible support from our gamers and pro players that are here today. And that's what drives us to keep on innovating. And at Infinix, we ensure that every upgrade that we do really fits the gaming lifestyle of our users. Kaya naman we're very excited to officially launch and unleash the liquid cooling beast that is the GT50 Pro on June 10 here in the Philippines. And the biggest update and also the biggest feature of the phone is that it has an HydroFlow liquid cooling technology. Kaya naman it keeps the phone cool while you play, so you experience no lags, no overheating, and no frame drops.
I'm so excited. Kaya pala lagi nating binabanggit that it has a liquid cooling effect. Perfect for esports players. Now, Miss Iya, you've talked about innovation, you've talked about expansion. Can we expect the Infinix GT series to expand further? And how good is that for the players?
Yes, actually, the GT50 Pro is just the beginning because, yes, we are expanding our GT series to include wearables like the one you see here, the GT Watch 5 Pro. And if you pair it with the GT50 Pro, it acts like a secondary display so you can monitor your notifications and even your heart rate. It also has a long-lasting battery, so this is the perfect combo talaga for gamers.
I'm sold.
So advanced and it fits your lifestyle as well. Makikita mo yung mga kailangan mo talagang makita like the heart rate monitoring, yung din nakita natin with our players. And Sir Sherwin, we want to know, how can our buyers get this Infinix GT50 Pro and the rest of the GT series?
No, we really can't wait to unleash the liquid cooling beast. The new GT50 Pro will be launched this June 10, but we have an early exclusive deals for those who can't wait anymore. For online, you just have to visit the Infinix TikTok shop and get up to 30% off discounts during the MPL playoffs exclusive payday sale. For offline naman, you just have to visit any Infinix stores nationwide for you to enjoy all the gifts and promos, discounts worth up to 11,999. And syempre, hindi naman natin pwede kalimutan, for all the MPL fans here in the arena, you just have to visit our Infinix booth outside for you to get the exclusive GT jacket And we have a bonus because we're giving away for the first 10 customers who will pre-order only for today, we're giving you free MPL Grand Finals ticket.
Oh my gosh! So sa mga gusto makakuha ng Grand Finals ticket, and not just that, sa mga gustong makakuha ng early discounts, visit na kayo sa ating MPL Festival. Alam mo, Denise, I would have to check that out later on.
Yes, at sino bang may ayaw manood ng Grand Finals tomorrow? Thank you to Infinix, but I want to hear your thoughts, Sherwin, because for the longest time, Infinix and MPL have been partners for so many seasons. So how does it feel that you guys are playing this major role of empowering our esports players?
You know, it's been a beautiful journey for us in Infinix because through MPL, it allows us to continue our commitment to the gaming community because it allows us to empower our Filipino talents. We're able to give them a platform where they can grow, compete, and succeed. And I think that's one of the main objectives of Infinix as a brand is to develop high-performing gaming devices, just like the GT series, for us to give them the ultimate gaming experience. And I think it's it makes us happy that we see our local talents not only thrive here in the Philippines, but also locally. And we're happy and proud to be part of something as big as that.
I'm happy to hear that. Thank you so much for supporting local gamers, Filipino gamers, at alam naman natin na nagtathrive tayo even worldwide. Thank you so much, Iya and Sherwin, for being with us today. And sana na-excite din ang ating mga super fans sa mga narinig nila. Palakpakan naman natin ang Infinix! And with that, ito-throw na muna natin sa ating panel. At pwede niyo ba kaming sabayan? When we say lakas ng Pinas, sabay-sabay nating sabihin na palag na to. Okay? Lakas ng Pinas! Palag na to!
Thank you, Odin and Denise, and of course to Infinix with the launch of the GT50 Pro. Really excited to get my hands on that, and wait, you might see a few of us starting to show that off too. So, Falcons got to show off a comeback in that previous game, and it was the two picks that we highlighted. Of course, we had our doubts towards the Esmeralda, but Flap made it work. And with the presence of the Valier, Haji and the Valentina got to mark him.
Tingin ko yun nga yung Valentina yung naging game changer dito sa laban na to. And you would remember that game as a game na pinanaran ni Haji, lalo dun sa mga mid-game choices niya kung ano yung kape niya. But it also started dun sa first turtle pa lang. So I'm gonna show you this clip that is a precedent of what will happen. Kasi itong ONIC Philippines, parang nagkaroon sila ng awkward situation where gusto nilang kumukunin yung kill dito kay Ogwen, pero makapag-sustain si Ogwen for a little bit, nakausog siya ng konti doon. Tapos ito si King Kong, mapapansin nyo na magdadalawang isip siya kung i-go ko ba to o hindi. He has the retribution, pero parang hindi pa enough yung mga skills niya. So parang kailangan niyang i-commit to kanyang battle spell, which is retribution. Tapos, that will mean that Falcons will eventually get their hands on the turtle for free dahil na-retry na nga. Tapos, Brusco was low. You could give the ultimate naman na kinopen ni Haji na naging sulit na nga. Eventually, Flap will get the kill, but this is the start of the snowball na makita natin mula sa Falcons. So, it all started with that awkward spot na nilagay ng Falcons itong si Kinko that eventually snowballed because Haji was able to just control and pilot this Valentina like a boss.
And this is why Valentina for Haji has been his best pick, and Haji is statistically the best Valentina so far in MPL Philippines 17, at least for majority of the stats in the regular season. And you can expect that if there are heroes such as Lapu-Lapu or the Leomord, the Valentina loves cosplaying as those two. Now, my question is ONIC willing to give that? Because so far it seems like Falcons definitely, I think Claude for Severo, they should just not give that anymore. Meanwhile, the Valentina for Haji, I think they shouldn't give it. But before we talk about the draft, I think we can do something here. Oh, there's people around us. Hi, everyone! Cool. All right, so we're going to do a little trip around the arena. I've always wanted to do this. I was always a big fan of... wait, this is part of my dreams. Hey everybody, my name is Renmore. Welcome to my crib. Well, I don't actually live here, but you know, this is our home. This is the Champions Arena. All the way up until the end, you see our fans. We're actually here on the Falcon side. Wolf, you can go ahead, sir. You go ahead.
All right. So, hello.
Guys, this is your moment. Time to show off. Show off. Say hi to the crowd right now. Everybody, as we pass by with the camera, wave and make some noise. Clip this. Here gonna want to put this in your VTR for your wedding when you get married. You want to show this to your
Pinapaupo
grandkids.
tayo saglit. Okay, so ano? Okay, so Falcons fan ba tayo, kuya?
Yes.
Ano ang, sino ang favorite na player mo sa Falcons?
Kyle.
Woo! Ano ang one word na to describe Kyle?
Magaling.
Magaling. Okay,
Alright.
Very simple, very simple. Alright, thank you,
One
kuya.
word pero dalawang beses pinitaw. One word pa rin yun. Tama naman. Okay. So, yeah, here in the Champions Arena, here at the San Juan Arena, it's just a great experience, of course, with the fans. They're always so energetic about this and with the super fam side.
Okay.
How's everyone doing?
Mga merong sobrang excited dito, kuya. Sonics.
Why are you showing off your Instagram, bro? Follow him. Give him a follow. Wait, did I see a newborn baby? Who showed a picture of a newborn? Are you new parents? Oh, that's cute. Congratulations. Oh, your niece.
Okay,
oh, congratulations to the family. Hey, make some noise for their family. The super fam just got even bigger.
Alright. Should we still uy, can you translate this for us, Mr. Redmark? Medyo familiar naman tayo dun sa Semangat.
Oh, Semangat Saveros. Tell them fight, Savero.
From Indonesia.
Oh, you're from Indonesia. Okay. You came from Indonesia, alright. Okay, so.
Indonesia jersey.
Oh, okay. So are you supporting Savero?
Indonesian.
Okay. Semangat. Alright.
See, apa kabar? Baik?
Baik.
Okay. Good. All right. So, of course, wait, I'm getting tired, man. I didn't expect to go around. I didn't get that much sleep, but don't worry. Right now, you're seeing the players on the screen, but we're still going around the arena as we go around. Super fam, make some noise! But I'm pretty sure the Falcons won't let up. Falcons Nest, make some noise! We loud here in MPL PH.
Shoutouts to our Indonesian fans who actually flew here to the Philippines just to support their Indonesian representative. Of course, Savero is here. So, terima kasih for coming here.
Terima kasih, that is Kare salamat.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Forgetting to thank you in French.
Merci.
Merci?
Merci. Merci. Tama ba?
Yeah,
right? I think so.
Dude, I'm gaslighting myself and thinking, is it bonjour? Wait, no, that's hello.
That's hello.
All right, we're in the draft, and
okay.
I sort of missed what maps we're in. That was a bit of a hike.
Medyo hindi ko in-expect na mag-workout ngayong araw na to.
Yeah, it's all right.
Ano pala yun?
I'm
Shoutout kina Hans at Bri. Akala ko hindi siya nakakapagod. Sa una, nakakahingal pala.
Yeah, it is. All right, folks, watch the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Drafting phase. Don't you ever wonder why we have a countdown for the drafting phase?
Oh, no. Well, I guess because of the hype or why?
That's true.
Yeah. Well, we are hyped because this time, baka makakita na tayo ng hinahanap at inaasam-asam natin Moscow. But I think the same set of bands. Blue side naman yun ng Falcons. The hero that they prioritized before was the Kalea, actually. So, there is a big chance na ito yung unahin ng Falcons. Parang dinay nila away from ONIC.
Yeah. And there might be a chance here where we'll see Falcons rectify maybe their pick on the Suyo. Maybe this time they'll go for the Gwyn, the Galea Quick combo we've been talking about.
Atin na nga yung Kalea. So this is what? Jushin and Claude for ONIC.
I think it has to be. Just lock it.
Just lock it in.
Yeah, you don't even need to like tease whether or not you're gonna pick the Claude.
Siguro ang pwedeng alternative for that is Harley, priority for ONIC. But I doubt it. Tingin ko yung Claude yung safest. Kasi parang tinake away mo na siya sa Falcons. Tapos pwede pa matago yung jungle options mo because there's so many jungle options left. There's still the Suyo, Leomord, as well as the Harley. So, can I also say? Okay, so yeah. So this should be Gwyn.
Yeah, instead of the Suyo or Harley, just pick up the Gwyn already.
Gwyn Harry? Suyo Valentina.
Okay, they just want to see if they can attempt what happened in game number. But maybe this time, I'll get my wish. Okay. We'll get our wish. And we get to see a Moscow.
All right.
But I think if ever they have to change something, because earlier, right, they banned Leomord tsaka Fredrin. Kung gusto nila mag-Moscow, pwede naman nila iwan na lang yung Fredrin eh.
Iwan na lang yung Fredrin.
Ban mo yung Leo or just ban Leo Harley.
Leo Harley, I agree with that. I think it's a valid set of bans here for Falcons, knowing na sila yung second pick. So, pwede ko kayang kalabitin yung katabi na. Meron kasi akong idol dito eh. Naka-sombrero. Pwede kayang tanongin to anong mga suggested nyo na picks.
Hindi ko alam kung pwede. Pwede siguro kaya natin.
Parang pwede.
Konting sorpresa lang. Pwede ba?
Pwede kaya tang lapitan tong idol ko na to.
Pwede ba?
Boss. Kamusta, boss?
Welcome to the greatest match show of all
Okay lang, boss.
Ano ba i-describe sa atin sino yung kinakausap natin ngayon?
Actually, feeling ko, pa-introduce na lang po. Ano po ulit pangalan nyo para sa fans? Introduce yourself po.
Ako po si Renmar.
Uy! Parang may something. I'm kidding around. Please make some noise for Coach Yeb!
Okay, so Coach Yeb, meron ka bang dito, bibigyan mo namin tips, ano yung tingin mo nga hero na mapipick dito?
Saan ba? Sa ONIC?
Kahit saan po.
Harit ulit to.
Harit, okay. Thank you so much, Coach Yeb.
Thank you, Coach Yeb.
Very good. Actually, I like that input. Instead of the Moskov na gusto natin, Harit daw ang in-expect. So ano ang benefit ng Harit, Renmar? It's a good combination with the Kalea. Because pag Moskov kasi, pag late game ka pa makakuha ng pantunaw mo na combination with the Kalea. But with Harit, in the early stage pa lang, yung Synchro Vision is already enough for the damage output.
So maybe if ever they're gonna adjust something, it's the Arlot pick from earlier.
Yes.
Again, we did get to see, but it's just kanina, yung Falcons, hindi nila napatawid yung gusto nila na mangyari na mas maaga. Okay, this I like. They still open up the Laymord and the potential Fredrin, but it's most likely gonna be a Laymord here.
Kasi fourth pick ito ng ONIC kanina. So, yeah, I like that ban.
Yeah, and looking back, maybe this might make the Arlot and Harith work better than it did in Game 1.
I agree.
Especially for the early.
So, does that mean nakukunin ng ONIC yung Arlot for the denial? Or will they go for a glue this time?
I think I would suggest the glue because with the Valentina there, if they go anything with Arlot, Lapo, those big ultimates, the early game of Falcons looks better, diba?
Parang ganun parang binigay mo na rin lang di yung Arlot kasi they will still copy
Yeah, exactly. Except you're just giving it to Haji and then they'll have Arlot plus whatever pick Flap ends up with.
Yeah. So we're thinking about the Leomord.
Expected.
It is the expected pickup. So it will indeed be the Leomord, Arlot, and the Harith. Ang expect natin, I think we'll double down sa Harith this time, although parang miniwish ko yung Moskov. But yeah, the Harith just makes total sense. With the Suyo, tapos may Kalea.
Isn't this sorrowful? Because you see the Leomord. Or is it tough because it's still a blind pick, you don't see the EXP?
You know what? Parang mas gusto ko na pick yun over the Arlot.
Right, yeah. Sora, just close with the Sora Harith.
Yeah. And there's no chance kasi wala nang focus, wala nang Valentina.
Yeah.
The worst that can happen is kuha ng Hilda itong ONIC.
Yeah.
So that will be a deadly pick. And Sora plus the Kalea, parang sobrang taas ng damage output and the crowd control to get out from those two heroes.
A lot of crowd control available for you. What's it gonna be? It's
Okay.
the Rizla.
Ayun
And
na.
they finally get the Moskov!
There's no chance for a Luyi. And ONIC, maybe ang best option dito is something like a Benedetta para meron kang pang split push. The Pakito being banned means na parang wala ka ng ibang hero na pwedeng counter yung split push coming out from the Moskov. But instead, it will be the Yuzhong. So far, I do like the adjustments mula sa Falcons. Tingin ko hindi naman to sobrang one-sided, but if I were to choose, Falcons have a more holistic draft in a way na meron silang late game, meron silang split push.
Yes.
Ang hirap nilang habulin sa mapa with the hero composition of ONIC, lalo na nag-decide ng ONIC na gumawa sa isang Yuzhong na pang 5-man.
Yeah, numbers-wise though, lineup rating leans towards for ONIC. I'm a little bit more Falcons to this one, but I think we also have to look for the timing, the early game timing of the Black Dragon form once the Yuzhong hits level 4 and how well Cricket's gonna be able to use it and what ultimate Haji is gonna take. All right, it's loading up, San Juan Arena. I wanna hear you scream! Welcome back, our casters!
Ramdam na ramdam ang energy dito sa San Juan Arena at papasok na nga tayo sa Land of Dawn para sa game number 3 ng ating lower bracket of finals. Once again, this is a do-or-die matchup between Team Falcons and ONIC Philippines. At kung sino man ang mananaig sa sering ito ay mapupunta sa Grand Finals. Pasok na tayo sa game number 3. Ibang klase, lumabas na naman itong Super Marco Moskov.
Ito na yung mas magandang version ng lineup na meron ng Team Falcons kanina ng game number 1. With them repeating the Kalea, Valentina, and the Suyu, the Terizla, and that Moskov, plus the ban for that Alice is good for Team Falcons.
Na kung papansin mo, parang mas lisensyado na ngayon yung Team Falcons na mas mag-engage pero hindi nila pwedeng gawin yung nangyari sa kanila noong game number 1 that a pick-off happened before the first minute even started. Fortunately for them, makakatakas at makakaalis pa naman sila niyan and they will still be at truce in the first 2 minutes.
At na-realize ko din lang no, yung pagkapanalo para kanina ng Team Falcons kontra ONIC ay una nilang panalo against ONIC Philippines sa entirety ng ating playoffs. Kaya naman baka may nahanap dito ang Team Falcons na matagal na nilang hinahanap sa upper bracket pa lang. Pero sa ngayon ay kalmado pa naman ang Land of Dawn. Si Flap ay mukhang bibigyan ni Kurt!
Patay.
Flicker para makatakas. Pero mukhang hindi siya titigilan nitong si Kirk. But that is already gonna be the end. Pero magbaback away si Flap. All of the others are still rotating around the map as we speak.
Now, dissecting what ONIC Philippines have for this game, yung dive comp na meron sila. Gatot Katsa, Jushin even can dive the Yuzong and Sabero with a blazing duel.
Wow! Tol, hindi na back away si Flap. Instead, papalagpa itong Team Falcons. Pero di naman si Kirk. Si Kyle na naman ang kanilang namataan. Si Flap na naman ang this time ang kanilang pupunteriyahin. Pero makakawala siya doon. But that is a major pick-off. First blood para sa ONIC.
At ang unang pagong ay paparating ni Ren. This will be something na ONIC Philippines sa makakalamang dahil sa pick-off na nangyari doon sa may bottom lane. 500 gold lead at mukhang mahihirapan mag-contest dito ang Team Falcons at agad nabibigyan ito ng ONIC Philippines.
Sagad ang linis na naman na nagsimula na naman ang lahat sa pick-off kay Kyle. Nagamit na naman ang Suyu. Taas na naman ang lamang ng ONIC kahit ilang daan pa yan.
Even before that turtle pan, nagsimula na agad yung turtle fight with that 1v1 ni Flap against dito kay Kirk na nakalamang si Kirk doon sa pagkuha niya ng flicker and even yung pagdomina niya doon sa Terizla, doon pa lang nagsimula ng mag-ramp up yung lead ng ONIC Philippines up to that turtle. And the job of Team Falcons right now is to stop the momentum of ONIC Philippines. Hindi naman to katulad ng Harley na binabanggit natin kanina during game number 1 na kapag nakakuha ng 2 items ay imposible mo nang mahuli. This is still a Leo mode na doable pa naman with the layer of crowd control na meron Team Falcons.
And napakaganda nung naging unbreakable doon ni Brusco, no? Dalawa ang kanyang nahuli at rumekta pa ng knock-up na nanggagaling dito kay Kirk. And this is something that ONIC Philippines is very much equipped to do so. Yung early game aggression na nakita din natin nung game 1 nung sila ang nanaig kontra dito sa Team Falcons. Matagal-tagal pa naman bago yung susunod na malaking objective. Pero grabe, all 3 lanes ay... Teka lang, Super Marco!
Tol, siyang mapupunta at nahahanap sa ngayon. Binalibag, inangat at pinatay ng 3 mga miyembro ng ONIC.
At ang laki ng mawawala doon dahil pati yung siege minion ay... Teka lang mukhang si Super Fritz ata yung gusto ng Team Falcons.
Gugustuhin sana nila makabawi pero buhay pa rin ang prinsipe ng ONIC Philippines. Si Kyle ay mapupunta sa kabilang banda. Double kill yan para sa pressure. It's ONIC thriving in the pressure in Game 3.
Ito yung dive na binabanggit natin. Even under the turret, ONIC Philippines, mayroon silang kakayahan na gawin yon paulit-ulit. And hindi lang yon, yung counter-engage ng Team Falcons naging manipis dahil wala na yung isang main damage dealer nila which is Super Marco. The way na pinilit nila yung laban na yon against ONIC Philippines, it is clearly a win for ONIC dahil sila kumpleto pa and even yung blazing duet ni Savero doon pa lang niya nagamit.
Oo, at sa pangalawang pagong na ito ay ONIC Philippines pa rin ang may hawak ng kalamangan. Brusco still has his revitalize kaya mahihirapan to meme fight ang Team Falcons dito maliban na lang kung may mapita sila, may maiangat na malaking target katulad na lamang ni King Kong. Pero maingat ang pwesto dito ng ONIC Philippines. Maingat din ang Team Falcons, dumadaan sa may balbas, securing the bushes around this turtle pit.
Pero parang nagmamadali ang ONIC Philippines. Gusto nilang hawakan itong pagong. 5 na naman at Black Dragon 4 may bibitawan. Sabi ni Flap, sige, nataga natin yan para kahit paano may pass tayo. But still, it's gonna be a petrify. At doon biglang mawawala si Flap. That's gonna be the first takedown. SODA tatama na rin. Si Ajay makakatakas pa pero may iwan ay walang iba kundi si Ogwen na pinupunteriya ng dalawa. King Kong at Savero silang dalawa magkasama. Si Kurt ay may isusunod pa. 7-1 in kill score. ONIC is doing it all.
Back-to-back turtles. May Tore pang kasama dito sa mid lane. Idamay mo na rin nata yung baba. Gusto pa nila si Super Marco.
Nakapag-dash out siya pero ibabalik din. Super Marco pumapalag pero sa Savero ang kikitin. Si Super Prince ay low. Makakapag-Phantom Steed si King Kong for security purposes in 8-1. ONIC
ONIC Philippines had it all covered. Kahit pa nabigay ng paunti yung energy shield sa top lane, they won the turtle and even getting Super Marco na hindi pa nag-back away after na malaman niyang pwede nang papunta doon ng ONIC Philippines and Super Prince, man. You have to stop him getting the Susan but the top lane.
Pero parang hindi sila pinipigilan. Joshi Cakes dahil si Ogwen ay nandito at nakapalibot si Super Marco magpapana pero wala na siya magagawa pa. It's gonna be a pick off once again. Too late for Team Falcons para makarespo sa sitwasyon na yon.
At dahil sa mga sunod-sunod na pagkapanalo ng ONIC Philippines on all 3 lanes and objectives, damang na sila ng halos na 5,000. Pati si Kirk ay nag-i-invade na bagamat makukuha ata to ni Kyle with a Soul Zephyr. Kailangan na protektahan ng Team Falcons ang sarili ng pagong. Tumama ang SOD kay Super Friends pero hindi yata niya gagamitin para pumasok muli. Hindi na nakakapag-farm si Super Marco. Lamang ng 1.5k ang gold laner ng ONIC Philippines sa pagsilip natin sa Infinix in-game equipment.
Dalawa na agad yung meron siya sa Trinity. That's a Corrosion Sight and the Demon Hunter Sword. Ilang minuto na lamang ay pwede nang mabuo yung Trinity. Kung ipoproject natin yung bilis at kung hindi siya mapipigilan at around 850, meron na agad siyang Trinity.
Pero tingnan mo yun pare, ilang segundo yung tinagal ni Brusco. Unbreakable lang para makatakas. Hindi na nga siya nag-AOG, so this just goes to show you the advantage of items na meron ng ONIC na dumiretso sa pagong. At dahil hindi natin kita si Kyle na nandun sa may bandang ibabang lane, this is gonna be a surefire objective for the Super Family.
And that's 3 turtles na mapupunta sa ONIC Philippines. Perfect turtle take mula dito kay King Kong. Lahat ng early game objectives ay napasa kamay sa Super Family at rekta invade ang kanilang call. Kailangan tumipensa ng Team Falcon sa purple.
We're gonna have to commit to this dahil napapaligiran na ito. Ogwen na naman ay nakalahati ang buhay. Si Flap ay talagang binabalat-bala lang nito si Sabero at sino mamataan nila. May binatot naman si Ogwen pero mag-flicker siya para makatakas. Si Flap ay ganun din ang gagawin. Si Kyle, si Marco ang nakapalibot pero si Kirk nandun sa may bandang gitna. Wala na naman ang isa. Si Flap na naman ang wala at si ONIC Philippines. Sila ngayon naman gusto bumasag.
Tuloy-tuloy ang kanilang pagsisig dito sa mid lane pero may nahuli si Kirk.
Si Kirk ang kanilang mamamataan. It's gonna be a takedown as well para kahit paano makabawi ang Team Falcons but ONIC has already dealt some damage.
Parang pinilit nila ng konti yung mid lane na yon na kaya naman nagbayad ng ONIC Philippines. 7k na punta sa 6k kahit papano ay nakabawi ang Team Falcons.
Malaki pa rin naman ang kalamangan ng ONIC Philippines but then it's great signs for Team Falcons na kaya din naman nila mag-punish ng overextension. ONIC Philippines must be wary of that dahil yung mga buhat ni Ogwen na ganon might be yung pwedeng puhunanan din ng Team Falcons kasi pwede naman niyang hindi gamitin yung pang-initiate, pwede pang counter-engage. And si Kirk at itong si Brusco yung kailangan mag-ingat kasi kapag sila yung frontline na hindi na binibiro ng Team Falcons, darating sa punto na even sila hindi na masusustain yung damage output ng isang Moskov. Now for this orange buff, invade na naman ng ONIC.
Hindi na ganun kakate, pero babalik na naman using the Tsunami Slam. It's gonna be Brusco living all throughout it all. Tapos ito yung counter-attack na gagawin ng ONIC Philippines. Si Flap na naman ang susunod placing do it mula kay Sabero. Magbabakaway si Kyle, makakatakas pa si Haji. Habang nandun si Super Marco sa taas, ONIC nandito tamabahay sa ibaba. Taking 3 heroes down.
Sabero going in with a blazing duet habang lahat ng yun ay nangyayari. Nagpupush si Super Marco. Hindi kinakaya ng Team Falcons yung damage na nang gagaling sa ONIC Philippines. And Super Friends back to back na mga plays doon sa laban na yun.
Napepekto pa yung Sky Piercer na sobrang laking threat na para sa Team Falcons. Wala nang way para ma-extend o wala nang way para makatakas sila kapag nandyan si Sabero at si Super Friends. And now, at 8:56, probably the fastest we saw a Trinity na ma-achieve ng isang gold lane, ng isang Claude. A 5:06 for this gold lane ng ONIC Philippines. Hindi pa siya nahahawakan pero siya mismo nakakasakit na ng todo sa Team Falcons.
At sinabay pa nga yung Lord. That's the first Lord of the game. At makikita natin na hindi lamang Trinity na bid niya, kundi parang papunta na rin ata sa susunod niyang item which might just be a Malefic Gun. Meanwhile, naghahabol dito si Super Marco still looking for the final ingredient of this Swift Trinity. Corrosion na sa kanyang hinahanap. Ay, may bibigyan silang isa.
Pero nakapag-purify itong si Sabero. Although that battle spell is already used, tila masakit pa rin yung damage na kanyang ibinibigay. Nagmamarcha na yung Lord sa bandang ibaba pero tila hindi na ito hihintayin ng ONIC Philippines. Gusto na nilang pabagsakin yung ibaba pero madedepensa pa rin ito ng Team Falcons. Nandun na naman si Flap nag-flicker para makatakas. Ginamit na naman yung Philippine Zone. Pero yung AOG ay lalatag kay Ogwen. Bagsak na naman ang isa. It's gonna be a 4v5 situation na may kasamang Lord na marapang 8 na nababawas sa kanya. Atake na naman ng Falcons. Depensa pa rin sila. Ginagawa nila ang lahat pero hindi nila mapigilan ang ONIC Philippines. Natapusin ang laban na to. Basag ang order. 2-1 ONIC
In an 11K gold lead para sa Super Family. After losing game number 2 ay pinakita ng ONIC Philippines na kaya nilang magdomina muli. 2-1 ang ating score.
This is a cleaner version of their game number 1. And again, even if the Falcons wanted to fight, they just can't.
At grabe yung nakita nating series so far. Tuloy-tuloy lang ang aksyon sa ating lower bracket finals. At nakita natin kung paano nga ba nakapag-adjust ang ONIC Philippines matapos ang pagkatalo ng game number 2. Tignan na lang natin yung aggression na pinakita nila. Kirk on this Yuzong, pumapalag ng maaga kontra sa kanyang katapat na XP laner.
Tol, base sa nakikita ko sa series na to, sobrang importante yung mga maliliit na bagay na nagsisimula itong dalawang teams. Game number 1, na pick off si Kyle, it led to so many things that ended up worse para sa Team Falcons. This time, nung na-low nila si Flap at nagamit yung flicker, there was no other way for Team Falcons na makapag-engage. So this is just ONIC pressing the right moves at the right moments.
At ang ating MVP para sa game number 3 ay si Savero sa kanyang cloud performance na kahit yung cameraman ay nahihirapang sumabay sa kanyang pag-ikot.
Savero, pahabulin mo naman.
Pahabulin mo naman.
Pahabulin mo naman. Pero ikaw ang maghabol. Kasi hinabol niya ng todo yung Team Falcons members.
509. Never been touched. Hindi man lang nahawakan si Savero. And again, this could be the fastest Trinity. If I'm not mistaken, 856 para sa kanyang 3 core items. And doon pa lang makikita mo na nagkaroon ng problema na malala ang Team Falcons doon sa mid-game nila. The fact na hindi nila naabot yung Claude, the fact na walang rotation that could lead Falcons getting this Claude from Savero. A lot of space has been given all because of the 4-man rotation na ginagawa ng ONIC Philippines. They just capitalize on what's in front of them. And yun yung pinakamahalaga. Because even that Yuzong and even itong si King Kong and si Super Prince, alam nila kailangan nilang i-address na hawak ni Marco yung Moscow, hindi pwedeng matalo si Savero dun sa lane.
And Super Marco just struggled in this game. Nakita natin, katulad nung sinabi mo, na talagang pinapasok sa loob ng torre itong gold laner ng Team Falcons. At dahil dyan, naging malaki ang gold deficit ng parehas na gold laners. And umabot na nga sa punto kung napakabilis ng Swift Trinity na nakuha dito ng ONIC Philippines, ay sumobra naman ang bagal para sa Team Falcons dahil nga ilang beses dinadaanan kapag mag-isang nagpa-farm dito ang gold laner ng Team Falcons. Ito ba yung susi ng ONIC Philippines on potentially securing match point next game?
That is the question that I feel like has always been working para sa ONIC Philippines. Pansin natin during the draft, it's the first 3 heroes na tila nagiging parehas in the last 3 games that we saw. So it really depended doon sa adjustments nila pagdating sa second phase ng ating draft. ONIC picked up the Leomord and then afterwards gave a hero that would be very well utilized nitong si Kirk using the Yuzong. At kita mo naman yung aggression na pinakita nila pagdating ng Black Dragon form, pulasan kagad yung Team Falcons. AOG just to finish up the pieces.
And this leads us to the adjustments na kailangan gawin dito ng Team Falcons. Nakita natin na paulit-ulit dinaanan si Super Marco. Is this more of a hero arrangement for next game o adjustment ba ng rotations ang kailangan nating makita?
All of it actually. Kasi for Team Falcons, kailangan nilang i-address yung wala nga kasing pure synergy. Yung Kalay at Valentina. May bubuhatin ka, pero anong gagawin ng Valentina? Kokopya lang, wala siyang burst. Yes, sabi natin, isa ang Valentina sa may pinakamataas sa base damage ng mga mages right now sa meta. Pero it would take at around 2 seconds para makapang-burst ang isang Valentina. Pero kung Farsa yung hawak ni Haji o even Kimi yung hawak ni Haji, may layer yung crowd control eh. May layer na kayang gawin yung Team Falcons and they can work as a 2-man unit. But now, it seems like for Team Falcons, they have to work as a 4 to 5-man unit para maging efficient yung lineup na meron sila.
Oo, and nakita natin na parang dahil nga wala sila masyadong magawa on this Kalea. And let's be very direct, 2 games na silang naglalaro ng Kalea, 2 games na rin hindi kumana ito para sa napaka-importanting serye na ito. Lower bracket finals po, do or die. Ang mananalo dito ay rerekta ng Grand Finals, magkakastat sa Esports World Cup. Hindi pwede na hindi matuto mula sa mga ganitong klaseng laro for Team Falcons. At this point, do we drop the Kalea?
You know, it's about the ordering, I feel like. Kalea is still a very strong hero in this current meta. Pero sa puntong ito kasi yung Valentina and Kalea just don't synergize well. The early game damage is not apparent. Diyan sila nadadali ng ONIC dun sa mga mahaagang clashes that usually happens in the first or maybe third minute. Nakita natin, 10 minutes and 35 seconds na tapos yung laban na yan. That was probably one of the fastest games, if not the fastest game that we have in this playoffs.
1 second difference. Kumbaga parang Lightning McQueen na konti na lang talo na, pero I think 10:34 is the official fastest playoffs game so far, and this was a 10:35 game. And kitang-kita naman natin for Team Falcons na talaga nakaka-stress yung laro na yun. Kung tutuusin nga for ONIC Philippines, dapat late game pa talaga sila makakalamang eh. Kaso, I mean, actually yung Petrify early game pa lang makakalamang na sila at gabit na gabit pala nila yun.
Oo, dahil sa nakita nating 1v1 doon sa X-Plane matchup ni Kirk and even ni Flap. Alam din kasi ni Kirk na yes, kapag hindi tumama yung decaying damage o yung first skill nung Terisla sa kanya and probably the full combo of that second skill, ay may hirapan ng lumaban itong si Kirk. Pero nakuha pa ni Kirk yung advantage doon.
Well, bago tayo tumako sa susunod nating laro ay magpahinga muna tayo. Sip Purified Water is giving you a taste of water that's filtered through volcanic rocks for a crisp, clean taste that quenches like no other. Alisuhaw, sip na tayo. Ang sarap talaga nito mga pare cakes. Kaya teka lang ha, bago ako uminom, nakita nyo ba yung Max 5D on stage? That's clever engineering keeping these teams locked in. No distractions, just pure performance. Brought to you by TT Racing Philippines. We have your back.
Yan, maaari ka nang
uminom.
Sige na.
Kami nang bahala sa'yo. Okay? Kasi sa puntong to, pakiramdam ko, babalik ka na naman.
Oo. Dahil tinatawag na natin ang ating mga super fans. Stay updated on all things MPL PH and connect with the most passionate community in esports. Join the MPL Philippines official Facebook group, the Superfan channel, and the MLBB official Discord.
You can also get your all-access pass to exclusive content, the latest news, and community discussions. Lead the conversation and have a chance to be featured as our Superfan of the Month.
Maging parte ng MPL PH family. Scan the QR code on your screen now and join the conversation. See you there. Kita-kits.
At baka magkita-kita pa tayo sa mga segments natin dahil kadalasan kumukuha tayo ng screenshot ng mga comments yung magaganda. Minsan yung hindi ka nais-nais, tinatanggal namin. Kaya naman maging okay naman tayo, no? When you're sharing your opinion, hindi nyo kailangan gumamit ng mga sobrang malalakas sa mga words.
Ang gusto nyo ay ma-plug, hindi ma-flag.
Galing nun na. Gusto ko yan. Nanakawin ko yan next time na... Ang gusto ko ay ma-plug at hindi ma-flag. So bago tayo ma-flag, ay i-plug na muna natin to sa ating on-ground panel.
Evas, maraming salamat, Womi, and of course the casters as well on the English broadcast. Redborn Wolf still here. Before we loop in a important guest, I think we just have to ask real quick for Wolf, thoughts on the execution, because I feel like drafts were all right with it, but the execution was kind of off.
Parang tingin ko kasi lumaban sila dun sa time na parang safe na safe siya for the side of ONIC Philippines. Parang yung play nung ONIC Philippines ay 5-man. Tapos parang tinipilit nila yung backbackan dun sa gantong klaseng realm. So ibig sabihin, yung ONIC Philippines, nakuha nila yung game na gusto nilang laruin.
Yeah, and I think now we have to address a big elephant in the room, which is, no, not me and my obsession with Moscow, but Super Friends on this Ju Sin has been stopping a lot of the aggression that Falcons wants to do in the early game, and in 2 games now has led to Ogwen and or Kyle getting taken down very early.
I think yung Jushin, isang hero na nung pagkakalabas pa lang gamit na gamit agad yung Super Fins, automatically banned against them. And the reason why the Jushin wasn't picked there by ONIC Philippines in game number 2 was because of the bans. Tingin ko dahil sa red side doon yung ONIC Philippines, blue side. Now ngayon nasa red side sila, nagkaroon sila ng chance na kunin yung hero na yon at sobrang masterful nga naman ni Super Fins. I think yung way niya na paglaro ng isang Jushin is sobrang aggressive. Nakita naman natin na mataas yung river control nila because of the aggression coming out of from Super Fins. That's why even with just the Gatot Kacha, parang napaka-oppressive nila from the mid lane.
Yeah, and that was in the keys to victory earlier where we said that river control is very important here to be managed, especially on the Falcon side, because that's been one of ONIC's biggest strengths, not just in the... Well, we didn't see that much of it in the regular season. Back then, it was the juggling pattern. It was really in the playoffs. But the more we talk about this, I feel like it's time for us to loop in our very special guest live from a very iconic setup in Indonesia. It's our good friend Mirko joining us on the broadcast as we loop in. What's up, boy?
Yo! Hey, what's up, boy? How you doing, boys? How you doing?
We're doing good.
Loud. Sorry.
No, but we're doing good. All right, so as everyone knows, MPL ID is taking a break. Their playoffs are going to be in the upcoming week, but we just want to get your thoughts on a few things here. First off, how are you enjoying the MPL PH playoffs, man? Thoughts on it so far?
Hey, dude, I mean, it's great. So far, I've been really enjoying it. You know, the viewers have been enjoying it as well on the restream. It's fantastic. I always enjoy MPL Philippines, and this season especially, we're 100% mirror blessed. I got all the predictions right. So far it's also very close in the lower bracket finals. W.
ONIC and Falcons are definitely competitive, just trading a lot of one-sided victories. But of course, one of the biggest headlines heading into this preseason is, of course, that big trade. Kelra going to Indonesia, Severo coming here to the Philippines. How has, for people who may have missed out on the action in Indonesia, how has Kelra been?
Dude, Kelra's been horrible, you know. No, I'm joking. Dude. He's Kelra, you know. Like, any team he joins, he's going to pop off in, especially because he's an ONIC. He's already in the best team in Indonesia by a long shot, so Kelra is popping off as expected. I think it's more surprising that Severo is connected with the rest of the team quickly.
And speaking of Severo, he's the first import player in MPL PH. And I'm personally impressed about his performance. But how about you? Are you impressed about his performance? What are your thoughts about Severo so far?
Oh, dude, I'm very impressed. I wanted to make a joke, but no, seriously, this guy is special. Like, he's very, very good. Even in Season 15, when he debuted, we were hyping him up so much. We were talking about his potential. But unfortunately, in Season 16, right, ONIC ID decided to go for a ready gold laner. A gold laner who was already matured, who was already complete, and that's why they got Skylar. But yeah, I think Severo, even from Season 15, all of us were saying, the analysts, the coaches, that he can have a higher peak than even Skylar.
And he's always been the richest when it comes to the gold lane. So how do you feel about being the richest caster, Mirko? Don't answer that question. I feel like these.
You are the richest caster, Wolf. Pinaka rich. You are Pinaka rich right now. And so another Pinaka, if you know, you know.
So this is what it feels like with two rich people talking, and me as a normie, I'm just here. I'm just like, all right, you guys duke it out.
Oh yeah, kidding aside, Mirko. MPL ID has been. I guess interesting is the word that I would use. It's just making it very chaotic. But what are your thoughts about the regular season of MPL ID?
Dude, it's been amazing. And honestly, I think this is the best regular season we've ever had in ID. Everything was so close except for number 1 and number 9. Unfortunately, those were decided very early. ONIC are clearly the best team. RQ are clearly the worst team this season. But number 2 to number 8, it was close all the way to the final day. We even had a tiebreaker scenario. The fight continued all the way to day number 3 of week number 9. Navi versus GeekFam to make it a playoff. So regular season ID is amazing. I just hope that the playoffs gives us similar vibes. I hope it's not just ONIC trashing on all the other teams, as usual.
All right, since you already touched on the playoffs, and we know ONIC being ONIC in Indonesia, who's the one team that we should watch out for in the MPL ID playoffs?
Renmar. What is this question, man? What is this question? You have the green robots right there. You know, they're choking all the time. We have the red robots in Indo, bro. Bigatron, my goats. Hey.
The goats?
Let me tell you about Bigatron. Let me tell you about Bigatron, all right? They're pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie. You know, they're pretty bad.
At least you're honest.
Hey, they're only bad against lower teams, okay? If they're going up against teams that you expect they would smash, they will lose. But if they go up against the top teams, they for some reason show up. I don't know why. We even gave them the moniker of Robin Hood because they steal from the rich and give to the poor every single time.
God.
They were actually the ones to make the tiebreaker scenario and all that possible. So thank you, BTR, for an amazing regular season. Horrible win rate, but again, as I said, it's about beating the top teams. And guess what? No other team is worse than Bigatron right now. So they're gonna win everything, Wolf, Renmar.
Seems like it's gonna be a really tense time for the fans of Bigatron by Vitality. But hey, it's time for us to wrap this up just in a bit because the draft's about to start. So this is a two-part question, real quick, for the lower bracket finals. What's your mere bless? Since you said it's been a bless so far for your predictions.
Okay, so far, predictions have actually been 100%, so I'm gonna go with the same prediction as the video. Falcons 4-3. That's sad because I want ONIC, I want Severo, I want King Kong to make it. But let's just leave it at that. I don't want to curse anybody. I love both teams. They're amazing. And TLPH are already in grand final, so it's okay.
All right, so let's see if that'll be a mere curse or bless. One last. Personally, who do you want to see move forward? Predictions aside, analysis aside, who do you want to see move forward and face off against Liquid and get that ticket to MSC and EWC?
ONIC Philippines. I think I want to see that. After yesterday, like, dude, what the heck? Come on, yeah. I mean, the Sonics are amazing. That's one. And then to see them in the grand finals. Plus, Game 4. Was that not the best game of playoffs so far? And it was ONIC TL, so we got to get a rematch.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Miracle. I know you have to get back to the watch party, but it's always great to have you here in MPL Philippines.
Thank you.
Say bye while waving and give us a big smile.
See you, GOAT. There you go.
My GOAT's Bigatron. They're gonna win everything.
That's my GOAT, Mirko! Okay, thank you so much, Mirko. At syempre, ipapunta na tayo sa ika-4 na laro ng ating series na to. And he did say that it will be ONIC Philippines that he wants to see. And I don't doubt that because I think he's a Severo. He's from Indonesia. Severo's from Indonesia.
True.
It's easy to really correlate that. And I feel like itong ONIC Philippines, nagbago sila sa playoffs, Redmar. Hindi ito yung ONIC Philippines na nakita natin ng regular season.
Yeah, well, what ONIC is showing here has been a lot of growth. Whatever the results of their scrims has been leading into the playoffs, I feel like this is what we're seeing. We put a lot of focus on their jungling pattern during the regular season. Here is just that surprised, unabashed aggression in the river. Manggugulat lang sila na biglang magpipick off sila, magpo-force sila ng mga laban na 4v2, 4v3. Parang nakakagulat lang ata para sa Falcons. And even for the teams that faced off against ONIC PH so far in this playoffs, that where is this aggression coming from and why can't we read them?
Yeah, I think it's coming from comfort. Kasi, and I say that because they're picking heroes that they have worked with before, like Katot Kacha, tapos meron kang Jushin. So, tingin ko yung pagiging kapisado ng ONIC Philippines, yung ganitong klaseng playstyle that gives them that aggression factor. So parang, because you already know your calculations in your head on which heroes you can kill or cannot kill, that gives you more leeway to be aggressive at the right moments.
So, we go back to one of the biggest questions we had at the end of the draft in the previous one, especially after what we saw. Is Super Friend still going to end up with the juice in? Because I feel like if Falcons want any semblance of control in the center, they have to think of a way to make sure the juice in doesn't end up there. But surprisingly, it's actually ONIC who bans it out. This is something that I've seen about ONIC Blue side this playoffs. When there's a pick where it feels like their opponent needs to address, because they want to pick it, they ban it out themselves.
Yes, so it will be the Paquito. So yung naging sagot dito ng Falcons kanina is still the Kalea. And they combine up with the Claude. And I think that's still a valid decision here mula sa Falcons. Ang tingin ko magiging sagot doon ng ONIC magiging babago na. They will not go for what they did in the game number 2, which is the Hylos and the Valier. So baka bumalik sila doon sa gatot na sa aggressive mid laner. Like Gord, for example. Well, Gord is not an aggressive mid laner, pero parang it kind of counts like that. Parang yung mga may constant na pressure pa nga. So ang Falcons, they do have that, the Claude and the Kalea. Pero if ever, they can opt to go for the Kalea plus the Valentina agad. Kung sakali, kasi may chance nila yung ONIC kunin agad yung hero na yun.
Falcon says, we like the Claude, we don't want it to hit the Severo. And instead of picking up the Kalea, they want to pick up the Suyo.
They are giving the Kalea to Brusco.
Yeah.
And
you ready for this?
Well, I think ang kanilang gagawin naman is Valentina third pick in that scenario. So if you're ONIC, I think you're fine picking up the Harley agad. Harley and Kalea, tapos meron kang pakita sa gilid, parang sobrang aggressive na pwede mong paglaruan. At the same time, meron ding benefit na kunin na yung gold laner for ONIC Philippines for Savero against the Claude, which typically comes down to Harith or the Moskov.
Yeah. They'd be keen to pick up the Harith again, but
There's the Valentina.
There's the Valentina as expected.
And Kalea perhaps?
Get the Kalea. It's also one of their comforts. Talk about ONIC and comfort.
Yeah.
That is comfortable. But of course, this is a comfort as well, and it's been great.
Yeah.
And I think this is sort of ONIC telling Falcons, sure, get the Kalea. Yeah, we still lost that game number 2, but I think they're still okay with it. Because so far, it's been 2 games where the rotations early on of the Kalea and whatever pick Haji ends up with, which has been the Valentina, to them, it's like it's not good enough for them.
That's right. So, ang nagiging sagot dito ng Falcons will definitely be yung perhaps yung kanilang maaga pick dun sa mid laner like a Gord para dito kay Haji. At the same time, pwede ka rin pumili na ng iyong roamer for Ogwen, which in this scenario, yung Kalea ay napalik pa sa nila.
Falcons on the red side. I wonder if there's any chance that they're considering a Zedian a little bit later on.
Maaga pick dito sa isang Esmeralda. Ang pinaka-proud pa lang sila sa kanila dito is just the Pakito. Pakito has a lot of shields, so it makes sense. However, wala pa siyang directly kina-counter dito apart from that. What ONIC can do is to shift their focus. Hindi na sila mag-Harith in this scenario. Siguro, best na pwede gawin din ng Falcons, magbaan ng Moscow, magbaan ng Clint, so that ONIC Philippines will be forced to pick up Harith or a weaker na gold laner.
Here's the thing, though. I think there's a realm that maybe we'll still see Savero get a YSS here. And that's why I was thinking maybe Falcons would want to consider Azietian at 4. Because Yisun Shin, as we've seen ONIC do in the past, if ever they're up against a Claude, he'll really hold on to the turtle boat toss of the Mountain Shocker.
So, that is Yisun Chin and perhaps a semi-fighter din na roamer, na jungler. Like Fredrin or Guinevere and Leomord, that's right. Pero kasi may mataas chance maban yung Leomord ng Falcons. Whereas ONIC, ang kanilang pwedeng iban ngayon is their mid roamer options. In this case, it's going to be the high loss. Probably Hilda na isang Kalea pa na iba na dito ng ONIC.
Yeah. Oh, seems like ONIC has such a really good pool of heroes that so far Falcons hasn't really been able to answer that. I feel like Falcons is wishing that your wishes came true where we get an extra bat in the second phase.
Ganun na nga. That would be great.
Nahihirapan nata sila eh.
Yeah. Leomord, potentially the ban para sa Falcons.
Yeah.
It is indeed going to be the Leomord. So, ONIC, parang may language na dito na nasabi sa atin na willing silang ibigay yung Kalea. But I think pwede pa rin namang ban yun. Apart from the Kalea, yung glue ay potentially din ay pwedeng iban dito ng ONIC Philippines that could be played in the roam role as well.
Yeah.
It's a safe pick din.
Yeah, and so far this season, Glue has been mainly a roamer. Not really an EXP laner anymore. But hey, you also mentioned the Hilda as one of the bans.
Okay.
ONIC. Falcons at red 4, either they show their mid or they show their roam.
Yeah. May option sila na kumuha ng isang Kimi para safe, but the Gord seems like a valid option din dito para kay Haji. So ang benefit ng isang Kimi is hindi naman din talaga ganun kadaling i-pressure. You can pick up the Wind of Nature para kontrahin yung Pakito later on. And remember, yesterday, this was also the hero that was used by Team Liquid. But it instead will be the Eve kahit ang composition dito ng ONIC may pang backlines. So now, you're looking for Savero hero na pang late game against this
YSS.
If they do go for the YSS na so far 100% win rate pa rin.
Undefeated.
Yep, undefeated. Ang combo nun is isang parang Leomord-ish kind of jungler. So Nolan siguro or a Guinevere.
Okay, let's see what ONIC's gonna end up with. Lots of potential options. As you also mentioned the Clint earlier, and I think that's what Falcons is looking at. Oh, the Lance! Okay, taking a page from Ryzen and Carl Teasy's book.
So Lance had it?
And the
Lance
Moskov.
All right. If you are Falcons, you're gonna be looking for good catch. Maybe this time Kaja, or what if sila'y mag-Beleric dito sa composition ng ONIC?
With all the dive, with the Valentina on the other side, but the Valentina will most likely get the ultimate of the Eve. You need a solid, tanky front. You don't really need to go that fast, but it just can't be the Esmeralda frontlining.
Tanky na frontline.
Dapat tanky, oo.
Ang kailangan natin dito ng Team Falcons. May option ng Atlas din naman para sa kanila. Atlas Eve, napakalakas na kombinasyon pa rin. Hindi binante ng ONIC Philippines dito.
Yeah, that might have to change the idea though for Falcons with the Valentina having a chance to get the links. Oh, I did not think they'd actually consider this on the back of my head, but I have slightly negative feelings about this.
I share the same sentiments. Tingin ko kasi yung Cupra, hindi ito yung hero na kinakatakutan ng mga Lancelot users from before. Granted, meron ka ng bouncing ball for the dashes. I guess Ipakito hates playing up against this hero as well as the Moscow, but Lancelot hindi ganun kalaking factor para sa kanya. Hindi din gano'ng kalakas ang Cupra sa metagame natin yun. So, as much as I want to say na maganda yung mga ganitong klaseng picks for Falcons, parang mas papabor ako sa ONIC Philippines.
All right, we're heading on to the next game. Casters, welcome back. San Juan Arena, make some noise!
Tuloy ang aksyon sa ating lower bracket finals. Matapos manalo ng ONIC Philippines in game number 3, naghahanap na sila ng match point dito sa game number 4. Makakabawi kaya ang Team Falcons? Malalaman na natin yan sa pagpasok natin sa Land of Dawn.
Well, I don't know what took so long, pero finally nagkaroon na tayo ng adjustments in terms of the draft. And for Team Falcons, it's them picking up something that is quite unusual, pero yung Esme hindi nga natin nakita. Baka sakaling yung Kufra pa.
Ito na yung time na ipapakitaan tayo ng something new ng Team Falcons. And I mean, I like it. I like the Kufra pick. Knowing na yung puhunan ng ONIC Philippines dito would be those dashing heroes. Pakito, Valentina, Lancelot, and even Moscow. So technically, yung good catch na binabanggit ng on-ground panel natin, this might be the start of something new from Team Falcons.
Oo. And for this Kufra pick, hindi man ito yung parang absolute nightmare na katulad nung dati. It is still a nightmare to go up against, especially kapag magaling mag-bouncing ball dito si Ogwen. Hindi pwede yung basta-basta o bara-barang binabato yung key ability na yon as he goes in for Brusco. A 2v2 pero parang sakitan lang ata to, Hans.
Tingnan mo, pagkatapos nung kanyang talon, kalahati kaagad yung kanyang HP. So tama ka, Womi. This is the targeting na dapat ay aasahan natin mula kay Ogwen. It needs to be surefire. Dapat sure kill kung sakali natatalon siya in the first 3 minutes.
And zero purifies in this game, by the way. Halos lahat ay naka-flicker at yung isa ay naka-revitalize lamang. Kaya pwede natin na-expect na kapag nahuli ka talaga ng crowd control, ay huling-huli ka talaga.
And they have the means to burst you. I mean, this is an Esmeralda. Again, we saw that from game number 2. And even this Eve, look at that jump from Ogwen.
Pero may talon na ginawa na naman itong si Ogwen. At sana naman manalatagan at ito ang magdadash through itong si King Kong. Tapik sa dibdib, double kill. Kasama na yung first blood.
At ayun naman talaga, no, the revitalized difference coming in from Brusco na depensahan at rekta pagong ang kanilang call.
Hindi pa namatay si Brusco doon. And in fact, nakuha pa ng ONIC Philippines and nabigay pa kay King Kong yung 2 kills. And this is quite worrisome, but for me, ONIC Philippines, mukhang ibibigay pa nila yung turtle.
Sinasagad talaga nila to kasi kumukuha pa si King Kong ng purple objective. So Falcons were able to equalize yung ating goal differences. Just 300 ang kanilang pagitan.
And I think that is mostly on this lane dominance na nakikita natin kay Flap. Hindi ata makagalaw yung Pakito kanina kaya binigay ng ONIC.
Oo, naging sagot na bigla. But then Ogwen used that flicker para makatakas doon. So ito yung binabanggit din pa nila Wolf na on-ground panel with Renmar na hindi na ganun ka-threat yung Kufra. Pwede nang i-bypass nung Lancelot. Pwede nang saktan right away.
Oo, tsaka parang nirespeto din kasi ata ni Ogwen yung potential outplay na pwedeng gawin dito ng Super Prince with his own version of the Tyrant's Revenge. And right now for Team Falcons, na-equalize naman nila ang laro na ito matapos ang mga iilang rotations. Kaya naman kahit lamang ang ONIC Philippines in terms of kills ay dahil sa objective na nakuha nila kanina ay pwede na nating i-confirm na nakabawi ang Team Falcons.
We're still sitting on an equal fighting chance when it comes to the objective. knowing na nakokontrol naman ng Team Falcons yung river as they please. And for Kyle, unlike games 1 and 3, hindi naman siya nasusuppress and nakakakuha siya ng magandang farming space. And even itong si Super Marco, hawak din naman niya yung Claude. Up against that Moscow, somehow 50-50, but Ogwen jumps in.
Yup, that is not gonna lead to much though dahil Team Falcons magbaback away din naman sila, same as what Brusco is gonna do. So both teams, hanggang sa dumating yung ating susunod na turtle, pakiramdam ko ay wala pa talagang masyadong mangyayari. So they just need to be safe, secure as much more objectives as possible. Take note of both the purple and the orange kasi baka yan yung maging critical sa pagkuha ng major objective.
At nabanggit na nga rin ni Hans na mukhang mabagal ang tempo ng laro na ito, pero sa laruan na mabagal, sino ba talaga nakakalamang?
Well, if you try to look at it, for ONIC Philippines, okay lang din sa kanila yung mabagal, pero mas mag-gain ng advantage dito yung Team Falcons, knowing na Claude nga yung hawak nila. So kailangan ng 3 o 4 na items kasi magiging mahirap din para kay Super Marco kung under item siya, tapos papalag na agad ang Team Falcons. So, babagalan lang. And this is the type of a game na kung sino yung mainip, yun yung malulugi.
Nako, at bawat talaga mainip ang parehas sa koponan dito. Team Falcons na nakakuha ng huling pagong. Itong pangalawang pagong ng sila rin ang magsisimula, pero maganda ang pwesto ng ONIC Philippines para lumaban para dito.
Parehas, maganda ang kanilang pwestuhan. Brusco nangangalahati kaagad ang buhay, magiging reset na naman. Tapos nagta-target nila si Kirk pero makakatakas naman siya sa pagkakataon na yun. Ogwen looks to target the river bush pero wala siya mahahanap. Si Brusco caught to 20% of his HP. Tapos ito na naman si Ogwen looking for something. Falling Star Moon. Binitawan na ni Flap. Magtuturn yata sila, but that's gonna be the case. Still kaya na makakuha ng pagong. AOG para makatakas si Brusco at malinis na laro ang pinapakita ng Team Falcons kahit wala silang nakitil na buhay.
At makakaabot pa nga ata sa wave yung Claude doon sa may bandang itaas. Team Falcons, malinis ang kanilang objective taking.
Alam din kasi ni King Kong na hindi siya pwedeng basta-basta humawak ng turtle. The moment na mag-stay siya doon at around 2 seconds, there is a threat of the Tyrant's Revenge and Rage combo mula dito kay Ogwen. That is why Team Falcons na nakakuha ng advantage out of it. Kasi the mere presence, just the mere presence of Ogwen, nagbibigay ng maraming isipin para sa ONIC Philippines. Even itong si Super Friends, pwede siyang bigyan. Again, there are no purifies available from ONIC Philippines. That is why Team Falcons is just using that to their advantage.
I'm loving the trigger discipline coming dito kay Ogwen. No? Hindi pa natin siya nakikita na mag-Tyrant's Rage. Kanina pa siya nagba-bouncing ball lang at tinethreaten ang ONIC Philippines sa kapag nagdikit-dikit kayo ay pwede siyang mag-ultimate. Pero hindi pa rin natin yun nakikita. In fact, mas madami pa tayong nakitang revitalize kaysa ultimate na nanggagaling dito sa Team Falcons. And so far, katulad ng pinag-usapan natin kanina, Joshua and Hans, mabagal ang takbo ng laro na ito. Ikutan lamang, naghahanap ng advantage and making sure na yung susunod nilang move ay tama para sa kanilang komposisyon. But let it reel back na ang sinabi mo kanina na lamang ang Claude sa ganitong klaseng sitwasyon.
Ito yung mas gusto niya, yung hindi sila nag-engage, bagko sila yung counter lang!
At sila ang may ipit sa pagkakataon na to. Si Brusco nag-unbreakable na naman ng tamak. Alam niya ay walang iba si Flap pero buhay pa rin siya. Si Ogwen na mawawala. Sumunod lang pala si Flap. Sinama na naman si Savero at nagsimula na naman ang ONIC Philippines na maghasik ng lagim.
Biglang bumilis ang laro at mukhang ONIC Philippines pa makakakuha dito ng mid lane turret. Pagkamit pakiclear ito ng Falcon, Super Marco entering the vicinity of the mid lane at magdidisperse na ata ang ONIC Philippines pero may paparating na pagong doon sa may ibaba.
It's just a lot of things working for ONIC Philippines now. Matapos nilang trabahuin yung macro, si Kirk ay hindi pa nga kasama dun sa team fight ngayon. Didiretso sila patungo dito sa pagong. Ito yung unang nakuha na 2 beses nitong Team Falcons. Will they be able to make it a 3rd time? Yan ang gustong i-contest ng kupunan ng ONIC Philippines. Si Ogwen ay tatalo na mamamataan niya si Brusco. Nandun na naman yung pag-atake at nakuha pa rin ng Team Falcons yung objectives. Kills to ONIC, Turtles to Falcons.
Kahit papaulit-ulit ibigay ng ONIC Philippines yung turtles sa kamay ng Team Falcons, they just get that trade doon sa turrets. Trade upon those buffs na meron to si King Kong kasi dahil nakukuha niya ng malaya yung kanyang farm, nagkakaroon sila ng mas mataas na chance to fight against Team Falcons. Now, Kirk!
Ay, naiipit na konti. Nag-flicker na lang siya para makatakas pero umiwas sa SOD. Yung backup na hanggang mag-violet, sabi ni Ogwen. Sinama na niya si Brusco. Wala pa siyang unbreakable sa pagkakataon na to pero makakatakas pa rin naman siya. That's a pick-off for Team Falcons.
And mukhang si Savero ay gusto din ng Team Falcons sa mid lane. Makakaalis naman. Pero rekta na ang kanilang pag-push. RWM ginamit ni Super Friends. Pero ang tanong ay papasok ba ang Team Falcons dito? Mukhang ang sagot ay hindi na. Isang tore ang kanilang makukuha sa may bantang ibaba. At mukhang nakuha na naman ng Team Falcons ang lead sa ating laro.
Babalik tayo sa binanggit natin kanina kung sinong mainip, kung sinong mas maunang mag-engage. Sila yung malulugi because both of these teams have their own versions of trying to counter AOG just to defend.
Wala sa nakita, tinalunan pa ni Ogwen at ni Flap. It's an overkill para sa Team Falcons. Sumugod na rin si Kyle. Placing duet muna kay Marco. And Falcons are now online.
Kakasabi mo lang, Josie, kung sinong mainip ang siyang mabibigyan. At nakita natin yung AOG doon sa gitna. Agad binili ng Falcons ang trip. At mukhang si Kyle naman ata ang isusunod ng ONIC.
Pero kailangan niya makatakas kasi doon na naman yung third rose. Pero hindi tatama yun dahil nasalba na naman siya ng Tyrant Race at ng Falling Star Moon. It's still a-okay para sa ating mga dalawang teams. But still, it's Falcons holding on to a 1.5k gold lead.
Yung first lord ng laro ay paparating na rin. In terms of objective control ay lamang talaga ang Team Falcons with the last 3 turtles. Silipin natin ang ating Infinix in-game equipment. Ano ba ang nagiging difference maker para sa Falcons?
For Team Falcons, yung kalamangan na meron ang XP lane nila, which is itong si Flap. Although at around 600 lang naman yon, and even itong si Super Marco, hindi naman ganun nalalayo yung items ni Savero. But still, it's the entirety of the composition. Yung pagiging team fight centric nila and the way they're using those team fight resources para mag-counter engage. Again, di pwedeng mauna pag ganito.
At hindi nga nauna yung SOD kasi nandun na naman ang pagkuha ng Team Falcons at nawala si King Kong ng parang bigla sa kamay ng bulletproof na Super Marco. Sumasapak-sapak si Kirk. Ngayon siya ay nananakbo. Hinahanap siya ni Ogwen at ni Flap mo. Pero titigilan na nila yon kasi alam nila na si Savero ay nag-push na. Pero nasa kanila ang Lord at 20,000 kalamangan na hawak ngayon ng Team Falcons at mukhang mag-engage pa nila. Ogwen's gonna be able to put a stop to it. Make that a 2.2k for Team Falcons.
At hindi pa tapos ang pagpupush dito ng Team Falcons dahil may mid lane din sila na Lord ang nagmamarcha. Pwedeng patagalin ito ng Team Falcons with all flickers available upon the impact of the Lord. Doon sa mid lane ay pwede tayo makakita na biglain ito ng Team Falcons. Makukuha na nila ng walang problema itong Torres sa gitna at mukhang maluluto pa nila yung wave doon sa baba.
Dinadahan-dahan nila sa ngayon and I think this is about to continue again. RWM ay kinopya ni Prince. Wala na naman yung mga energy shields. Kyle is also doing the same thing. Kalaban ang dalawang junglers kontra sa isa't isa. It's gonna be a Thorn Rose that's more than enough para maklear yung waves. 2 energy shields are a-okay and Falcons is gonna be backing away.
Hindi ata makakakuha ng inhibitor 30 itong Falcons maliban na lang
round 2.
Kung pilitin nila dito sa round 2. Good RWM pero agad na ay papasok sila.
Papasok talaga at andun na naman yung AOG. Tinamaan na naman si Kyle pero nagdidish pa rin ang damage itong si Prince and that's gonna be enough para maprotektahan ang mid lane inhibitor.
Binabanggit lang natin kanina na okay lang sana yon for ONIC Philippines na nakakakuha pa rin naman sila nung sabihin na natin yung worst part of that trade. Pero ang katanungan kasi hanggang kailan sila magsisettle for less. Kasi Team Falcons right now, the moment na sobrang linis ng galaw nila to a point na hindi na nagkakaroon ng overextensions and in fact, tama yung timing ng lahat ng bagay!
Andun na naman pero nakamentest itong si Ogwen. Nabasag na naman ang inhibitor pero nagdidish ng damage ang ONIC. Nag-trigger away na placing duet. Sinamahan pa ni Marco pero nakaligtas pa siya sa pagkakataon na yun. SOD ay susunod pero papasok pa si Savero and ang sagot ay oo! It's Savero against the rest of everybody at siyang mawawala. Si Brusco naman ang namataan at si Kyle ang mawawasiwas lamang. AOG ay hindi tatama. Wow. It's gonna be Kyle evading each and every one of them. Kirk sumasapak-sapak lang. Ogwen naghihintay na tamang pagkakataon at ito ang tamang tsansa para sa Team Falcons na umalagwa sa laban na to.
King Kong sinusubukan niya hulihin pero may puncture in Thorn Rose. Makakatakas si King Kong. 4 na segundo kay Super Prince. 5 para kay Savero. Kailangan niya dumepensa dito. Pero kung hindi naman ay kukol ng Team Falcons na sumugod pa dahil 20 segundos na lang ay lalabas na ang susunod na Lord.
Again, hanggang kailan na magsisettle sila for less? Hanggang kailan na paisa-isa lang yung nakukuhang trade after the numerous advantages na nakuha ng Team Falcons? Nakapag-snowball na, nakakuha na ng perfect items, naka-win chant na rin itong si Super Marco. In a span of a minute, they can get this Lord. In a span of a minute, they can blitz this Lord. And in a span of 3 minutes, they can end this game.
At kailangan nila makuha yung Lord kung gusto nilang gawin yon. Savero on the long lane. Si Brusco ay binibigyan. Piniplis na nila yung Lord.
At mukhang magbaback away na ang ONIC.
dahil malinis ang kuha ng Falcons. Too late para sa SOD and the green and white is doing it.
And this is the second lord of the game na mapuputo sa kamay ng Team Falcons. Ang lahat ng objektiba sa larong ito ay na-secure ng Team Falcons kontra ONIC Philippines at ngayon dedepensa na naman ang ONIC.
For ONIC Philippines, everything has to be picture perfect, pixel perfect, timing-wise, kailangan nakalinya ng maayos kasi just one mistake na pwede mangyari. Misposition-wise, mali ng timing, Falcons can capitalize.
Naabangan ko yung falling star muna posible manggaling kay Fla, pero instead yung talon, pero touch pa rin ni King Kong. What an incredible macro tactic para makatakas siya doon sa posibleng siege na ginawa si Brusco. Nag-AOG papasok. Ngayon siya na naman na magiging primary target at wala na yata siyang paraan para makatakas pa kasi ito na naman na umaarangkada ang Team Falcons para makaatake. Pero si Savero nag-free hit sa likod. Immortality pa para kay Ogwen, pero ito susunod na round 2. Super Marco target si Free. Si Kurt, Flicker papasok at atras para sa BMI. Now si Savero's gonna be doing the same thing. And Marco popping off his immortality. Savero goes down. It's a 3-for-1 and Falcons have taken it all.
Kung may round 2 kanina, ito yung round 3 na hinahanap nila. Team Falcons looking to equalize this game right here, right now.
4v2 situation. Naglapagan na ng talon. Kalahati na lang ang base. At nawala ang Sigma Jungler.
Pagandahin natin ang storya. 2-2 in the lower bracket finals. Balikan lamang ng sapak dito sa lower bracket finals. Sulit ang ticket mga pare ko'y. Gagabihin tayo dito sa San Juan.
We are looking at an absolute cinema. May kruhan, galawan, pindutan. This is indeed a lower bracket finals worth of a match.
At imaginein mo ang daming nakasalalay sa laban na ito. Grand Finals sa MPL Philippines Season 17. A slot for Esports World Cup in Paris para sa MSC. Balikan natin ang ating highlights ng larong ito. Nakita natin na balikan talaga. Hindi natin mabasa kung sinong makakalamang until umabot na sa punto na halos lahat ng objectives ay nasa pakamay ng Team Falcons.
This was just an incredible use of both team fights at pag-secure din ng mga objectives. They were making so many good moves upon securing those turtles na yun yung nakita natin sa Team Falcons. Parang hindi nila hinahayaan na magkaroon ng clash dun sa turtle pit. There's always a one-up strategy mula sa Team Falcons and it's worked to perfection.
Laging kailangan planned ahead of time. Laging kailangan executed on point. And Super Marco becomes the MVP at this point, whoever holds that Claude. Isang malaking bagay para kunin yung panalo. 6-1-5, isang beses na huli si Super Marco. But bukod dun sa isang beses na yon, wala nang nangyari pa. Whopping 79% kill participation dahil din naging involved siya. He involved himself doon sa mga team fight. And it's not Team Falcons involving him. Sinama niya yung sarili niya.
And this is actually one of the best instances na makikita natin ng isang tinalagang bulletproof na pumapasok with the BMI. Nag-flicker in for that crucial play doon sa may bottom lane nung sinubukan nilang tapusin yung laro. Mapapanood natin yan sa ating MVP highlights. Super Marco, one of the best gold laners in the world competing in this lower bracket finals. Makikita natin na wala siyang pake kung bulletproof yung moniker niya. Kung mamatay siya, basta manalo sa larong ito. One death lang, very aggressive in this game number 4 at kinailangan nila yon dahil napaka-importante ng larong ito.
And I'd just like to say, great commendations para dito sa drafting ng Team Falcons. I think a lot of people disregard kung gaano kataas na risk takers itong kupunan na ito. They picked up an Esmeralda, ginamit ng 2 beses out of 4. They picked up a Kufra, a classic answer to a Lancelot na magkaiba talaga in terms of the meta. Yes. Kung tutusin, yung Kufra nga, yung medyo nalalatagan, and it took so much out of Ogwen para lang makatakas. But still, he was able to do it.
Aside from that draft, I would like to commend yung decision-making ng Team Falcons and the way they capitalize on small mistakes coming in from ONIC Philippines. There are lots of questionable engagements mula sa ONIC Philippines. May mga talon, si Brusco, may mga AOG siyang hindi natin mapaliwanag kung paano. Pero hindi magmamatter yung ganong klaseng mistake kung hindi na-capitalize ng tama. ng Team Falcons. It is because of how they wanted to execute this team fight. We've been saying all along na kung sino yung maiinip, siya yung matatalo, and pinanghawakan lang nila yun hanggang sa dulo.
And we saw the patience coming in from Team Falcons. Honestly, hindi ko nga naramdaman na 14 minutes lang yung laro na yun. That felt long para sa seryeng ito. Nakakatawa nga ang isipin na wala pa tayong nakikitang 18-minute game sa buong serye na ito for the lower bracket finals. And looking at how this game was played, lamang na lamang sa kills ng ONIC Philippines nung simula ng ating laro. Pero nung nag-pile up na lahat ng objective wins ng Team Falcons, again, that was 3 Turtles and all the Lords, para bang na-outpace na completely ang ONIC Philippines.
You know, I have to say, this game was the closest among the 4. Parang ito yung naramdaman ko na okay, kahit nasabihin natin na nakakakuha ng Turtles itong Team Falcons, ONIC was able to get some kills. So it's equal in terms of the gold gap at nagkatalo na lang talaga pag nakakakuha ng team fight na maganda itong Team Falcons just because of the kits they have. Imagine, Kufra and Eve, tapos nakapag-farm pa talaga na maganda itong si Marco.
So kung titignan mo yung sabi nating status nung lineup na meron Team Falcons, for Haji, ang gusto niya, nako-contain niya yung mga members ng ONIC Philippines. But them, meron silang ways on how to survive. Marami silang dashes. Pero ang naging compensation ng Team Falcons doon would be that Kufra from Ogwen na ang gusto niyang mangyari, dito lang din kayo. Siya yung boundary doon sa containment na gustong gawin ni Haji. And looking at this item progressions, mas maaga pa nga nakuha ni King Kong yung kanyang core item, which is itong War Axe, dahil kinakailangan niya talagang mag-survive at mag-sustain. In comparison with Kyle, na mas matagal niya nakuha yung War Axe niya dahil sa pagkachapsoy ng item choices niya. Kasi nga naman, wala naman siyang kailangan i-prioritize. Ang kailangan niya, makapag-farm at makapag-survive, yung kumbaga consistent na pagpa-farm lang.
I think it's interesting to take note as well na nung nakuha ni Savero yung Trinity niya by minute 11 ay 3 seconds bago maganap yun ay nakuha na rin yung Wind of Nature dito ni Super Marco, kaya parang agad na negate yung power spike na nanggaling dito kay Savero. Bagamat nakakita tayo ng kamuntikan ng highlights mula dito kay Savero, almost is never enough. Hindi umabot doon sa punto na kaya niya nang i-take down si Super Marco, and that meant that Team Falcons took the lead in this game number 4. Now we have an even series and we are talking about a best of 7 lower bracket finals, which means na kung sino ang makakakuha ng susunod nating draw, which is game number 5, ang siyang magkakaroon ng match point.
Ibang klase itong serye na to. Sabi siguro na ibang bansa, ganito pala maglaban yung mga world champion. Yes, this is how regular it is dito sa Pilipinas. Sobrang titindi ng mga teams, sobrang gagaling, and I have to say, both of them, through experience, are willing to take risks. I think that's what I admire the most, especially from Team Falcons, not only with the draft, pero kung sisilipin mo din yung ONIC Philippines, it felt like pulido yung kanilang galaw in terms of the micro. So both of these teams having some different strengths, but all of it clash really well when up against each other.
Tingnan mo naman yung nag-aantay sa dalawang junglers na to na naglalaro ngayong gabi. It's Carl TZ, the greatest of all time, na inaabangan na lang kung si Kyle ba ang kanyang makikita sa Grand Finals o si King Kong ang kanyang makikita.
Yung pala yung sana yung babanggitin ko even before this graphic appears sa ating mga screen, na kahit pa sabihin natin sobrang ganda ng series na to, to be honest, Falcons and ONIC. But then, may naghihintay pa kasing final boss na parang kahit gaano natin sabihin na maganda tong laban na to, meron pang mas ikaganda dahil meron pang nag-aabang, and they have to face the greatest of all time. They have to be so clean enough para makapag-face off doon. Kasi remember, nung time na nagtapat ang ng Team Liquid Philippines and ang ONIC doon sa upper bracket finals natin, kung saan nangyari yun kahapon, ay na 3-1 din ng Team Liquid Philippines ang ONIC. Now, for Falcons, malaking pressure na sila yung top 2 seed sa ating regular season, pero nanganganib pa rin sila hanggang ngayon.
And talagang nanganganib ang Team Falcons dito dahil base sa kanilang history ay hindi pa nananalo ang Team Falcons sa lahat ng kanilang mga lower bracket finals run. And kung sakali na sila ang manalo dito, this will be a first for a couple of seasons na nakakita sila ng ganitong placing.
And looking at it, parehas 2-4. It went up to at least 6 games. We are currently at the 4th. So sa isip siguro ng mga manlalarong ito na yun Nandito tayo dun sa checkpoint ng pinanggagalingan natin bago mapunta sa hindi magandang kapalaran. Now they have a chance to change that. They have an opportunity para pabagsakin yung isa sa mga kupunan na tila naging tinik din sa kanilang lalamunan during the upper bracket semis at mapabilang sa mga bandera na nakapalibot sa San Juan Arena.
And when we look at the banners, sa lahat ng mga naging kampyon, mapapansin natin na sila rin yung mga nakikita natin sa recent championships. Pero isa ang pwedeng mabanggit dito. 3 ang napanalo ng Team Liquid Philippines kung ikukumpara sa 2 natitira ngayong gabi.
And they're looking for that 3-peat. Pero isa sa 2 teams na naglalaban ngayon sa serye na to ang susubok na pumigil sa Team Liquid Philippines. They belong to that triangle of power. Nung hawak pa ng Team Falcons yung pangalan ng AP Bren, nung hawak pa ng ONIC Philippines yung pangalan ng Fnatic ONIC Philippines, ngayon they stand on their own names. ONIC Philippines and Team Falcons, they want to try and finish that 3-peat mula sa Team Liquid.
Tsaka napakahirap din naman kasi wala pang nakakagawa ng 3-peat. And when I look at the banners above, nakikita ko ngayon na ang pinakamalapit na sana ay Blacklist International. And hindi yun natuloy dahil na rin sa nangyari sa RSG during that time kung saan pinalagitnaan nila yung isang season na yun kung saan nagkampiyon ng RSG at yung 3 championship ng Blacklist International ay hindi 3-peat. Back-to-back, pahinga ng isang season, nagkampiyon ulit. Meanwhile, for Team Liquid Philippines, may chance silang gawin ang isa sa mga hindi pa nagagawa sa buong history ng MPL Philippines. Yan ang maging 3-peat champions sa pinaka-palakas na rehiyon ng MLBB.
And I have to say, these 2 teams are proving to be great challengers over and over. Maybe 3rd time's the charm for them. Kung sino man ang manalo dito sa seryeng ito, but it's gonna be a tough task. They have to worry about this first.
Well, palamig muna tayo bago magsimula ang susunod at crucial na game number 5. Punta tayo sa ating on-ground panelists.
Thank you so much, casters. Historic is the last 3 teams in our playoffs, and even this matchup between Falcons and ONIC Philippines. Crazy. It seems like the pick that we're not the biggest fan of ended up becoming a not scapegoat, but it helped them out. The Cupra helped them out.
Napakita natin yan dito sa isang na pinrepare ko. I would say na itong laban ng ONIC Philippines versus Team Falcons, baka hindi na siya about sa draft, Renmar. Although, of course, some teams will have their advantages and disadvantages according to the draft. But overall, I feel like dahil sa execution pa rin on how experienced these championship caliber teams are.
By the way, para sa ating super fans na nanonood live dito sa Champions Arena, you can vote kung sino ang favorite nyong MPL Pros.
Ganyan lang ang QR code na nakikita nyo sa LED. Ayan, ang ating mga ranking so far. Cast your vote. Kaya naman sa mga super fans dyan, if you haven't watched live dito sa Champions Arena, ito na ang sign para sa inyo.
Head on over to ph-mpl.com/tickets. Habol na rin for the tickets so you can join in for the voting. So far, for the poll of favorite MPL PH Season 17 player, it's Carl Teasy in the lead.
At malapit dyan itong si King Kong. So siguro yung mga super fans natin dito ng ONIC Philippines, they can also chime in para makahabol itong si King Kong.
Don't forget, just the QR code will be shown, and then at the same time, you can go online as well. So, as we're heading into this one, we got a play that you want to break down?
Oh yeah, eventually gusto ko ipakita itong ginawa ng Team Falcons sa kanilang pag-siege ng Torre ng ONIC Philippines. Unfortunately, ang pinakasikat dito, so far, si Flap, ayan, tsaka si Super Marco. Umaangat ko kay Flap at masasabi ko na sa game number 3, Flap was amazing. I think there were so many times na nasulit ko itong Esmeralda, 3rd pick. Third pick Esmeralda, mga kaibigan, ay naging sulit. But, of course, let's take a look at this clip. The siege of Team Falcons, granted lamang sila dito. Pero, magagawa ng paraan ni Savero, yun nga lang, merong isang Cupra na haharang sa kanya in the end. The natural counter, which is the bouncing ball. Makita natin yung napakagandang pagtalon doon ni Savero sa may likuran. But because of the fact na nandito si Ogwen, para mapigilan siya with that conceal and that flicker bouncing ball play, and I believe na kinombo rin niya to with the Tyrant's Revenge, which is the first kill of that Kufra. It was able to stop Savero dun sa may backlines. Parang pwede nang ubusin ng Savero ang mga members ng Team Falcons. Pero yung low HP with the flicker on this Kufra, it was enough para makontra yun.
Yeah, so for those wondering why the Kufra to us was a pick that we were worried about, I think it boils down to something that we saw in the early game, which was it was very highly punishable. There are a lot of moments very early on where all going to go in, try to Tyrant's Revenge, and if it doesn't land, and even at the times where it did land, ONIC were ready to answer back. But then once Falcons were able to get their farm, and especially Haji's cover with the Starfield, with the real-world manipulation, and I think that was one of the things that maybe we very slightly overlooked. Haji's timing with his ult actually saved Ogwen a couple of times.
And I think yung sinasabi natin about this Kufra na may konting reservations tayo kasi it doesn't stop the Lancelot. We did preface it by saying that it can stop the Moskov as well as the Pakito. At masasabi ko, yung Pakito ata, yung pinaka nahirapan dito sa laban to. Parang hindi natin nakita na kinaya ng isang Pakito na maging Pakito sa game na to. Parang hindi niya nagawa yung gusto niya gawin. Kirk was kind of nerfed in this scenario because of the presence of that Kufra. In the early stages, hindi ganun kahirap para sa isang Pakito yung kontra ng isang Kufra because that's the nature of that matchup. Pero nang pagdating na ng mid-game na, yung presence na with the flicker, with the conceal at the first two items na meron isang Kufra, enough na siya para mailang si Kirk.
We're seeing Super Marco on our screens right now. And of course, this is the penultimate battle of the Golden Royale. Woo! Super Marco versus Savero. Average kills for the season, 1 and 3. But of course, as you look at the numbers, you also realize that so many stories between these two of clutch moments throughout the season. Kung saan Super Marco suddenly will show up for Falcons just when they need them. Exactly what happened earlier. Savero, we saw it earlier today as well. These two have that clutch gene.
Yeah, this is the penultimate battle pero parang pang-finals yung galawan nila dito, pang-huling laban ng Golden Royale. Imagine this, number 1 and 3 sa average kills, number 2 and then number 1 sa average KDA, GPM number 1, tapos number 4, then number 3 sa damage per minute, and then number 2. And look at this, number 2 sa average turret damage is Savero all across our players here in MPL Philippines. Talk about making a lasting impact sa dalawang players natin na yun.
It's really good to see that in MPL Philippines. Of course, there were a lot of questions, a lot of doubts. Whether or not an import from Indonesia would be able to make it here, he made it work. Even shout out to Coach Aeon. The questions of will an import coach from Singapore, will it work out? It did work out. So imports do have a home in MPL PH. Well, as long as you put in the work, and the gentlemen that I have mentioned have put in the work.
All right. So I believe that we have crossed all of the maps already. So babalik na tayo din sa a randomized map.
Yeah, it's a randomized selection now on moving forward of all the maps.
So there you go. It's Broken Walls again, but this time randomized siya. The last time that we went to Broken Walls, it was Falcons who won it.
So the thing about Broken Walls, especially going up against a team like ONIC, who loves to pick up those assassins, one less dash.
Yeah.
So I feel like this is actually going to be a very dangerous game for Falcons to play with the aggression of ONIC PH. There's a lot more room for them to work with to invade and, well, surprise them with early game aggression.
Broken Walls. Oh, it was a map na talagang nilalaroan ng mga utility junglers like yung mga tipong mga Fredlin and everything. So this could also be that. Pero honestly, pwede mong i-treat kasi yung Broken Walls na parang neutral map eh. Parang wala naman talagang distinct advantage. Or siguro magandang palette cleanser dito para sa dalawang teams natin when it comes to their picks. Alam mo, sana magkaroon ng difference when it comes to the draft patterns of both teams kasi parang parehas na parehas eh, from the past 4 games natin.
Yeah, it's been getting quite predictable, except of course for the surprising picks here and there, but a lot of the central pieces, especially in the center of the map, which makes a lot of sense. I think that's been the story for a lot of the teams in the regular season, but then maybe a few more surprising selections as well. So yeah, we're going to be seeing the countdown on the screen, and who's excited for the draft? Woo! Let's go! We need to, oh my God! Oh my God! I think it clipped me right there in the back.
Buti ka na.
Oh, my back.
Okay ka lang? Okay ka lang?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Di naman tayo sinabihan. May babagsak pala doon.
I know we've been seeing that all throughout the broadcast, but I wasn't ready for it. I think the W got me.
Oo nga eh.
How ironic.
Masyado yata tayong napa-analyze dun sa previous map natin. Alright, so heading into this game number 5.
What's your command?
It's going to be Falcons dun sa may red side, and it's ONIC on the blue side. At what they usually, first pick is the Paquito, but they themselves will ban this out. There is a chance na Zushin first pick for ONIC.
I think they'd go for it.
I think
If it's available, just do it. Because so far, it seems like rotational-wise, we're not even talking about picks. We're just talking about how it's played.
Yeah.
Ogwen, Kyle, and Haji look like they're having so much difficulty going up against the Juicing of Super Friends.
That's right. So the 2 times na napunta sa blue side ng ONIC Philippines, what ended up happening is they pick up the Paquito. That's right. And sila yung nagbaban ng Zushin themselves. Third ban nila yung Zushin na yun. Dun sa games 2 and 4. And sa ngayon, ang kanilang option is to go for that Paquito. So, this should be the Zushin first pick para sa ONIC Philippines.
Makes so much sense for them, of course.
Do you go back doon sa Suyu Claude if you're Falcons or Suyu Harith?
I think for Falcons, I'm leaning a little bit more towards the Claude here.
Claude, all right. Claude Valen.
Yeah, they were able to make it work. And plus, I think now I'm more in the mindset of I don't want to give Savero the Claude.
Yeah, for sure. So, ang hula ko dito para sa Falcons ay Claude plus the Valentina. Pero meron ding option na may linya din na Claude and Suyu. But instead, it's Claude and Eve.
I think, okay, so I think they're realizing some of the early errors or punishes that ONIC has been doing maybe could be answered by the Eve, as we said earlier, with the Kufra. Once Eve hit level 4, and then once Falcons started rotating together, a lot of the ultimates of the Eve actually helped out Ogwen, helped out Kyle even when he would go in for his later entry.
So, ang nagiging configuration dito para sa ONIC is kuha na sila ng jungler nila, either Harley or Leomort or Suyu. I'm feeling hierarchy-wise, Harley tapos Suyu and then Leomort. Tapos ang combo nila doon is typically the Khalid. There is the merit to get the Katonkacha or the Kalea, and indeed it will be the Kalea. Tapos Leomort ang kanilang pinili dito para sa ONIC Philippines. In the presence of Suyu and Harley, parang eto na, dito natin matutuldokan. Leomort ang priority ng ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, and every time we've seen ONIC run this kind of composition during the regular season, it's a lineup built to take control of things early. Once Brusco hits level 4, imagine 4 members of ONIC just sticking together, looking for picks in the river, getting out, handling the macro at the same time. Yes, I know that sounds like it's a lot, but they make it work.
So does this mean Suyo para sa Falcons ngayon, or will they go back to the Fredrin?
Oh, actually, yeah. Fredrin is something they might want to consider here because the Suyo is highly punishable here. I think the extra body on Fred will work as long as Ogwen and Flaps heroes can also hold the front line.
So they go for the Suyo. Nandito na tayo sa point na tapatan na ng damage versus damage from the juggler's position. And interestingly, Falcons can now choose to limit yung mga heroes dito ni Savero. So Moskov and Harith potentially bans para dito sa Falcons.
Let them play the hero.
They got the usual. Well, yeah. Well, with what Kirk did to them earlier on that hero, it's a warranted ban.
Oh, so far, parang ito yata yung game na masasabi kong in command totally ang Falcons. They don't have to be crafty with Esmeralda kasi wala namang Paquito na available para sa ONIC.
Yeah.
Although pinigay nila yung Zushin ng ONIC dito, parang prepared sila, especially with the Tusong ban. It kind of tells me that they have a different approach. ONIC will ban the Atlas. Good ban overall. Siyempre, mahihirapan naman yung Zushin at Kalea mamaya kung sakaling Atlas yung mapili dito na Falcons.
I think one of the biggest trades here now is whether one of these two will ban out the Alice, Uranus, just so... Oh, wait, no. ONIC doesn't have any room anymore to ban out either, because if ever the Alice ends up for Falcons, then you'd want to just put Kirk on the Uranus there, which would be a good thing in the long run for what Falcons wants to be able to achieve with their lineup.
There's the Katon-Kacha ban. Tingin ko pwede yung ONIC na kumuha ng Sora plus the Sora and Moskov kung sakali. But siguro yung medyo delikado na is kapag may Valentina pang available na pwedeng piliin ng Falcons as their last pick at their XP lane. So, that yung Sora pick ni coming out from ONIC, tingin ko mangyari lang pag napili na itong Alice. So now, you do have that go signal para sa ONIC Philippines sa kumuha ng Sora in combination of the Moskov here.
Yeah, it will be a good dive. And it'll force Falcons to just end up picking up something like the high loss, bring down a glorious pathway, either as a means to stop or a means to escape. And then that extra stun is going to help out. Oh, but they go for the Lapu-Lapu instead. Interesting. I mean, technically they do some of the same things.
Yeah.
Ground control, good damage.
At pang dive na rin dito sa may Eve.
Yeah.
Pero alam mo, yung Sora plus yung Lapu-Lapu, ito also allows for the Moskov pick for Savero sakali. I just wish that it will be yung mga ganitong klaseng hero. Instead, they will go the carry route. Carry Kalea combo.
Yeah.
No gatot catcha. Ano pa ba yung mga save dito para sa Falcons?
High loss.
High loss is there. Matutunan ka lang ng...
yeah, and I think that's why they pick it. I wonder if they're crazy enough to try pick off here. Maybe something like a Cho or a Kaja.
Kufra ulit?
Kufra again?
Kufra ulit? Pwede naman?
Maybe.
Beleric for the vengeance. But I think the safest is high loss. Tapos, yung Cho, potentially pwede rin naman dito sa side of Falcons.
What if they bring out the Beleric here? We mentioned Beleric earlier.
Yes. Parang pwede. That the Taunt works, Vengeance works, Revitalize works. But the Cho is the safest option. They will go for the glue. And I think this is the time that I would say Falcons really did have a better draft. Napakasolido ng glue. Although may chance na matunaw siya eventually, pero hindi ganun ka-worth it kung ang bubuhusan ng skill ng isang carry is the roamer.
All right. So for me, with everything that we've seen so far, even in the regular season with how Ogwen uses this glue, it really depends on how they handle the trades in the center, especially against Super Friends, the Kalea, the Juicin. Because Ogwen has had that tendency to get picked off first.
Wow. As much as I want to see more games, pero parang nakuha na ng Falcons yung tamang tipla. Picking up the second phase pick. Red side yung kanilang pinili. Sabay, ito yung hero sila. They have a really good draft here in game number 5.
Whoever wins this goes into match points and one arena. Magingay!
Nauna na ang ONIC. Sumagot ang Team Falcons. Sumagot muli ang ONIC at sumagot muli ang Falcons. Sino kaya ang makakakuha ng match point dito sa game number 5? Sagutan sa dalawang teams pero isa lang ang makakalamang.
All hero for hero, bar for bar. Team Falcons, as mentioned by our on-ground panel kanina, ay parang nahanap na daw yata nila yung tamang timpla. But for ONIC Philippines, these are heroes that are very familiar at komportable talaga silang gamitin. So it just really depends on how they will execute in this game.
Textbook-wise, we can say na maganda nga ang lamang ng Team Falcons when it comes to the draft. Dahil dun sa glue pick, dun sa very last pick ng Team Falcons, it would provide a lot of space doon sa mga pang-team fight, which is itong si Haji and even itong si Flap. Magkakaroon sila ng vision kung sino ba yung magandang target. And for ONIC naman, you mentioned it, comfortability. We're talking about Princess Jushin. Na for the longest time, ito siya siguro yung pinaka nakakatakot na mag-Jushin sa buong MPL.
There was a time na siya talaga yung naging blueprint kung paano nga ba mag-Zushin nung medyo bago-bago pa yung hero na ito. And now, worldwide, si Zushin ay isa sa mga most played na mages. And now, looking at how ONIC Philippines is playing around this Zushin pick, ay mukhang nilalaro nila ito with very aggressive positioning around this mid lane, around this Lethal Wanderer, bago magsimula itong first turtle fight 25 seconds from now.
Yeah, this is just, you know, both teams na talagang nagiging kalmado. Same could be said doon sa game number 4 na nangyari kanina lamang. So I'm just expecting that both teams are gonna be looking to secure yung kanilang mga ultimates bago talaga sila makipagsagupaan. There's 10 seconds bago lumabas ang unang pagong and everybody's gonna be transitioning to that major objective.
At mukhang mauuna mag-level 4 dito si Kirk. Kaya naman may expect natin sa ONIC Philippines na sila ang unang makakapwesto around this turtle. Pero lalaban nata ang Team Falcons.
Medyo nakahiwalay itong si Haji. Si Ogwen lang ang nakapalibot sa kanilang lahat. Si Kyle at si Kirk ang makakita ang isa't isa. It's gonna be King Kong using that Phantom Steed again. At mukhang magpupulasan na naman ng iba. A Throne of Ruins gonna be utilized but to no avail. It's still King Kong na malinis na makakakuha ng pinakaunang pagong palitan ng skills. It's still ONIC taking it.
Napakaliit na differential. Just because nauna si Kirk mag-level 4, yun na yung naging lamang ng ONIC Philippines. With that aggression from that Lapu-Lapu, nagkaroon ng boundaries kung saan lang pwedeng pumunta. ng Team Falcons. And if ever na mag-cross sila ng boundary, it's go time for ONIC Philippines to punish every single member of Team Falcons. Dahil din sa damage output and against Super Friends at the middle of everything.
At doon talaga natin makikita yung importance ng level 4 sa XP lane. Papalag dapat si Super Marco pero parang hindi na pinalagan yung Savero doon. Pero may palagan pala dito sa mid lane si Ogwen. Ang first blood. Katulad nung sinabi ng mga panelists natin kanina.
Biglaang nagkaroon ng bawi ang ONIC after taking that first turtle. I think they're regarding to the point na si Kyle ay palaging inaalalayan pagdating dun sa pag-secure ng objective. So it's easier for ONIC to find their targets.
Parang automatic na merong Kyle sa likod ng isang Ogwen. So alam nila, okay sige, bigyan na lang natin yung front line and they have the means to do it. I mean, the Kalea, ito talaga yung laro ng isang Kalea. And ito yung hinahanap natin kanina from Team Falcons.
That's true.
Yung mag-i-initiate, yung mauuna, yung kukuha agad ng target at yun yung ginagawa ng ONIC.
And tried and tested na rin yung itong combo na to, yung Kalea and Carry na para bang Kaja Carry pero mas pinaganda dahil mas maraming nagagawa ang isang Kalea sa loob ng ating meta. And looking at the objectives so far, first blood and first turtle, lahat ng yan ay napunta sa kamay ng ONIC Philippines at naghahanap pa rin ng bawi ang Team Falcons dito. Ang tanong ay paano nga ba sila babawi? Joshi, anong power spike ng tinitignan natin for Team Falcons?
Kailangan nang masecure ni Kyle ang kanyang Hunter Strike or even mag-Sky Piercer siya kung gustuhin man niya. But at this point, wala na sa options yun kasi nahirapan na siyang mag-snowball to begin with. And also, kailangan din makapag-build up. Yes, glowing one coming in from Haji. This is the best priority item para sa mage ng Team Falcons, knowing na nahihirapan silang lumaban kapag sustained na yung team fight.
Nakapasok na itong si Flap, si Ogwen, nilalabas na rin ang kanyang mga anak. Mukhang may papatungan siya habang nagsusone out. Ang iba naman sa mga members dito ng Team Falcons. Flicker para kay Flap, engage para kay Kirk, pero si Haji makakuha ng pagong. Kapalit naman nun na yung buhay ni Flap at ni Ogwen. RWM at bibitawan kasama na rin ang Blazing Duet, pero to no avail. Hindi nila makakuha ng kill, so it's ONIC taking much of it, but Team Falcons finally getting a major objective.
I mean, it's a clutch steal mula dito kay Haji. Kung hindi nanakaw ni Haji yung turtle na yon, that would have been a major victory para sa ONIC Philippines. Pero dahil nga nanakaw, hindi ganun kalaki ang magiging gold lead na hawak ng ONIC Philippines. Just a 1K deficit para dito sa Team Falcons. At silipin natin ang ating Infinix in-game equipment.
Dahil sa nangyari na yun na makasecure, teka lang. Okay, Kyle survives. And because of that, nakakuha kahit papano ng ilang mga recipe ang Team Falcons onto their core items. But for ONIC Philippines, pinapanghawakan lang nila na kaya naman nilang i-survive yung gagawin ni Ogwen and even ni Haji. Kasi kung tutuusin, kailangan kumonekta ng full combo ni Ogwen para makontain niya yung mga targets doon sa loob ng RWM ni Haji.
And so far, parang dumidikit pa rin talaga ang ONIC Philippines sa gumaganang estratehiya para sa kanila. Nabigyan lang ng paulit-ulit ito si Ogwen katulad sa ginawa nila in games 1 and 3.
Kanina pa siya nagiging target And kapag sumampa man siya, ilalayo lang ni Kirk. And kaya namang dumash talaga ng lapu-lapu. I mean, pag nag-ulti yan, ang layo ng nararating.
And you just got to appreciate yung ikot na ginagawa dito ng ONIC Philippines. Pagkatapos sila dun sa baba, they've slowly carved their way upstairs while Team Falcons was looking for a way to engage. Nakikita natin yung presensya ni Ogwen every now and then, pero tila ba wala siyang magawa because aside from flickers that are still available from the side of ONIC Philippines, marami din sila na doon nakapwesto and it's a sure way to take a turret para sa Super Family.
At paparating na rin ang panghuling pagong ng laro na ito. ONIC Philippines ang may hawak ng 2,000 kalamangan at isang buong item ata ang magiging kalamangan nila in terms of the mid lane. Well, elegant gem lang naman, hindi naman na ipapalaki yan at sisimulan na rin ng Falcons ang pagong na ito. Ang huling pagong ay nanakaw ni Haji, pero ang ONIC Philippines ay naghahanap pa rin ng paraan na makuha ang huling pagong na ito.
Parehas na junglers ay meron ng kanilang mga buffs. Tila nalilito ang pagong sa kung kanino ba siya lilingon. Flap is gonna be touching that major objective, pero magre-reset lang yan ng paulit-ulit. Oh, yung 5v5 at bigla ang magkakaroon ng atake si Brusco pero wala siya mahahatak. A-throne of ruin mula kay Flap ay walang tatamaan pero si Kyle mabubuhay pa. It's gonna be another attack mula sa rest of the members of Team Falcons pero 1-for-1 ang magiging palitan. Now it's gonna be Kyle engaging once again. Savero's gonna be dashing out. Ogwen left to 15% of his HP pero Team Falcons gets another turtle.
1-for-1 trade at sa Falcons mapupunta. Joshi, sobrang clutch yung ginawa ni Haji doon.
RWM to that tsunami slam. Wala siyang purify, yes, but he made or he used that RWM for that CC immunity para hindi siya yung mahuli. And then, naipit na sa loob ng RWM ang ONIC Philippines. Yes, na-punish nila si Flap. Pero may counter trade naman ng Team Falcons. They got the turtle and alam nilang kaya na nilang pumalag ngayon. Slowly but surely, hindi na nagmamatter yung sustain ng Surge of Life mula kay Brusco.
At kung sinilip natin ating Infinix in-game equipment, parehas ng may 2 items ang gold laner natin. Napaka-importante ng Swift Trinity para kay Super Marco at pati na rin dito kay Savero. At ang pinakamalaking diferensya dito ay si Savero ay nagtungo doon sa corrosion muna plus the golden staff. Meanwhile, for this Claude ay nag-DHS siya muna bago yung golden staff. Ano ba yung diferensya ng naging routes ng dalawang gold laners natin?
Para sa carry, para maging efficient, kailangan niya ng maximum attack speed para ma-proc agad yung kanyang passive. And even yung golden staff na instead of 5 attacks, nagiging 3 attacks na lang para pumutok yung true damage. And para naman kay Super Marco, kaya niya inuna yung DHS kasi mas gusto mo yung value ng percent health damage plus yung AoE effect ay nadadamay doon sa DHS. So that is the pathing for those gold laners. Separate ways man, pero doon pa rin pupunta sa punto na kailangan nilang makakuha ng magandang posisyon eh.
Oo, and yung positioning dito ay napaka-importante talaga dahil ang daming gustong pumasok, ang daming gusto kang pitasin. And in terms of battle spells, sa paparating nating unang Lord, ay hawak pa naman ni Savero ang kanyang flicker by that time. The same could be said para dito kay Super Marco na may hawak na Purify. Pero in terms of pwestuhan, ay malakalamang ang ONIC Philippines dahil si Ogwin lamang makakapasok pero bibitawan din pala ng ONIC Philippines ang pwesto around that Lord.
Omi, kanina mo pa sinasabi, humihiling ka ng lagpas 14 na minuto na laban. I think we're going that route depending on the team fight na makikita natin dahil sa pinakaunang major objective, nakapwesto si Brusco at si Prince. Humaharap na rin si Flap at Ogwen. It's still ONIC Philippines na magkakalma muna hanggang sa makita nila si Kyle sa taas.
Nag-set up ng slow push etong si Kyle doon sa top lane. Could be a ghost signal for ONIC Philippines to start that Lord, pero good job from Ogwen na i-delay ng i-delay at mag-provide ng threat na pwede namang lumaban ang Team Falcons. Now, magpapakita si Savero sa top lane. This is go time for Team Falcons.
Ang tanong ay ipo-burst ba nila ito? Mukhang si Super Marco ay wala din sa pwesto. Zone lamang ni Flap si Super Prince at Kirk pero siya pa ata magdadali. Half HP onto Flap at si Ogwin pa rin ang may hawak ng Pixel Brush. Na mayroon ding flicker dito si Brusco. Kailangan nating abangan kung sino nga ba ang mauuna na mag-pull ng trigger. Sorry, flicker? Hindi, nag-ano lang naman, tumalon lang naman si Brusco.
But both teams are gonna have to make a choice. Magsa-slow push ba sila sa taas o i-blitz ba nila ang Lord na nakikita natin sa ngayon? Simpleng pana lang mula kay Kyle ay magiging sapat na para kahit papano ay makapag-push yung mga minions sa taas para sa Team Falcons. Napakabagal, napakapasensyoso ng dalawa nating mga kupunan with only 100 or maybe even more. Pero naman yung pag-atake nila dahil yung Crimson Beacon ay nagamit kaagad. Here's gonna be the Blazing Duet as well at nawawala si Brusco. Dalawa ang patay sa ONIC. Falcons are now in control. They're looking to go for it again. Simpleng mga sibat mula dito kay Kirk pero mapupunta sa green and white ang major objective.
In a split-second decision mula dito kay Master Ogwen na biglain si Super Prince. Hindi na naka-Crimson Beacon, hindi na naka-Flicker at dahil dyan ang pinakaunang Lord ay mapupunta sa kamay ng Team Falcons.
Sumabay pa ng pasok si Flap doon. Perfectly timed. Alam ng Team Falcons sa kahit bumagal at tumagal ng tumagal yung Lord Dance na yon. Nasa sa kanila yung bola, nasa kanila yung desisyon, nasa kanila yung luxury kung bibiglain ba nila ang ONIC Philippines. And now that they have the Lord down top lane, pwedeng mabasag lahat ng outer turrets ng ONIC Philippines. Pwede rin naman mag-focus ang Team Falcons sa iisang lane.
At ang maganda naman para sa ONIC Philippines ay meron silang access sa isang carry na pwedeng tunawin ang Lord na ito. Very risky maneuver coming in from Super Marco pero may Purify pa naman siya. So kung sakaling nadali ay makakatakas, may Lord pa nagmamarcha doon sa may bandang itaas. At tama yung sinabi mo doon, Joshi, mukhang makakalbo ang mga outer tier turrets dito ng ONIC Philippines dahil medyo mahirap kung hindi ito papalalimin ng Super Fam.
Dinedelay din ng Team Falcons yung pag-atake nitong Lord para mawala yung energy shields in under 2 seconds. At dahil dyan, nawala na ng biglaan. Si Ogwen na naman ang haharap. Hinihintay ko din na ilabas niya yung kanyang mga anak, aka the Patrick Let's na makikita natin maya-maya. Pero bumagka na yung Panginoon. RWM ay bibitawan na naman. It's gonna be another Throne of Ruin na bibitawan itong si Flap. Pag-atake ang gagawin, si King Kong, Phantom Steed, and that's gonna be more than enough. Pero si Flap ay naman
ONIC. Nagsustain pa rin naman siya. Pero si Flap ang mawawala and the rest of the members are gonna be here against si Kirk. An XP later on, maybe for another. That's gonna be a kill. Ngayon ay lalaban na naman ng dalawa sa mga teams. Free hit para kay Savero. Si Brusco magbabakawin. Nakapag-flicker na rin si Ogwen. At siya pa yata ang malalagutan ng hininga. Pero hindi pa hayaan yan ng ONIC Philippines. Inhibitor man ang nawala. Dalawa naman ang kanilang nakitil. Nag-overheat ata ng slight ang Team Falcons doon. Lumaban ng matagal doon sa may top lane na nakapagdalawang Phantom Steed si King Kong.
Them disrespecting what ONIC can do doon sa mismong base. Remember na kapag yung laban ay malapit sa base ng ONIC Philippines, sila yung may advantage dahil pwede silang mag-in out every single time. And also, nandun din yung kakayahan nila na mag-chase down kung sakasakali. The moment na naipit si Flap, the moment na binuwat sila pa ulit-ulit ni Super Friends, it is the sign for ONIC Philippines na kaya naman nilang lumaban pa unti-unti, slowly but surely, cutting off that lead from Team Falcons. But we do not remove the fact na lamang pa rin sa control sa mapa, lamang sa gold ang Falcons at lamang sila sa estado ng laro.
Oo, tsaka makikita natin, no, talagang sinubukan dito ni Kirk na makabagbay ng time. At muntikan pa nga si Savero dito, missing out on that flicker play ni Ogwen. Means na makukuha ang kanyang buhay ni King Kong. At mukhang magta-transition na agad tayo sa susunod na malaking objective, which is the second lord of this game. Okay naman ang pwesto para sa ONIC Philippines dito dahil walang inhibitor turret yung malapit na lane doon sa lord na ito.
Makikita din natin yung kalamangan when it comes to items. Lamang pa rin si Super Marco ng at least 800 para doon sa kanyang Fury Hammer dahil going same ways. Yung dalawang gold laners going for that Malefic Gun on their very last item, and now for this Lord fight. Slow push, check para sa Falcons doon sa bottom lane.
Andoon yung mga minions para makatulong ng bahagya in terms of macro. Basag na rin ang mga inhibitor para malinis pa nila yung trabaho. It's gonna be Team Falcons holding on to a 3.1k gold lead at tila sayawan lang ang ginagawa ng parehas na kupunan dahil iilawan lang ni Super Prince at hahawakan ni King Kong yung Lord.
Papatagalin talaga ito ng Team Falcons knowing na lamang sila doon sa baba. Aantayin nilang may magpakita mula sa ONIC Philippines bago nila biglain itong Lord na ito. Makakadepensa naman ang ONIC doon sa may bandang itaas pero hindi alam ng Team Falcons kung magko-commit pa sa baba o magko-commit sa Lord ang Super Fam. Pero ang oras para sa ONIC Philippines ay limitado na.
Pero ang target nila sa ngayon ay yung gitna para kahit paano ay mapareact nila yung ilan sa mga miyembro ng Super Family. Hinihintay nila yung nasa baba na napakatabang minion wave pero ang pag-atake ay gagawin. Mag-flicker si Ogwen para makatakas pa. That's already 1 for 1 in terms of ultimates. A blitz is gonna be done para sa kupunan ng Team Falcons. Anong gagawin ni King Kong? Atake pa rin ang kanilang gagawin pero magbabakaway na lang kasi si Kirk nandun na sa baba. At ang Team Falcons playing with their minds para makuha ang objective na to.
Every objective is a ticking time bomb for ONIC Philippines. May kakayahan ng Team Falcons na i-set up lahat ng macro, bigyan lahat ng check sa checklist, and they got that requirement. Slow po sa bottom lane. The moment someone shows off, nagkaroon na ng time ng Team Falcons, and the moment na nagmadali yung ONIC kasi kailangan nila and hindi sila naging successful on to taking Ogwen, yun na yung go time for Team Falcons na atin na tong Lord na to. Now marching down top lane, kailangan mag-ingat ng ONIC.
Naging tama naman yung desisyon ng ONIC Philippines doon na pitasin na kung sino yung nasa harap, sadyang hindi lamang naging sapat yung damage ni Savero. And as you said, kailangan na nga mag-ingat dito ng ONIC Philippines dahil potentially pwedeng matapos ang larong ito kung hindi sila makakadepensa. Conceal play mula sa Falcons. Ogwen looking for the play. Walang flicker ang glue kaya naman hindi sila pwedeng pumasok ng basta-basta.
Hinahayaan lang nila na basta makuha yung mga waves sa bandang ibaba. It's also gonna be the Lord na hindi nila mayu-utilize to the fullest of its potential. Pero ang pakiramdam ko, hinihintay nila yung pangalawang bugso ng mga minion waves na paparating. Si Ogwen na naman ang kanila magiging target. Sasama na naman si Super Marco na makakapag-BMI lamang. RWM ay binitawan na rin. It's gonna be A-OK para sa ONIC. In spite of them losing one inhibitor, they're still holding on to this game.
At chip damage lang ang nangyari doon sa may bandang ibaba. Very successful defense para dito sa Super Family. Walang namatay, walang nabigay, at tuloy ang laro para sa ONIC.
Agad din nilang nalaman na yung initiation ng Team Falcons would come from Haji. The moment na ilatag yung real world manipulation, yun na yung time ng Team Falcons para lumaban. But them, knowing that, bigla silang umatras lahat. nakaalis sila dun sa boundaries ng RWM and nakadepensa ng maayos. With them also trying to get Super Marco every time na susubukan niya pumasok with that Blazing Duet, that initial reaction from King Kong, that Phantom Seed, okay na yon. It's looking good for ONIC Philippines. The defense is good. Pero hanggang kailan sila didepensa?
And this is still anybody's ball game at this point dahil papasok na tayo sa punto kung saan hindi na rin masyado nagmamatter ang ating gold lead.
Yes.
Sa ngayon, no, nandito pa rin naman, nasa 51-49 pero dagdagan mo pa ng 3,000 yan. Everybody might be on even terms. And looking at our Infinix in-game equipment, makikita natin na ang naghahabulan na lang talaga dito ay ating mga roamers. Medyo malaki ang kalamangan ni Ogwen compared to Brusco in terms of items.
Magiging crucial kung immortality itong pick up ni Ogwen dito sa kanyang 5th item. There goes that immortality. Meron silang added survivability, may added tapang, may added asim ang Team Falcons. And right now for this Lord, they are putting off a cross-map play. Nakakita sila ng target. It's gonna be King Kong. No, hindi mo nalalaban ang Team Falcons.
Delikado kasi maglaban dito eh. Paparating na yung Evolve Lord. Pakiramdam ko for both teams ay magiging maingat sila sa paggalaw around this map. At kung meron mang bibigla, this most likely will be ONIC Philippines considering na meron na ring flicker si Brusco. Dahil kung lalaroin ulit ito ng ONIC Philippines, katulad ng huling Lord, pwede lang pabagalin ulit ng Team Falcons.
Willing naman silang mag-take ng risks pero kailangan kalkulado. Lumabas na yung Lord at ang nakahawak doon ay si King Kong at si Marco. Umaatake na naman si Flap, kasama na si Brusco pero hindi niya mababato yun kasi pagkatapos na naman at nakap ng Lord ang kanilang gagawin. Nandun naman yung RWM para magbitaw na naman pero major ultimates ang nabitawan. It's gonna be a flicker lost from Brusco. Ang RWM para dito kay what is gonna be the key para sa dalawang teams na makuha itong Lord?
Aantayin natin kung sino nga ba ang maiinip. Si Super Marco na naman ang hahawak ng Lord na to. Si King Kong naman para sa kabila. Mas may karapatan ng Falcon sa patagalin ng Lord fight na ito. And Super Friends is already zoning out multiple members. Hindi na ata ipapang-reset ni Flap ang Lord na ito.
Pero tingnan mo naman yung targeting na ginagawa nitong si Ogwen. Medyo mapapalalim yata siya ng konti kasi nag-flicker na rin si Super Friends. Habang nangyayari lahat ng yan, baka posibleng targeting sila ng Team Falcons pero si Ogwen na lang ang babagsak. Bombing off immortality. Mabubuhay pa kaya siya? Ando na naman yung ibang mga members sa si Flap. Napagamit na naman ng Winter Crown at ando na rin yung Blazing Duet pero wala pa rin namamatay. Sa koponan ng Team Falcons! Hatsi making the real world manipulation para sa kanilang koponan. Make it a double for the machine. Si Savero ang tatargetin ni Super Marco para flicker pa rin. It's gonna be the rest of them locking forward. Marco focus sa goal. Match point ang Team Falcons.
The KDA machine fights them all! 5 ang nakulong sa real-world manipulation!
Team Falcons headed by the KDA machine that perfectly layered, perfectly positioned. Real-world manipulation is all what it takes para kunin ang match point. What a macrocentric type! And up to that last moment, nakita ng Falcons ang liwanag para tumungo sa match point.
At mapapanood natin muli ang mga highlights ng larong ito. This was a slow tempo game kung saan parehas na gold laners ay gustong makapag-farm. We're looking at a carry, we're looking at a Claude. Dalawa sa mga talagang kailangan ng oras bago pumasok sa laban. Kaya naman naging mas importante pa kung paano nila minanipula ang mga waves natin. Sa tingin ko ay naging crucial para sa pagkapanalo ng Team Falcons.
Sobra. Sila yung may lisensya na pabagalin at maghintay ng mga bagay-bagay. Sila yung nakapag-set up ng mga prerequisites na kinakailangan and this man just finished everything off. Haji sa kanyang Eve, bukod sa mahirap na siyang abutin at habulin at puntahan, siya pa yung nagsiset na dito lang mangyayari yung laban. That crucial RWM, cherry on top for Team Falcons.
Oo, grabe yun. Para bang may checkpoint na nangyari. Lahat sila napatigil ng saglit. Tigil ka muna, pasilip ng lisensya. And Haji doing that play, hindi lamang yun yung naging highlight ng laro na ito. I think there was also a big time play na sinubukan siyang kitilin ni Brusco pero naging sakto din ang kanyang RWM.
Yes, every single micros na ginawa, yung mga decision making all led by the KDA machine. Pinakita niya kung paano gamitin ng Eve sa pinakamalinis na paraan.
Oo, at yan o, saktong-sakto. Kakasabi lang natin, nakita agad natin sa ating MVP highlights. Ito yung mga klase ng mga plays na simple lang pero napakataas ng impact. Ang daming nakukulong, ang daming nababawasan. In multiple ends, makikita natin na untouchable ang pwesto ni Haji sa kanyang RWM.
Hindi lang yun eh. Nagkaroon pa tayo ng mga combos noon, yung Gatot Katsa, tsaka yung Eve, yung RWM AOG, na yung boundary ng RWM, nandun yung AOG. Ang ginagawa ng Team Falcons, si Flap yung nagmistulang Gatot Katsa, siya yung nasa boundary ng mga RWM. It's either makakatakas ka ng sobrang aga or hindi na talaga at all kasi sa dulo may nag-aabang pa.
And we've seen some games mula sa mga glue users in this current playoffs na tila sobrang nahirapan sila kasi every time na merong Kalea matchup dun sa kabila, yun yung binibigyan niya, yung glue kagad yung inuuna para hindi na sila makapag-fronta in that later portions ng ating laro. Pero hindi ganun yung ginawa ni Ogwen. He was more than willing to not only set up, commit his flicker, pero pagkatapos nun, tumagal pa sa laban ng maybe 5 or 7 seconds more para matulungan at makarespo yung kanyang kakampi.
And this is by far our longest game sa seryeng ito. Saktong-sakto, malinis, umabot ng 20 minutos ang larong ito. And this is something that we predicted before the game even started. Pinag-usapan natin na ang isang carry at isang Claude ay talagang kailangan ng oras at nabigyan naman sila ng oras. Umabot pa nga sa punto na pinag-usapan na natin kung ano nga ba yung naging diferensya ng item progression ng dalawang hero na ito. But in terms of overall team fighting, parang dun ata nagkaroon ng diferensya between these teams.
Yung pinakamalaking diferensya ng carry at ng Claude is that yung carry single target pa rin. Yes, attack speed wise, mabilis tumunaw, bigyan mo 2 segundo, papatay ng pinakamakunat na tank yan. But the thing is, for Super Marco, yung AOE ng Blazing Duet, yun yung pinakamahalaga for them. And yung timing din kung kailan niya binibigay. Kasi the moment na mag-Blazing Duet si Super Marco, na i-communicate na ng Team Falcons na wala ng resource ang ONIC Philippines.
And because of that, yung clearing nitong si Super Marco pagdating dun sa mga minion waves ay mas malinis dahil din dun sa kawalan nung Pakito. I feel like this is a hero that's been heavily crucial, hindi lang sa series na to, kundi pati na rin sa kabuuan ng ating playoffs. Kung sakali na ma-pick up sana yon, it's gonna be harder for Team Falcons na ma-build yung kanilang box or maybe the front-to-back composition. Yes. Pero dahil wala yung hero na yon, once Kirk enters using his lapu-lapu, nagiging careful din siya eh. Kaya nga isa lang yung death niya kasi kahit anong gawin niya, he can't really put a stop to the very agile heroes na meron ng Team Falcons.
And in addition to that, yung carry, naipit pa si Savero on getting this carry. Well, in fact, meron na agad counter yung Team Falcons out of that, yung Eve ni Haji. Once ma-contain mo yung carry dahil nga sa innate short range na meron ng carry compared to a Claude, pag naipit ka sa RWM, you would really expend your flicker or even your second skill para lang makaalis ka doon. And without those, it's go time for Ogwen and even Flap to control that carry. So overall, this is planned right ahead of Team Falcons. And as we look at that item progression, nakikita naman natin na hindi ganoon nagkakalayo yung timings ng items ni Savero at ni Super Marco. Nagkaroon ng major gap doon sa Wind of Nature. Kasi the moment na makuha ni Savero yung kanyang Trinity, mabubuo na yung Wind of Nature ni Super Marco. So mas kaya niya ng pumalag.
Yun naman talaga yung din nakita natin no, katulad nung last game. And now for Team Falcons, na-break din nila yung pattern. Dahil kung mapapansin natin, di ba, ONIC ang nauna. Tapos may dumaan ng Team Falcons. Kumbaga sagutan sila. Yes. Ngayon lang tayo nagkaroon ng back-to-back sa serye na to kung saan Team Falcons ang nanaig kontra ONIC Philippines. And now at match point, they are 1 game away from securing a Grand Finals ticket para dito sa MPL Philippines. At hindi lamang yun, kundi ticket na rin patungo sa Esports World Cup in Paris.
Just how poetic would it be na pagkatapos nung sweep na naranasan nila kontra sa ONIC Philippines ay makuha nila yung Game 6. Pero syempre, hindi papayag ang Super Family. They've had to work their way from the play-ins para makarating doon sa upper bracket finals. At kahit na kinulang sila against Team Liquid Philippines, this is their last and only opportunity para maipakita that they deserve to go to finals and to Paris.
Bago tayo tumako sa napakainit na serye na ito, puntahan muna natin yung kasiyahan sa MPL Festival.
Hey there, everybody! Your girl is back here at MPL's Super Fan City at kanina naganap ang mga palaro sa ating stage kung saan naka-receive ng mga freebies ang ating mga super fans from our sponsors like Infinix, Smart, and Clear as well as from Falcon's Nest. Kanina rin ay ginanap ang Infinix Fancy Cluban semifinal sa pagitan ng The Beast of AB Brand and Sonics of ONIC Philippines kung saan naka 2-0 sweep ang Sonics. Kaya naman bukas ay kaharapin nila ang Auroras para sa Grand Finals ng Infinix Fancy Cluban. Para sa ating 3rd at 4th placers ng Infinix Fancy Cluban, they will receive 10,000 MLBB Diamonds. Para naman sa 2nd place, they will receive 15,000 MLBB Diamonds. At para naman sa tatanghaling kampyon ng Infinix Fancy Cluban, they will receive Fancy Cluban Trophy, medals, 25,000 MLBB Diamonds, and GT Watch 5 Pro. Maraming mga kaganapan dito sa Super Fan City, kaya naman tanungin natin ating mga super fans kung kumusta ba ang kanilang mga naging experience. Let's go! So, kumusta ang experience mo dito? Ano bang favorite mo na nalibot dito sa Super Fan City?
Yung Clear po kasi may free.
Ay, may free!
Sobrang fun kasi sobrang daming booth dito.
Pumunta na kayo dito sa MPL Festival Super Fan City dahil meron pa rin tayo bukas hanggang Grand Finals. Dito na kayo makakita ng mga cosplayers at ML heroes na nagtatagalog. Kaya halina kayo dito!
Always great to hear from Odin and of course what's going on in Super Fan City, but here we are. Match point. It's still Wolf and Renmar here, and we were talking about a very specific pick. It was in the EXP lane. I feel like there were moments that a Sora or a presence of a Sora was missed, especially since it was the eve of Haji that ended up becoming the MVP turnaround winner.
There was a time na masasabi natin si Kirk was instrumental in the first few minutes of the game. Napakalakas ng pagkakapiloto niya dito sa isang lapu-lapu, but in the end, ang daming mga teamfights that could have won with a big box that they can utilize. Unfortunately, yun yung isang bagay naman na na-abuse dito ng Team Falcons.
Well, do you have a play for us at the
That's right.
right now?
So, napakaganda ng Lord Dance natin. Tingin ko dahil yung dalawang teams natin are championship caliber teams na rin at napakataas na rin yung experience and their knowledge about the game. That's when we can say na magiging maganda yung isang Lord Dance. This is a very long one. In fact, makikita natin dito yung pagkakasetup ng Falcons na first din nila dito yung initiation coming from Brusco. That was the flicker that they started with. And if we take a look dun sa mga mangyayari, mag-initiate si Ogwen on this side. Now, take note. This looks like a weird play coming out from Ogwen. Dito siya sa may bandang baba. Makikita natin dito malayo siya sa kanyang mga teammates. And then ito si King Kong na magiging crucial dahil hindi pa siya nakikita ng side ng ONIC. But watch out for what Flap can do na sinasabi natin dito na experience na talaga na player. What will happen is makikita niya kung nasa si King Kong. Parang talagang chinecheck niya lahat ng mga possibility dito kasi ONIC can either steal the Lord with King Kong or mag-teamfight pa nga.
Oh, so you're saying that in this moment, maybe Ogwen forced this because Falcons needed to look freaking calm.
Exactly. And they were able to get this one at mukhang makakapiglas na ang side ng ONIC Philippines dito at mukhang magkakaroon ng reset. At this reset will not favor Team Falcons eventually, pero dahil sa gagawin ni Haji, our MVP, this play needs no explanation, that timing. In fact, ito rin yung dahilan kung bakit sila nanalo sa Omega yesterday. Haji's timings with the Eve. Dun sa kanya paggamit ng ultimate na hindi niya basta-basta binibitaw at naghanap siya ng perfect na moment for his team. That is what allows Team Falcons to eventually win the team fights.
Yeah, he didn't even need to get the kills within his own box. The moment that Immobilize hit, you knew that Falcons could just run down the members of ONIC Philippines.
Yep. And then eventually yung mga ibang members pa dito like sila Kai, di ba? Napakaganda rin ng performance afterwards, the way that they outplayed at na-counter pa nga yung gustong gawin ng side ng ONIC Philippines eventually.
By the way, we have QR codes up in your screen right now, or they're going to be up in the arena. We're going to have QR codes that are going to be popping up. Oh, it's right there next to you. It's right next to you. Yeah, right over there. It's Palag Na To merchandise, of course, our anthem, performed and sang by the lovely Janine Berdine. Early access for the merchandise. Scan the QR codes on your screens. I should get in on that. I just realized, those are. I like the card that she got. Can we get those cards, you think?
Can we get those cards?
Like the Janine Berdine one?
Oo nga naman. Alam mo naman, sobrang na-impress tayo sa performance si Janine Berdine. Alam mo, yung Palag Na To, kaya pa pala siya pag-live.
Yeah.
When I saw it the first day.
Yeah, I love her music. I love her performance of the anthem. It was really good.
Siya rin naman. Okay din naman talaga si Madam Janine. Respect.
Very, very talented.
Very talented.
Yeah.
Okay. Draft was important in the first of 5 games. At ito yung naging lead-up kung bakit nagkaroon ng match point dito ang Team of Falcons. So pansinin natin, nagpapalitan sila ng sides at first. It was actually Team Falcons who chooses itong mga sides natin. Dun sa first game, sila yung home team. So sila yung pumili ng blue side.
Yeah. I think the very important thing that, especially that we noticed in game number 5 was, you definitely, of course, it made a lot of sense for you to lean towards Falcons for that draft. For me personally, it was dependent on how they'd be able to handle the early. They got, at least if I'm not mistaken, Turtle 2 after Turtle 1 went to ONIC.
Yes.
Because it's the Kalea and Juicin that has been problematic for you. Kalea, problematic for a lot of teams because it's Brusco playing it. Of course, in this series, the Juicin of Super Friends. But then now in this very crucial game number 5 where Falcons get a match point, they were able to take them down with those picks.
Ang mental battle na nakita ko dito between the two drafters ng dalawang teams at kung paano sila mag-decide. First yung side selection, blue side natatalo ang Falcons. And after 4 games, nakita nila na yung side pala na papabor sa kanila is that red side. At this time dun sa game number 5, ONIC mismo nag-decide na ibayin yung kanilang draft pattern to ban eventually yung Pakito instead na mag-ban ng Zushin. So parang gumaganda na yung balasa para sa side ng ONIC Philippines. Pero yung Falcons, na-realize nila na okay, we just have to take this Alice away from ONIC. Kumuha tayo ng Suyo at yung EV pang sasagot natin dun sa Zushin na tumalo sa atin in the game number 1 and game number 3. Baka hindi Kalea yung problema natin. If we are Falcons, maybe it was the Jushin. And in fact, nakita nga natin yung pagkakagamit nila nito sa Eve to eventually win out against the Jushin of Super Friends.
So when Mirko and I made our predictions heading into the playoffs, I said that if ever we got this as the lower bracket finals match, because this was his prediction that we'd end up with, that this would be a battle of the side lanes. I thought that we'd see a more consistent, like without a doubt, Roman trio, they're gonna be good. But as the series goes on, you realize one pick in the mid can actually change the picture for the entire matchup in the Roman trio.
And yung priority pa yun, di ba? Parang yung Zushin yung binigay nila, knowing full well that ONIC, hindi sila magdadalawang isip na kunin yung Zushin na yun. That was the first pick Zushin. Immediately, they picked up the Eve. Medyo binangko muna nila yung kanilang jungler pick. Eventually, nakuha pa rin nila yung Suyo na gusto nila. Which to me is one of the decisions that ONIC Philippines had to really hard read on. But unfortunately for them, it did not work. Yung Leo Moore, tingin ko, in terms of like priority, so sabihin na natin yung term na hierarchy, Renmar, tingin ko para sa akin, di ba naman, kung naalala mo yung sa draft, sabi ko, first is Harley. Then Suyo, then Leo Moore. They chose the Leo Moore at sila pa yung nauna mag-pick doon. And I think, syempre, nasa team play nila yon. Nasa practice nila kung paano nila na-feel na yun yung pinakamalakas. But for me personally, I would not put that as my priorities. At nakita naman natin kung ano yung mga limitations ng hero na yon.
Yeah. I think ONIC are probably gonna break glass in case of emergency. They're probably gonna end up with a Harley in this game. Something just about that. And how ONIC has played Harley, especially King Kong, they just really find the angles really well with getting those pickoffs. Or even if it doesn't lead to a kill, at least you get the -1 because most of the times it's the roamer or the EXP. Sometimes even it's the mid laner. They go home and then you have an advantage in the turtle. Again, it just goes along with that ONIC style we've been saying all season long. Heading into objective fights, maghahanap sila ng laban. They're gonna look for a fight.
Yeah. Still, mapapansin natin yung ONIC Philippines high spirits pa rin. Look at this. The shared hero is...
Baxia and Suyo.
Baxia and Suyo. hindi dapat ito yun. Pero, that's interesting. I think yung mas gusto kong bigyan ng pansin dito is yung mga unique heroes na nilalaro nila, which in this scenario, hindi pa masyado nag-Harley itong si Kyle. Whereas itong si Kiko, yan talaga yung pinaprioritize as long as as well as the Leomord. The Fredrin always banned in the second phase. Pero itong si Kyle, hindi pa niya hinawakan yung Guinevere. What's stopping Team Falcons dito to pick up the Guinevere? We don't know yet. Pero baka makita pa natin yan sa ating next game.
What if that's what they were saving this for?
Yes.
This match point, time to make it to the grand finals pick, then they finally lock in the Guinevere.
Tama.
Even though, okay, we'll pull the curtain back a little bit. All the casters have been looking for it. Where's this Guinevere? Yeah, I can't remember if it was banned, but in the moments where we thought Falcons would pick it up, they don't.
They don't, yeah. Well, kasi naman available din yung Suyo na ang hirap talagang hindi piliin sa mga ganitong moments. Here we are, match point for Team Falcons. Always starts with the draft. Ang mga games natin, isang beses para tayo umabot sa 20 minutes. Kadalasan ay mga one-sided. Although sabihin natin may mga games na quote-unquote tumatagal, pero alam mong one-sided siya. And I think, dahil yun dun sa mga draft. So far, we have been seeing teams that has a better draft to eventually win it.
So here's Super Marco's top 5 heroes picked for the season. Of course, it makes sense. Claude is all the way up there. Moskov is his next in terms of his most iconic so far this season. Win rate went down a little bit because we saw the result of the Moskov game that they got earlier. So that's why we put a lot of importance on the trade between the, take out the Granger, the 4 marksmen that you see on the screen. The Claude, the Moskov, the Harith, and the carry. At one point, I thought that we'd be seeing an entire playoffs or just Claude Harith, Claude Harith. But I'm glad nag-evolve tayo dun na hindi lang yun yung nakuha natin.
I'm glad that we're seeing like the Moskov. Eventually yung carry pag tama yung moment, but it just won't work. If you're ONIC, I feel like parang hindi na advisable na kumuha ka pa ng mga pocket strategies dito on core roles. Siguro yung mga mid laners, yung mga roamers, maybe that's where you can go for your cheese picks, but we'll see if they will go for their pocket strategies. Heading into their potential last game.
Here we are, match point for the Falcons. ONIC has to show up with a draft to force game number 7. Then we're gonna see in just a bit the sides for these two. ONIC goes blue and they first pick the Claude right away. One of the heroes that we were expecting Falcons to not give to Severo, but because of the bans, Falcons had to deliver. Fanny, Baksha, and the Freya, Severo gets his Claude.
Okay, so ang mga ko dito, there is the Eve and now the Guinevere.
There we go.
Now the Guinevere.
I thought about it. I was saying it earlier. Maybe they're saving it for this specific moment. Their game or grand finals clinching win, and they get the Eve too.
And alam mo, Renmar, parang hindi natin pinaprioritize yung Leomord para sa ONIC, but I think this is the game where they can pick it up. Right? It's one of those heroes na pwedeng pangasabay nga naman sa isang Guinevere.
Yes.
And has good synergy with Claude. Siguro yung Eve will always be a problem, but they can always go for the Valentina here if you're ONIC and the Zushin. So Zushin muna kanilang unahin. Probably the Leomord is their next pick. Or maybe Alice, kung gusto nilang nakawin, di ba?
Yeah, you don't have to worry about the Valentina, and it seems like ONIC want to go for full dive. But there's the Leomord. Ogwen.
There's the Kalea.
Kalea, play it safe, either high-loss Gatot. I think the Gatot would be good because there's a lot of dives. You get that taunt and the Revitalize as well.
Revitalize. Alright, so Harith yun, yung ibang sometimes ginagamit siya, pero kasi magic-based yun. So pwedeng piliin yung iba. But yeah, I would have said the Moskov is the better option kung sakali para may late game options din sila dito for Falcons. So well-rounded draft for both teams at yung Tricore ang pinakita ng parehas nating teams dito. Well, they're not technically Tricore pero gold. Tapos mid lane and then the jungler.
Roam EXP for both to show their last picks. It's gonna be brutal in the second phase of the draft. You remove Gato at high loss, Kalea, all of those heroes that have our holy trinity of Revitalize / healing. And then you're left with either the damaged ones, the Kali, the Hilda, and then the Cho.
Yeah. Okay, so that's 2 picks for both teams. So we're going to be starting with the bans. That is Yuzhong. All right, so that's Yuzhong from Falcons, the respect from their team. Para din mapalakas nila yung kanilang turtle fight. Para sa ONIC, ang kanilang tingnan din dito is the possible roam options din. Like the Gatot Kacha na magiging problema para sa isang Claude. There's also that Sora factor for both teams. At dahil mauuna yung Team Falcons, baka yung ONIC ay magban ng Sora eventually.
I think ONIC will probably look at the roamers and Falcons might look at the EXP laners here. Because even if they get the Sora... Oh, no, yeah. No, yeah, it'll be really good. Yeah, ONIC is part of the Sora.
Oo, pero may option din ng Valentina dito para sa ONIC. Pero alam mo yung maka-counter nga niya yung Sora, pero hindi gaganda yung composition nila if that is picked up. It does make sense on the counter perspective. I will see.
Kawa yung Leomord dun eh.
That's right. So Falcons, I'm still seeing the Sora 4th pick para sa kanila, pero meron din namang option ng Alice on their side.
Yeah, so that Kirk doesn't end up with it because it also does, it combines really well for ONIC. I mean, we've always said balance would be really good, but even more so now, I think it's warranted ONIC can just go full dive, considering it's the even Moscow that you're worried about. The Khalid gets banned out here for Falcons, one of the multiple roamers that we mentioned earlier. So if Falcons ends up, or excuse me, ONIC ends up banning either the Gatot or Hylos, and then that's going to be bad for them. So I think they want to float those two open, so that just becomes a trade in the roam.
Yeah. So, speaking of roamers, mayroon bang chance na ang Guinevere dito will be the roam?
Yes.
That happened before?
Yeah, that happened before, but okay. Sorry, Twisted Minds, but I just wasn't a fan of it.
Yeah, it was.
Not for me, not for me. Let's just say that. I'm not going to yuck their yum, it wasn't for me.
Okay, so that will be the Atlas, the ban here for ONIC. Fourth pick para sa Team Falcons. Sora looks really good here para sa Falcons.
Okay, would you rather get the Sora or get the Atlas so that ONIC doesn't get it?
I'd rather go to Sora kasi madami siyang na-achieve dito, pang-dive na rin everything. If they want a neutral pick, yung Hilda nandyan pa rin, available para sa kanila. Okay siya laban sa isang Leomord, okay siya versus the Claude.
Yep.
Another option is Glue, another flex pick yun. Pwedeng maging EXP, pwedeng maging Roam. At nakita naman natin kung gaano ka-impactful si Ogwin sa pag-control ng River with that Glue.
Oh yeah, what if they just pick it up as the red 4 pick and then it's a flex if ever? Then you can just adjust it.
So that will mean Alice para sa team, sa ONIC Philippines, I mean.
Yeah.
What do you pick for Brusco?
Fight for the
So
ultimate.
it's indeed the Hilda.
Still flex.
Still flex.
What a pick up.
Okay.
It makes it so much harder for ONIC to read.
Yeah. But they can go Sora if they want to. At the same time, may Lapu-Lapu pa na hindi naman din magkakaroon ng problema dito sa Hilda. I think the Lapu-Lapu is a great addition para sa ONIC. It has the dive that they need. Yung Alice, tingin ko magkakaroon na ng konting problema dito because of the presence of the Hilda in the Moscow.
Yep.
And the knockups coming out from the control coming out from both Eve and Hilda. Even Guinevere. So tingin ko, Lapu-Lapu na pipili ng ONIC Philippines. And the Gatot Kacha probably. And there it is. That's the Gatot para sa side ng ONIC Philippines.
And then they showed the revitalized roamer here. Ogwin can just wrap it up with a high loss.
Yeah.
Wrap it up in a neat little package.
Still go for the Alice.
Ooh. Yeah, the more you talk about it, I was thinking maybe the Lapu-Lapu would have been a little bit better.
Yeah. Pero isa naman to sa mga na-consider na natin kanina.
Yeah.
For sure. A very standard pickup.
Oh yeah, they go all dive, by the way.
All dive, for sure. So, revitalize makes a lot of sense here.
It has to be high loss, the glorious pathway.
Pwede yung i-keep nila yung Hilda dun sa may gitna, sa may row, and then pick up an Arlot actually. And they themselves pick up the Lapu-Lapu. Alam mo, I think this is pretty even. Parehas na teams na ito may malakas na lineup. The dive coming up from ONIC is impressive. It's gonna be up to execution. I feel like this is a pretty even draft.
Match point for both. Super Fam, ONIC needs your support! Falcons, one more game! Who is gonna move forward? Is it Falcons now, or are we gonna go to game number 7? Casters, let's go!
Papalapit na ata ang prime time sa San Juan sa pagpasok natin ng game number 6 dito sa Land of Dawn kung saan nagtatapat in an elimination match patungong Grand Finals ng ONIC Philippines and Team Falcons. Malalaman na natin kung paano nga ba magpapatuloy ito sa pagpasok ng game number 6.
Do or die para sa ONIC Philippines. It's 3-2 now at isang panalo na lang ang hinihintay ng Team Falcons para mapabilang sa Grand Finalists at makapabilang din sa pagpunta sa Paris para i-representa ang Pilipinas. This is gonna be intense.
At na dalawang world champions ang ating pinapanood ngayon so far. Dalawang aggressive na mga mid lane and roam tandem na rin ang nagsusuntukan dito sa mid lane. Joshi, what can we expect in the early game sa crucial game 6 na ito?
For this early game, merong edge ang Team Falcons knowing na ang hawak nila ay Hilda. Nandun yung constant threat doon sa jungle camps ng isang Leomord and also with the Guinevere na ngayon lang na-pick. Out of all those 5 games na nagdaan, ngayon lang pinansin ng Team Falcons. This could be the differential that Falcons need para makapag-control at makapag-snowball na mabilis. Look at Ogwin.
Wow.
And katulad nung sinabi mo, no, snowball nga talaga ang hanap ng dalawang ito. And back-to-back Eve games as well para dito kay Haji na napakaganda na naging performance kanina in game number 5. Kaya may expect natin na mainit pa rin ang kamay ni Haji when it comes to this hero. Pero ang pinagkaiba naman ata ngayon ay hindi na hard catch ang gusto ng ONIC Philippines. They have a lot of sustain sa kamay ng Alice ni Kirk at pati na rin sa gatot kacha ni Brusco.
And I think I could say the same thing para dito sa koponan ng Team Falcons. They have Ogwen as the roamer na posibleng makapagbigay ng information pero yung palakol niya lang talaga ang magiging mini crowd control skill aside from the real world manipulation na posibleng bitawan ni Haji. Pero as a crowd control skill, ayaw mo na basta-basta gamitin lang yung big ticket ultimate gaya nun.
Wow, at nauna pa ang side ng Team Falcons dito at mapepwestuhan na rin ni Flap ang turtle na ito. At dahil nga nauna ang side ng Team Falcons, parang mahirapan nata mag-contest ng ONIC.
There's gonna be a bravest fighter already. May iwasan bahagyan itong si King Kong pero napakaganda ng zone ng Team Falcons at makakabutas pa sila ng isa. Posibleng dalawa kasi pinagsama na. Makakatakas ng bahagya itong si Kirk matapos siya gamitin ang Throne of Ruin. But that's a kill and a turtle para sa Falcons.
Hindi nagamit yung revitalize si Brusco. Dahil doon sa mini stun and purify.
Oy! Pagtatalon! Ang bansag ng Falcons kay Savero. He is down!
Saan ang galing yung ganitong klaseng aggression ng Team Falcons?
Dahil sa information na binibigay ni Ogwen, knowing nakita niya lahat, kita niya yung mid trio ng ONIC Philippines, na pe-prevent nila yung aggression na pwedeng gawin. And look at Ogwen once again.
Pero nakakatakas pa rin naman siya at may pagtalo na naman na gagawin si Kyle. Babawian naman siya ni King Kong at yun ay ata ang kanyang magiging katapusan. Dalawa na naman ang jungler, dalawa na naman ang pinagsama si Ogwen. Ang susunod, counter punch mula sa ONIC. Ang ginawa nila para mabababa sa daan-daan lamang ang kalamangan sa gold.
At hindi nag-overcook yung ONIC doon. Matapos sila manalo ng team fight, hindi na nila ni-risk na mag-invade sa purple.
And yun naman yung hindi nagawa ng Team Falcons. Sila yung nag-overextend. Ogwen, nung nahuli siya nung Unbreakable and even yung buat ni Super Friends, okay na yun for ONIC dahil enough na yung crowd control time na yon para pabagsakin yung Hilda na hindi na nakapag-heal up itong si Ogwen and eventually nahabol pa itong sila Kyle. And even si Kyle, nung namugat siya, hindi na siya nakatakas. Na-expend niya na yung second phase ng kanyang spatial migration kaya naman wala na siyang way para tumakas against ONIC. Medyo even na nagiging tagpo. 900 gold lead for Team Falcons may seem na malaki yan for the early game but for ONIC, it's just 1 kill away para makuha yung lamang.
At iisang, actually, lahat ng mga battle spells sa ating XP laner sa magiging available sa upcoming turtle fight natin kung saan ang huling pagong ay napunta sa kamay ng Team Falcons ng malinis. Ang tanong ngayon para sa ONIC Philippines ay kung magko-contest ba sila ng maaga dito. Mukhang ang sagot dito ay oo. Ang ganda ng pwesto ni Brusco.
Pero magre-reset muna sila nitong pangalawang pagong. Pero yung RWM bibitawan na naman yung Crimson Beacon ay gagawin din para makatakas kahit papano. May ipapatong na naman at atakihin na ng ONIC Philippines. Kasama mo pa yung Throne of Ruin na nagmula dito kay Kirk pero buhay pa rin si Flap. Sinazone niya na lahat. Ginagawa niya ang kanyang makakaya para hindi siya mamatay at makapagkaroon pa ng oras ang Team Falcons. Pero naubusan siya ng time para mabuhay sa laban na yun. Natutuloy-tuloy na naman ang Team Falcons para makapag-disengage. And ONIC now controls the river. Samahan mo pa yung King Kong na makakapag-secure ng pagong. May Violet Requiem naman. Makakatakas pa rin si Kyle. Walang mapipick off sa ONIC at kuha nila ang pagong.
And ONIC with a massive win sa team fight na yun at itutuloy pa ata nila. Hinahanap nila si Ogwen. Phantom Steed na gamit na rin. Looking for the Falcons nest. Pero mukhang hindi na nila papasukin ang jungle pa. Pahinga na muna para sa ONIC Philippines. That's a turtle and a couple of kills.
Ganda rin kasi na ginagawa ni Kirk dun sa likod. The moment na pumasok si Flap, na-delay yung pag-take ng Falcons dun sa objective, making it possible for ONIC to turn things around. Para Wilderness wala kay Ogwen could be a death blow para kay Kirk. Pero nabuhay pa din naman siya. Now looking at Savero.
Tinuluyan gamit yung Blazing Duet pero may pantakas pa kaya si Savero. The answer is yes. Dahil nandyan na si Kuya King para umalalay sa kanyang kakampi.
Oo, at may Purify pa nga siya doon. So kung sakaling tumama man yung mga abilidad ni Kyle, ay makakatakas pa rin naman si Savero bagamat mapipindot yung Purify. Meron na tayong tig-isang objective para sa ONIC and Falcons. At sa tagal ng laro na ito ng 6 minutes, 1,000 lang talaga yung hawak na kalamangan ng Falcons. Hindi na umalis doon.
Napakalaking factor yung ginagawa ni Super Friends na paulit-ulit niyang ginugulo kung sino man yung humaharap from Team Falcons. Kailangan din i-maximize ng Team Falcons yung range na meron si Haji over this Roshin. Kailangan perfect timed perfectly positioned. Lahat ng mga binibitawan na skills in Ogwen must not overcommit. Kapag wala siyang flicker, kapag wala siyang first skill, kasalanan para sa Team Falcons, para kay Ogwen rather, na lumaylay pa itong si Ogwen doon sa kampo ng ONIC Philippines. Because again, we're looking at ONIC with the Gatot Katsa and this Jushin, napakataas ng punish potential.
Oh yeah, and para naman sa ating mga gold gainers dito, Joshi, parang magkaiba na naman ang nagiging ruta nila dito in terms of their items. Golden Snap ang rekta dito para kay Super Marco. Meanwhile, para kay Savero, para bang pupunta muna siya sa kanyang corrosion. And I feel like that's a big difference in terms of DPS. Pero sa paparating na turtle na ito, ONIC Philippines ang mauunang humawak.
5v4, ito kalahati na naman ang buhay ng Pagongmo. Ang bibitawan na to dahil biniblitz ng ONIC ang major objective. Makukuha nila ang 2-3. Ngayon naghahanap sila ng conversion. It's gonna be Kyle na makikita nitong si Kirk, pero si Ogwen ay aalalay din naman. Hindi na biglaan, pero si Brusco simply face-checking the rest of the members of ONIC Philippines as we speak. It's gonna be another 1.1k gold na hinahawakan pa rin nila. Yung Crimson Beacon, mababato si Ogwen na makakapag-flicker din naman ng biglaan. Wow! As they set their sights on Flap, na binato na ang kanyang espada. At sa dami na nangyari, mukhang wala na naman magkakamatayan. Pero yung RWM na naman!
Aray ko po!
Si Hatsi ang nagsimula at nagtapos ng lahat!
Pero teka lang si Kyle, naghahanap pa ng dugo. Wala ng Phantom Seed si King Kong. At mukhang naghahanap pa ng chance ang Falcons sa patagalin ng laro. Pero mukhang hindi na nila itutuloy pa ang laban sa baba dahil nakakarami na rin si Super Marco sa taas.
Team Falcons is just playing the Moscow game. Hanggat kayang patagalin nung 4, hanggat kayang pumalag, hanggat hindi sila namamatayan, hindi gagalaw si Super Marco kung nasan man yan dahil ito yung laro ng Moscow. Yung constant pressure doon sa opposite lane kung saan nangyayari lahat ng laban. This is how they will outpawn the Lord.
Aray ko! Nakabawi pa ang ONIC, getting a massive kill onto Haji. Ibig sabihin yan ay medyo makukuha nila pabalik ang control. The 3k gold lead almost cut into 2,000. Kung nakakabawi pa naman ang Super Family dito.
But this was a great find na nagmula sa ONIC Philippines. Talagang nakuha nila yung medyo out of position na hero. Pero kahit wala sa posisyon, pwedeng malagay sa alanganin itong si Super Prince na kahit papano ay meron naman ng stacks. But those lanterns are gonna be enough para makakuha sila ng kaunting lupa sa mapa. Taking that top turret down and maybe even more. Kasi si Savero hinahantay si Marco. Si Ogwen ay ibabato na naman at si King Kong nandun lang sa kabila. Tatalon ba si Flap? Mukhang hindi yata ang kasagutan. And that's gonna be the end of it all.
Oo, hindi pa ata mag-GG dito ang side ng Team Falcons. Masasaktan lamang ako si Super Prince.
Na naman ang pagtalon. Sinama na naman si Super Prince sa hukay pero yung talon para makatakas ang ginawa nitong si Brusco. Meron man siyang flicker. Hindi niya yun ginamit kasi alam niya na for the greater good ang major objective.
And that's the Lord, I think. Para sa side ng Team Falcons, mahihirapan talaga ang ONIC na lumaban dito nang wala si Super Prince. At napakadelikado kung sakaling i-risk nila mag 50-50. Pero kung gusto ata nila delikado, ilalaban ata nila to.
Nilalaban na talaga nila ng tuluyan. Si Kirk na naman na malalatagan ng sandamakmak na damage. Pero nandun na naman ang free hit sa may padalikuran. Yung revitalize na ginamit. Hinati nila ang ONIC. At yung Team Falcons na naman sa tulong ni Flap. The Cannon event is happening for Team Falcons. At ngayon, walang ibang team sa frame para kunin ang Lord na ito.
And that's the first Lord secured para sa Team Falcons. At irerekta nila ang mid lane plus the invade doon sa purple. Makukuha pa naman ito ni King Kong pero matagal-tagal pa bago mabuhay si Brusco. Kaya naman itutuloy na rin na ang mid lane turret para dito sa Team Falcons. Isang tore na naman ang babagsak. Dalawa na naman ang mahuhuli. Si Super Prince, delikado, wait!
Pero nabaliktad itong sitwasyon kasi may AOG na naman na bibitawan si Flap. Yata kung naman nagutan ng hilinga. Nagsasama-sama na naman ang Super Family dahil ikakasa nila ang laban na ito. What a way to counter-attack. Pero si Kyle ay buhay pa kontra dito sa tatlo na hinahabol na naman siya. Pero wala na yata siyang pupuntahan pa. ONIC Philippines with a crucial counter-attack to stay alive in the tournament.
Equalized ang laro dahil sa team fight na yan at makakatipensa pa ang Super Fam.
Because of that, hindi mamamaximize ng Team Falcons yung Lord na hawak nila. ONIC Philippines knowing what to do at the rightest moment. Na moment na nakatakas sila doon sa RWM at tinanggal ni Haji yon. It's go time. Nabuhay na rin naman si Kirk. Mataas na yung frontline. Napakakunat na rin. And hindi pa kinakaya ng dami si Super Marco na tunawin lahat ng nasa harap ng ONIC Philippines. That is why they have the license to chase down.
At saka kung iisipin, yung 3,000 na lamang kanina at pati na rin yung Lord ay na-cut down na muli sa 1,000. Ibig sabihin yan ay pwede nang lumaban ng ONIC Philippines sa isang patas na 5v5. Kanina-nina lamang ay hindi na nila pwedeng gawin yon, pero dahil sa napakagandang pagpasok ni Kirk doon sa pinakauli nilang teamfight, ay narito na rin ang core items sa kamay ni King Kong.
Mahirapan din ang Falcons if they will give up this position for this Lord. 72 seconds pa naman, matagal-tagal pa. For them, kasalanan na magpuwersa ng teamfight dahil lamang pa rin naman sila sa control sa mapa. But for ONIC Philippines, if they happen to find an opening, if they happen to find someone na matatarget, even if it's Wulap or Ogwen, it's go signal for them to try and take this position for this Lord. Savero baiting himself doon sa bottom lane, tapos may nakahandang King Kong Super Friends at Brusco sa tabi.
Oo, big item progression din para dito kay Super Marco. Available na ang kanyang Wind of Nature. Meanwhile, para naman dito kay Savero ay mukhang re-recta siya sa kanyang Malefic Gun, which means na yung susunod nating teamfight ay hindi pwedeng basta-basta pumasok si King Kong at Savero sa mukha ni Super Marco, considering na meron siyang iilang segundo ng invulnerability sa physical damage. At pasisilip po natin yan sa ating Infinix in-game equipment. 20 segundos bago magsimula ang pangalawang Lord ng larong ito. Ang huling Lord ay napunta sa kamay ng Team Falcons at napasama pa ang Falcons Nest dahil sa nangyari doon.
It's been a push and pull sa pagitan ng dalawang koponan na ito. Kanina'y lamang ang Falcons ng halos sapat o 3,000 pero nabawi yan sa isang iglap ng ONIC Philippines para idikit ang laban na ito. Control na naman nila ang river as they transition towards the Lord.
Kaya na nga, Malefic Gun para dito kay Savero. Ang river ay kontrolado ng side ng Team Falcon. Sinusubukan ni Brusco magbigay ng espasyo para sa ONIC Philippines. At hahawakan na nga ito ni Savero. This is the second Lord of the game kung saan pwedeng mabaliktad ang laro na ito. Super Marco na sa gilid at kita siya ng ONIC.
Pero nangangalahati na ang buhay nitong Lord. Is it gonna be enough time para makapag-dish out sila ng damage? Kyle getting it again para sa koponan ng Team Falcons. Pero yung Thorn of Ruin ay bibitawan na naman ni Kirk. May pagtalo na naman nagkakawin sa mga members and Brusco's gonna be going down. Tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang aksyon. It's gonna be free hitting para kay Super Marco. Nagkakalunan ang ONIC. One by one they go down. And they are down to just 2. Buhay pa ang machine at nakuha nila ang Lord.
Crucial retribution mula kay Kyle, and that perfect timing can give them a ticket to the Grand Finals!
At ito na ata yun, ang alab ng damdamin ng Team Falcons, ang pagliyab at pagsayaw ng Team Falcons patungo sa base ng Super Fam!
Kumakapit pa rin ang ONIC, buhay na ang halos 4. Kakayanin kaya nila na gusto ng makatapat ang iba sa mga members ngayon ng Team Falcons, pero nag-dish lang ng damage. Tapos biglang nawala si Ogwen. It is still a-okay. Biglang bumabalik sa ONIC. Nawala na naman si Flap. At nandun, just like that, 2 heroes have been taken down and ONIC is still alive.
Primetime MLBB, 14 minutes in. Akala ng lahat ay kaya nang makuha ng Team Falcons ito, pero nakahanap ng pwesto ang ONIC Philippines.
Pamatay, sunog mula sa ONIC Philippines, getting the 2 sustain heroes na kinakailangan ng Team Falcons para dun sa mga clashes. It's good sign from ONIC, a breather. At sila naman ngayon ay may lisensyang lumabas. Kaya nilang lumaban. Wala pat matagal. Nandyan na si Ogwen, pero 5 seconds pa para kay Flap.
Uy, Kirk! Medyo malalatagan siya. Damage siya naman ng HP. Doon naman yung RWM, pero makakatakas siya ng mabilisan. Hindi makakarespo kaagad ang iba sa mga members ng Team Falcon. So doon hihinto ang laban. Again, 2 inhibitor turrets are finally down, pero 10-10 ang ating kill score. So team fights are of the essence.
Medyo mahihirapan na team pa ang side ng ONIC Philippines sa susunod na Lord fight natin a minute from now. Joshi, kung titignan natin ang mga inhibitor turrets, lahat ng yun ay stacked against ONIC.
2 na lang ang natitira doon sa ONIC Philippines. That's on the bottom lane. And hindi na problema to ng Team Falcons dahil yung Lord ay doon din naman magsuspawn sa linya kung nasaan ang natitirang outer turret ng ONIC Philippines. So technically, yung short lane na naman ay wala na silang pakialam. Pero yung long lane for Team Falcons, kailangan agapan agad ng ONIC Philippines. May 30 segundo pa silang window time para i-push yung mga minions. Kasi if they will keep it at that, pwede silang madelikado knowing na kapag may nag-react, yun na naman yung go time for Team Falcons. Classic 101, Lord Dance 101, yun lang ang gagawin and it's a Moscow game we're talking about.
Oo, pwedeng itimbre ng Team Falcons yung Moscow doon sa long lane at mas lalong mape-pressure ang ONIC at mawawala ng oras sa mag-contest sa upcoming Lord fight natin. But in terms of item progression, Savero already securing the Wind of Nature as well. So at least kung sakaling papasok si Super Marco ay hindi niya kailangan intahin ang lahat ng bawas na manggagaling sa bulletproof. Sa ngayon ay mabagal muna ang takbo ng sayaw ng Lord na ito. Pero may conceal ng ginamit si Brusco at hindi siya makakahanap ng target.
Pero ang gagawin nila ngayon ay transition towards this major objective. Hawak yan ni Savero. Baba sa 30,000 or should I say 30,000 ang HP nitong Lord at nandun mahanapin si Kirk pero isa lang. Si Flap lang kanya malalatagan ng HP. Si Kirk ngayon pinapalimutan na iba sa mga members pero andun naman si King Kong para kunin ang Lord na ito. Itadamay pa sana si Kyle pero double lang ang patayon. SOD bibitawan tapos rin-revitalize na nandun na naman. Si Brusco malalagutan ng hininga. AOG para kay Brusco para makatakas. Pero si Super Friends ang naubusan ng buhay. ONIC still breathing. Nasa kanila ang Lord.
Naku, yung Lord lumiko na agad. Mapapasama ata ang ONIC Philippines dito dahil makakalabas na ang Lord sa vicinity ng base. 25 seconds para kay Super Friends. Pwede pang pumunta ng mid ang Team Falcons.
Sila hindi nila nagamit ang major objective. 75% ang HP ng base. Ogwen humaharap. Kyle nagde-dish ng damage. Flap nandun din para sa frontline nitong Falcons at nandun na naman yung kanilang main agenda para pabagsakin ang bot lane inhibitor. Kalbo na ang base ng ONIC. How will they defend?
Mamaya malalaman natin yan pero sa ngayon naging disiplinado ang Team Falcons. Pwede na nilang i-J yung mid lane pero ang naging desisyon ay unti-untihin natin.
They don't wanna risk that. They respect yung damage output ng ONIC Philippines. Kanina pa sila nadadali ng mga overextension na yon. And it's good job for Team Falcons to respect that and try to discipline themselves. 100 seconds in for this next objective. The only thing na kayang manalo ng ONIC Philippines dito sa next na Lord fight na to ay ma-address ng maaga yung mga minion waves just like what they did doon sa prior na Lord fight. Nakuha nga nila yung Lord pero they have to quick disengage kasi mataas din naman ang chase mechanics na meron ng Team Falcons. Looking at this instant replay na kung saan hindi na nakalapit si Kyle all because of Super Friends and Kirk. It is perfect for ONIC Philippines but the way na lumaban pa sila at sinubukan nila that split second differential and that SOD na kumonekta mula kay Super Marco, it is go time for Team Falcons.
Oo, at kamunti nga pa nga mait ng minions on the side of ONIC Philippines dahil napatagal yung pagstay ng ONIC sa loob ng sarili ng gupat. Para sa handset, kalbo na ang base ng ONIC Philippines. In this elimination game number 6 ay mahihirapan sila mas lalo na sa susunod na Lord fight dahil 3 waves ang kailangan nilang tignan with a Moscow on the side of Team Falcons. In terms of macro advantages ay lamang na lamang talaga ang Team Falcons.
Ang laki. If we're gonna measure that real-time win percentage, it's still at 70% for Team Falcons, knowing how they control the map and even the state of the game. Looking at it, ONIC Philippines, kailangan nilang panghawakan din yung kanilang mga immortalities. They have to invest on that kasi hahaba ng hahaba yung team fight and they have to win that extended team fight.
At yung extended team fight na yun parang hindi, ang hirap din pasahin kasi kung sino bang mananalo dahil hindi natin alam kung biglang tatama yung Violent Requiem dito ni Kyle o kung manghuhuli ba si Ogwen. Haji, just delaying that real world manipulation. Ang daming ginagawa ng mga manlalaro sa larong ito, world-class MLBB, in a way na hindi mo alam kung kailan nila ilalabas sa tamang panahon ang mga barahan nila.
And Womi, lagpas 20 minutos na ang ating laban. This goes to show you na mas dahan-dahan na ang approach ng parehas na kupunan kahit lamang ng 3 inhibitors at sandamakmak na tore ang kupunan ng Team Falcons. Hindi sila pwedeng magpadala. Nandun na naman si Savero sa baba. This might be the blitz that Team Falcons is gonna go for. Information is finally there. It's gonna be a 5v4 situation at mamadaliin ito ni Super Marco and the rest of the gang. Pero Super Prince and Kirk, tinutulak sila palayo at mukhang reset na naman ang kanilang gagawin. hintayin nilang makabalik itong si Savero.
Surgical ang gagawin ng Team Falcons dito. Kulang ang oras ng ONIC Philippines. They have to make a decision now. Kailangan nilang kunin tong Lord. Hahawakan ni Kirk pero na-reset yung wave sa baba. At ay unti-unti na.
At mukhang lilipat sila ng target dito pero mabilis na naka-eskapo.
Si Marco,
itong si Super Prince. Tignan nyo si Marco. May binabalak na planong masama pero instead lilipat na lang sila dito sa kabila. Nandun na naman yung SOD. The Prince goes down. Idadamay na yata nila yung iba. Andun yung AOG para sana makatulong pa dun sa iba. Pero tingnan mo naman yung minions na nandun sa may banda ibaba. It's still Super Marco dishing the damage. Brusco throwing it all. At siya ay babagsak din. Kirk is gonna be retreating. King Kong and Savero looking to defend. Pero ito na yata ang katapusan.
Naghahanap ng paraan. Mga depensa ang ONIC. Pumasok sila.
Andun naman si Super Marco and Savero's doing everything he can. Si Flapa nakapagpatigil at si Kirk ay babagsak. Nagpasiklab na sa Maynila pero hindi pa doon matatapos. Gumaling pa sa Cambodia. Ang kinulang sa Arabia ay babawiin sa Europa. Ang ikalawang Grand Finalist at tutungtong sa Paris. Team Falcons!
Grand Final secured para sa Team Falcons. Booking a ticket to Paris as well. Ang World Tour 2.0 ay kumakaway na muli para sa Team Falcons.
They may have been brought down to the lower bracket, but they found their way up top, taking flight again to the Grand Finals and to Paris.
And this is perhaps one of the best MLBB series na mapapanood natin. Ang nag-aantay sa Team Falcons ay Team Liquid Philippines, the final boss of MPL PH. Para sa ONIC Philippines, dito na nagtatapos ang kanilang journey sa playoffs, finishing at third. At kailangan na nila munang magpahinga. Hindi makakalipad ang ONIC Philippines sa ngayon pero naging napakaganda ng kanilang journey looking back at their regular season. Many have doubted Savero's ability to play in the Philippines pero pinakita niya sa buong mundo na ang Indonesian na goaltender ay kayang-kayang pumalag in one of the biggest stages of MLBB. Pero babalikan na natin ang ating highlights para sa game number 6. This was a seesaw battle. Hindi natin alam until umabot na sa punto na sinasakal na ng Falcons ang ONIC.
This was a game that was macro-centric. Kahit anong sabihin natin in terms of team fights, there was just a huge significant advantage na naipundar itong Team Falcons dahil lamang sa pagbasag nila noong dalawang inhibitors. Right after that, it was just so difficult for ONIC to continue. But a valiant effort still. In 6 games, they gave Falcons a run for their money.
Props to ONIC Philippines. They really put up a good fight, and even up to that last minute, hindi tayo sure kung kaya ba nilang lumaban and kung sinong mananalo sa Lord fight. But then, lumipad ang mga Falcon.
And this was such a great series sa lower bracket finals. Kaya kausapin na natin ang mga manlalaro sa main stage.
ML super fans, they delivered a brave fight and gave brilliant praise, come back from a lot of games. But unfortunately, the road of ONIC Philippines will end right here. Now, Brusco, nakita ng lahat kung gaano nyo nilaban yung game na yon. Yung puyat, yung sakripisyo, para kayong dumaan sa butas ng karayom. Ano ngayon, at lahat ng yon nangyari kasama ang buong team ng ONIC Philippines. Ano ang message mo sa 4 na teammates mo ngayon?
Message ko sa teammates ko, grateful ako kasi sila yung naging kakampi ko. And proud ako sa kanila na lagi akong tutulungan sa mga pag nanadown ako ganun. Kaya super grateful talaga ako.
And that fight is something to be proud of, Denise. Grabing puso at tapang.
Things are very emotional here right now, super fans. Kirk, just how proud of you are you sa boys? Alam kong it's very heartbreaking for you, but sobrang dami nitong silver linings. Grabe yung pusong pinakita nyo. How proud are you sa isa't isa? Gaano ka-proud ka sa pinakita nyo?
Super proud ako sa team kasi simula regular season, walang naniniwala sa team namin. Kaya eto, super proud ako.
Now, Savero, I would like to, congratulate you dahil grabe yung ipinakita mo for your first season here in the MPL Philippines. Everybody here is so amazed with what you've shown. What do you want to say to all the MPL superfans?
Makasih buat yang udah dukung, makasih buat yang kalian MPL PH sama ONIC PH juga welcome gue, support gue. Sorry buat Sonic semua karena hasilnya nggak sesuai ekspektasi. Makasih buat semua yang udah dukung.
Maraming salamat po daw sa mga sumuporta at dumating dito at maraming salamat rin sa MPL PH at maraming salamat rin po sa ONIC page na naniwala sa akin.
And for one last time, Sonics! Let's give them a big round of applause!
You may now take your final bow. Maraming salamat, ONIC Philippines! As much as it is very heavy, Thea, in every game, one has to bow, one conquers. And MPL Superfans, after 3 seasons, babalik ang Team Falcons sa Grand Finals! And bonjour, Paris!
Kumpleto na ang cast natin para sa Grand Finals bukas, Falcons! Makingay!
Thea, masasabi ko lang, at sure ako na sulit ang puyat ng Team Falcons ngayon. Balita ko, 5 a.m. na silang nakatulog. Kagabi, Flap, uunahin na kita. Nung nasira nyo yung base, anong unang pumasok sa utak mo? Nung nasira nyo yung base for that last game, anong unang pumasok sa utak mo?
Unang pumasok sa isip ko yes, Paris. Ganun. Pero at the same time, parang sakto lang yung tuwa ko kasi may finals pa bukas eh. Kaya that composed pa rin ako.
This is a very new Team Falcons that we're seeing. A very, very composed and disciplined Falcons. I can't wait to see more
And
of them.
new nga, Haji. New member. Of course, grabe. Yung sigawan dito, Haji. Sabi kanina, parang lumusot sa butas ng karayom. It was a push and pull game. Ngayon, pwede po bang i-summarize para sa aming lahat kung gaano ba naging kahirap yung matches na pinagdaanan nyo kanina?
Sobrang hirap po talaga kasi bago kami mag-prepare sa kanila, yun nga talagang pinagandaan talaga namin sila. Kasi para sa akin yung mid trio nila na parang yun yung pinakamalakas na team. So, hirap talaga kagabi. Habang natutulog ako, iniisip ko lagi yung sitwasyon namin sa mid eh. Tapos, yung kanina rin nung pagkagising ko. So, talaga. Parang nag-overthink ako. Hirap.
Hindi talaga nagpapatulog, lalo na siguro bukas when they go to the Grand Finals, Denise.
I'm excited tomorrow because it's gonna be the Clash of the Titans 3.0. Falcons against Team Liquid. Daddy Ogwen, anong maasahan namin sa inyo bukas?
Mas gagalingan pa namin. Tsaka expect nyo na hindi namin bibigay na madali yung championship sa PLPH.
You heard that. You heard that, everyone. Hindi nila yan basta-basta ibibigay, Thea. And, tanungin naman natin si Super Marco. Super Marco, what an outstanding game and performance from you today. You are the best gold laner. I mean, that's super makmak for you. At bilang best gold laner ngayon, ano bang dapat naming asahan sa'yo para bukas?
Sa tingin ko, ganun pa rin performance ko eh. Siguro mas ano pa, mas explosive pa.
Explosive!
So talagang hindi na matutulog para bukas sa Grand Finals.
Baka wala na silang tulog.
And lastly, Kyle, ano naman ang message mo sa napaka-energetic na Green Falcons na patuloy ang maghiyaw?
Sa lahat po ng sumusuporta sa Team Falcons, maraming salamat!
maraming salamat! At maraming salamat, Team Falcons. You may now take your bow. And you may now take your walk-up victory to the Grand Finals and to Paris! Inabot man sila ng 3 season, Thea, bago makabalik ng Grand Finals. But hey, the Green Falcons are so back, Thea.
And kabang-abang talaga ang magiging matchup bukas between TLPH and Team Falcons. Pero bago tayo pumunta sa Grand Finals, balikan muna natin ang nangyari sa last match. Casters, palag na to.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga hosts. Nagbabalik po tayo dito sa casting desk. Kami pa rin, Umi, Hans, and Joshi para yatid sa inyo ang ating post-game breakdown. Dahil nagbe-breakdown talaga kami dito kung gaano naging mainit, gaano naging malupit, at gaano nakakaiyak at nakakatuwa ang mga susunod na nangyari.
Yeah, this was just an amazing game na nagmula sa Team Falcons. They've used their strength to the fullest of its potential. Nabanggit ko kanina yung kalakasan nitong ONIC Philippines is in terms of those team fights. Pero yung macro-centric playstyle ng Team Falcons with Super Marco holding the helm really gave an opportunity for them na mas mapalawak ang mapa at makakuha ng maraming kills and objectives.
We've been talking about this all throughout the game. Yung Moscow game na kung saan lagi lang siyang nasa opposite lane, long lane lang, hindi siya sasama sa mga clash. It would not be very good if hindi kayang gampanan ng 4 na members ng Team Falcons yung Moscow game na sinasabi natin. With Ogwen being the front line and itong si Flap, there were times na yes, sobrang aga ng engagement from Flap na medyo questionable na to a point na nakaka-counter pa o nakukuha, na to turn around ng ONIC Philippines yung laban against Team Falcons. But because of Super Marco being the last line of offense na pwedeng panggalingan from Team Falcons, yung pinaka magbibigay ng sakit ng ulo, yung laging isipin na kahit wala siya dun sa laban, iniisip pa rin siya ng ONIC Philippines. Sisibat na ba? Tumama ba? Pupunta ba?
At sa mga ganong klaseng mga downs kasi doon ka mapapailang ng konti. And in the moment na may mailang ng ganon nakikita natin na for Team Falcons ay nakakapitalize talaga nila. At some point in this game, Joshi, nakakita na tayo na hindi na nga nila pinapakita agad si Super Marco to the point na pag nag-SOD na, tsaka lang talagang gumigera.
Yun hindi niya nilalaro yung long lane, talagang nakatago lang siya. Just giving a lot of threat. Kumbaga may isipin na nasan ba yung Moscow? Bakit wala sa long lane? Baka nandyan lang sa gilid. And yun yung nagme-mess up ng formation na ginagawa ng ONIC Philippines. Kasi if we're gonna look at the lineup of ONIC Philippines, they will run a dive comp. Pero ang first contact mo dito, box type. Dahil dun sa Alice and Dagatot Katsa plus Savero. Kumbaga nagiging 4 protect 1 yung dating Kailangan makapwesto si Savero ng tama. But because of them not knowing where Super Marco is, nagkakaroon ng butas dun sa box. Nasisira yung formation at yung timing even ng pagpasok ng ONIC.
And I wanna go back dun sa sinabi mo kanina, no, na may mga oras na para bang masyadong maaga yung pagdating ni Flap, na minsan napapa-bravest fighter agad siya. And I'd like to think na sabihin nating sinadya yun. Nakakatulong ba yung mga ginagawa ni Flap na in a way na para bang ilang na pumasok si Savero? Kasi pakiramdam ko yun yung nagiging difference maker
Dahil din sa kakunatan nung lapo-lapo ni Flap, nauubos yung resource ng mga members ng ONIC Philippines. And with Flap just casually going in doon sa backlines, napepwersa yung BMI ni Savero. And once you mess up the timing of that BMI, mawalan lang siya ng mag-cooldown man lang yun. alam ng side ng Team Falcons na, teka, nag-BMI na, so pwede tayong gumalaw. And Ogwen, siya yung nagiging center paano mga ganong bagay kasi siya yung nakakakita ng lahat. Siya yung nagbibigay ng informasyon, tinatimeran niya lahat ng bagay, and it is for Team Falcons knowing what they need to do at that specific moment.
Oo, and looking at the item progression, no, Joshi, interesting pala makita na nag-double defensive dito si Super Marco, running both the Wind of Nature and the Rose Gold Meteor come late game. And parang ngayon ko lang na-realize, so kaya naman pala nagkaroon ng lisensya na maging sobrang agresibo ng Falcons by late game dahil ang daming defensive ni Super Marco.
Diba, independent na nga yung hero itself na Moskov. Kaya niyang mabuhay na mag-isa, kaya niyang umoutplay. And we all know Super Marco, I mean, when it comes to Moskov, naging signature na rin yan ni Marco. So technically, bigyan mo pa siya ng 2 defensive items para mas mabuhay. Independent na nga siya to begin with, hindi mo na siya iisipin if you're Team Falcons. Ang iisipin na lang ng other members, papaano natin gagampanan yung responsibilidad natin.
At sobrang hype ng naging series na to. Sobrang exciting din malaman kung ano nga ba yung mga sinasabi nila. Kaya silipin na natin yan sa Infinix Liquid Cooling Beast Mode Mic Check.
Bot-flap. Farm lang muna, Moskov tayo. Winning condition natin. Ipitin natin bot-flap. Kaya walang go-go-side dyan, flap. Pag na-flap, pag na.
Kaya.
Pwede, kaya. Velocidad, ah. Oy lang. Liga na kasi. Nice one. Flap. Gusto niya? Dito nga.
Puro.
Libre pa ta. Tara, baksa ko.
Saan ka ba?
Nice! Tara, push ko natin, flap. Muna, stun, ha?
Tara, boys. Stang ka, boy. Stang ka.
Limod ako. Out tayo. Tara. Wait lang, Mike, ha?
Walang ulti alis. Walang kabayo.
Cloud, purify. Cloud. Go lang. Mark, ready mo ba yun sila? Boy, ready ako. Positioning mo, Mark, ha? Ayusin mo. Ako din, positioning ko din. Kayo din, pre, ha? Pre. Positioning ko rin. Ayusin natin lahat, bawat isa. Angat tayo isa rin, ang Lord. Pre, magugupatak, pre. Palong alert. Alis, pre, alis. Pre, siya, palulod. Sushin sa mukha ko. Okay, alis muna. Boy ako, boy.
Stang ko, dalawa.
Harapan lang. Brusko. Alis. Tayo, papamatay to. Alis, walang flicker, ha? Winter ako. Alis ako. Alis muna kayo. Boy ako. Alis, Mark.
Stang ko, Claude.
Boy ako.
Ibang
Lemon.
Always great to hear the mic check. Welcome back here to the On Ground, and we're here with Flap, TZ, Flap and Kyle of Team Falcons to help break down some plays. But before we break down the play, we have to ask a question. I wanted to ask, and pinag-usapan na natin to before we showed up on camera. Whose call was it to pick up the Kura nung game na yun?
Ako po. Ako talaga.
Totoo ba yun, Kyle?
Totoo. Siya talaga nag-suggest
Nakita kong lahat yung composition ng ONIC, lahat nagdadash eh. Kaya parang pasok na pasok yung Kufra kahit never namin nagamit.
Yeah, and to add to that, kasi may Esmeralda din kayo, di ba? So, nahirapan talaga Secret para magawa yung trabaho niya.
Flap and Kyle, sinimulan natin ng season nung na-interview ko kayo sa pagtanggal ninyo ng TZ na pangalan sa IGN ninyo. At ngayon, kaharap nyo muli itong si Carl TZ doon sa finals at kayong dalawa pa yung nag-step up. Gaano ka-importante ito na nakaabot kayo ng finals na ngayon gumagawa kayo ng sarili nyong marka na sa liga?
Siguro sobrang importante sa amin to ni Flap kasi dito na kami sa finals eh. So if ever man namin matalo sila, dito na kami mag-start yung legacy namin dalawa.
The new branch of the legacy for Flap and Kyle. All right, I think we have a play that Wolf wants to break down with the boys here.
So, ang naging comment ko dito, parang binalik nyo yung classic na macro nyo, yung Lord Dance nyo. So, talk to us, sino ba yung mga nagsha-shot call dito? Ano ba yung mga usapan at gano'n ka-intense doon sa usapan nyo dito sa comms ninyo?
Yung nagsha-shot call talaga dyan si Super Marco eh. Parang win-wait lang namin yung long lane namin para mag-push. Tapos pag may nagpakita, doon na kami go-go.
And there's an important play here, Kyle. Ikaw din yung makakahuli kay Super Prince. Yung Zushi niya ay nakakatakot at alam natin malupit siya. Pero in this last play, napigilan nyo yung isa sa mga key players dito sa ONIC. Talk to me how you were able to pull this off.
Nag-aantay lang po talaga ako mahuhuli dyan. Tapos nung na-check ni Super Prince yung try bush, yun po yung nahuli ko.
How about you, Flap? Paano naman ang comms mo dito, lalo na crucial din sa mga Lord Dads ang role mo as the XP laner?
Nung nakita kong natalunan ni Kyle yung Shushin, alam kong patay na yung Shushin and at the same time, lalamang na kami. Kaya naging kalmado lang ako dyan. Noong time na yun.
Whose call was it na tapusin na yung laro na to? Meron pang 3 hero na natitira, tapos may Lord. Pero mas pinili nyo mag-push. Kanino yun nanggaling?
Sa amin po lahat kasi nung 5v3 na po yan, tapos wala na rin po silang skill, nagkasundo po kami lahat na tapusin na yung laro kasi idedep po nila tapos papamatay po sila lahat para madep.
So instead of dragging the time pa, they made sure that they just ended there. Now, of course, going up against ONIC, sinabi niyo naman kanina na mahirap talaga kalabanan yung ONIC, of course, with a 4-2 score. For each of you guys personally, what specific aspect of ONIC na nahirapan kayo the most?
Siguro po nahirapan kami sa ONIC yung sa early game nila. Parang sobrang lakas nilang sa early game, sobrang dominating nila. Kaya, ayun, doon kami hirap na hirap talaga sa mid nila.
Same rin sa'yo, Kyle.
Same lang.
All right, ONIC early game crazy. Of course, hoping to see ONIC bounce back, but this is the moment for the Falcons. Flap, Kyle, thank you so much. One more time, MPL Arena, make some noise for Flap and Kyle. Congratulations again for making it to the grand finals and of course going to MSC. That's it for myself and Wolf. We'll see you, because now we're gonna pass you on over to our casters.
Thank you so much, guys, on the on-ground panel. And again, congratulations there to Team Falcons going to the grand finals in Paris. Great breakdown. I know we were shouting our heads off over here on the English stream. How do you guys feel over there on Tagalog?
Well, nababaliw din kami dito sa bawat palitan ng dalawang teams na to. Nagsisigawan kami, naririnig namin. Ang San Juan Arena ay pumuputok din sa bawat play na nangyayari. Sumasabay lang kami sa energy, mga par.
Oh, man. Kung sumisigaw sila, syempre sisigaw din tayo, di ba? That's always the goal. And you gotta appreciate the supporters of ONIC and especially Team Falcons.
Well, if you guys want to bring the action over to your own neighborhood, with eProject, Esports for Everyone, we're giving you the power to bring the MPL energy to your own local community.
That's right. Participants get exclusive access to tournament modes, free in-game items, and even diamonds. Just head over to ph-mpl.com/e-project to start your application.
It's now time to turn that passion into action. Visit our website for more information.
And there you go. Have it join through us. Again, this has been an amazing night of the lower bracket final. I'm so glad we got our 6 games. We did mention that we wanted at least 6 games. We almost got the 7th, but Team Falcons ends it in the 6th. This is setting up for Clash of the Titans 3.0, as mentioned by our hosts earlier on. Are you excited to see this, Midnight? I mean, your gears were grinding a little bit throughout tonight, but maybe tomorrow it'll be different.
So look, here's the thing. First 2 games, a bit of a warm-up. I think that's been a story for the past 2 days, but tomorrow we don't have space for a warm-up.
Oh, yeah.
This is a long time coming, guys. 3 seasons ago, since the last time we saw the clash in the grand finals.
It's been a while.
It's been a while for these 2 Titans.
I think huling beses na nagkita ang dalawang ito sa Grand Finals, it would be season 13. Kung saan Falcons AP Bren pa ang team ng Falcons noon. And for Team Liquid Philippines, ito na yun eh. Kumbaga, sila ang nanaig nung time na yun.
Yep, and here we go. We got an updated look at our Infinix Fancy Club as well. Through this, they have their own grand final tomorrow as well. The Auroras are going to be facing off against the Sonics. So a little bit of a different fate.
Yeah.
Through the Infinix Fancy Lab.
When was this? Was this season 17, 16, 15? 15. In the MPL PH, like the counterpart for MPL PH.
That's true. By the way, if you guys have been tuning in or gotten a chance to watch Infinix Fancy Lab, the teams are not only fighting for glory, but they're also fighting for a big haul of awards out there. What are those awards, Brigida?
Our grand champions will actually walk away with not only trophies and medals, but also 5 Infinix GT Watch 5 Pro smartwatches and 25,000 MLBB diamonds. Meanwhile, runners-up take home 15 and 10,000 diamonds respectively.
The Infinix Fancy Club playoffs runs from May 27 to the 31st. Hanggang bukas na lang yan. To support your fandoms and don't miss out. Palag na to.
Palag na to. Don't, by the way,
Palag Na To.
Hey, I got no Tagalog tomorrow. You got that. So I'm gonna be pure. I'm going pure English tomorrow, right? So it's been wonderful. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. Also, all the viewers around the world, we're gonna be closing out the show by throwing it over to our hosts. We'll see you guys in the grand finals tomorrow.
MPL Superfans, we see you and we know how you felt during that match. Isa na namang maaksyong gabi ang natapos here in the Champions Arena.
Opisyal na ngang nakuha ng Team Falcons ang huling ticket para sa Grand Finals at sila rin ang kasama ng Team Liquid Philippines patungong Paris para sa MSC at EWC.
At bukas, nakakasana ang huling laban para sa buong season.
It's the Grand Finals! All eyes on the stage dahil malalaman na natin kung sino ang hihiranging pinakamalakas sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas.
Kaya samahan niyo kami uli bukas. This is your host, Thea.
At ako naman, si Denise.
And this is your very own Odin. Magkita-kita tayo dito lamang sa MPL Philippines Season 17 The Playoffs. Palag na to!
The 17th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the official gaming phone partner, the power behind every madlang gamer. Smart, the simply reliable connectivity partner of the MPL. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. And our strategic partners, TT Racing, Fairy, and SIP. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Catch the MPL PH Season 17 playoffs live at the San Juan Arena. Grab your tickets now via the official MPL PH website, Palag Na To. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Tara, pala ka ba? Pala!